And welcome back to NLC last split of 2025. The war of summer embraces us all as we continue our adventure within the Rift. I'm Alexander Maya. I will be your host today. We have a dedicated team to bring forth the best information and analytical points. But today we don't have those. We have Duckling and Jamada. Welcome to the show. How are you doing, Jamada and Duckling? As we're watching a recap of what happened on Spring Split.
Just like that, huh, Archer?
Yeah.
Not even 30 seconds in, we're already throwing shots. I'm doing good, brother. It has been a long time I've sat on the desk with you, almost 2 months last I checked. Been a huge break, but I'm looking forward to getting back into the action with summer. We had a fantastic EMEA, of course, and MSI just concluded. No real drop off in action as we kick right back off into the NLC.
Yeah, I'm absolutely ecstatic as well. Lots of exciting roster changes, some returning faces as well, who've been in the league before, gone out, earned some medals, and now coming back home as well. Obviously, we're back-to-back EMEA Masters champions as well, so, you know, what better way to spend your Tuesday than watching the best ERL out there?
You're looking at them. They're raising the trophy. We had the Shield. They're the defending title. And meanwhile, there's an opportunity for Los Ratones to do the Golden Rat, which is the Golden Road for them, if they win another NLC and obviously another EMEA. But that's on summer. We still have a long way to go as we need to talk about what you brought in, Duckling, which is a lot of roster changes. Somewhat has hit us hard, but we're going to start with seeding stage as well. Obviously, the NLC has a different way of behaving. Today we'll have play day 1, and tomorrow we'll look into Group B. Jamada, would you like to invest on this one? Break it down to me. I'm going to make this curious, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've got our seeding stage here, and nothing too out of the ordinary. The groups are also set, so today we're going to be covering, I will change Group A, maybe no, I think it's Group A, and we're going to be kicking things off with LR Bulldog. Should be a very exciting one. I think it's maybe the match that I look forward to personally the most, just because we've got a very exciting roster, a set of roster swaps actually throughout a lot of the league, but particularly for Bulldog. And we'll see how they size up against LR, who typically pull no punches, even against, you know, teams who usually you wouldn't expect them to do super well in the NLC. Bulldog always trended towards the upper end of the table this year, so looking forward to that matchup most.
For those of you who are recent or first-time watchers, welcome to the show. We go on seeding stage, which means 2 days where the teams fight it off to get a seeding spot. And then they move instantly into playoffs. The team that doesn't score well will be the last seed, so instantly they go to the lower bracket, and the upper ones will go on to the upper bracket. So there's a run on the upper bracket and the lower bracket. When you are on the lower bracket, just so you have a feeling, the split works like this. You lose, you're out. Simple as that. So you don't have a lot of options. Seeding stage is extremely important within the NLC. Jamada was talking about the game he's looking for the most. Duckling, good to see you as well. It looks like your hair is a little more brighter as well. Welcome. You're looking good. Some beard over there. I'm proud of you. What is the game you're looking for the most?
Oof. I mean, Jamada obviously a good one. I think the first one will be an absolute banger, but I'm looking to one right after that. I know it's famously called Clasican, which would translate into the classic, or if you want to take it in Spanish, El Clasico, DMG versus Lightside. 2 organizations who are very head and toe in the battle to avoid relegations, who, you know, like to buy each other's players out and steal a bit from each other. So I'm looking forward to see how those stack up.
For the beginning of this, let's look into predictions, because we're talking about the games that are going to be played, but what we believe is going to be the score. If you look into the first one, LR versus BDG, it's everybody on the Los Ratones train, even though we have to talk about them. Then, as you said, El Clásico, it's going to be the MG versus Lightside. It's a little bit split. Then BDG versus Verdant, to me, I'm really fond of this one. I really want to see this one, even though almost everybody is on the Verdant side with this new roster. LR versus LLS is going to be a stomp from predictions, but we don't know that. I'm curious to see what happens within the Rift. And then we're going to wrap it up today with Verdant versus DMG. And I'm looking at this Verdant team. I'm really excited to look what they cooked in terms of team. I think it might be an interesting one. But for you, let's cook something different. We had the final of the previous splits in Copenhagen. What about this one? I believe it was announced yesterday where we're going to be landing the final day of the split. Let's show everybody. I know we have a graphic for that. We going.
Ooh.
We're going. There you go. We're going to Stockholm. We're in Sweden, baby. Harvard Arena. You can't buy the ticket yet, but you can pre-sign up. And look at the man. When I look into these legends, I'm so confused. This is NLC, by the way. Treats, Yankas, Reckless, Balls. We don't know who's gonna be there. Obviously, we believe Los Ratones might make it if they want to go for the Golden Road. Nord is looking scary as well, but it's also going to be a surprise. So please sign up if you want to be part of Leagues Disrupt. It's not only about the NLC, and there's more interesting news as we go through the split, and I'll share with you as we go. But how are we feeling about going to Sweden? It's Sweden.
I've never been personally, so I'm excited. You know, hey, like more traveling, and of course, you know, I missed out on Copenhagen. I couldn't make it to Copenhagen, so I need to be there for Stockholm. Hopefully, I can make it this time around. And the event, Copenhagen looked fantastic. Stockholm, I'm sure, is probably going to blow Copenhagen out of the water. If I know the people I work with well, to say the least.
True.
So make sure you're there for the pre-sale. Make sure you're there to try and grab those tickets. Because, like Archer said, it's still weird getting used to the fact we have so many legends in the NLC playing at the same time. We're 6 months in, still haven't gotten used to that feeling yet.
Hey,
Yeah.
by the way, Duckling, how do you feel about this? Like, summer split is the split. It's the one you wrap up the year, you know? And in spring, we went to Copenhagen. But now to wrap it up in the best spot possible, it's going to be in Sweden.
You know, obviously Denmark is the best country in the world. There is no doubt about that. But
knew it.
Sweden, despite all my hatred towards them, I've been to some great events in Sweden. I was there in the LEC finals in Malmö. That was a lovely time. And, you know, Stockholm, as much treasure you talk upon Sweden, it is a very nice city. I can't deny
It
that. You know,
is.
facts are facts at the end of the day. And I'm very much looking forward to go and visit it. And, you know, I've heard the ambitions. I think the event will be absolutely fantastic. And, you know, maybe Sweden can be as good as Denmark. I don't doubt it.
You know what? I'm proud of you. You're changing. You're finally admitting good things, okay? Talking about changes, let's talk about it. Verdant, for instance, brought in a roster that's kind of scary. Look at this. Who wants to talk about this? We keep Senkax in the mid lane. Shiganari is out, Obstinatus, Noodle, and Titan, and walks in an entire new roster joining in on Senkax. What can we expect from these? Because we have legends over here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and grab Verdant here because it's effectively a full rebuild around Senkax. Senkax is the only member of the team returning. But I think most importantly to me is actually the bot lane changes because we're seeing Shiganari out, who was a huge, like a
Bring the graphic up to
heavy,
help you.
heavy. Yeah, if you wanna bring the graphic back up, you
Yeah.
definitely can. But a massive heavy lifter in terms of, you know, just getting Verdant over the line when it came to the damage department, right? Fantastic on the hyper carries in particular. Gone, right? In favor of our new player here in Devon. Looking forward to seeing what he will put up, right? He has come over from Red Star, where he had a pretty damn good split, all things considered. He won the bloody region. So not a bad pickup if you're going to be dropping even a player like Shiganari and Obstinatus out for Tori, who some of the newer viewers might not be familiar with the name Tori, but if you're a bit more of a legacy player, you'll remember Tori as Norscaret, all the way back in, like, it would have been the XL, the
2018,
Splice,
2019,
the Rockat days, things like that. He is a veteran through and through, and is actually reuniting with Senkax, funnily enough. I can't quite recall off the top of my head what roster it was, but they played together not too far away past. So that's going to be very, very fun to track with this Verdant lineup.
What can we expect from them? Like, Duckling, join in if possible when we look
Yeah.
into this sort of roster. I do believe this is a roster that wants to go to Sweden. Like, there's no other idea. Like, this is a massive... I'm not talking bad about the other players. I really enjoy them, and I think, like, Shiganari was an amazing AD carry. I was happy with Noodles, Courageous Invades, for instance. But I think this one is like, hey, put the foot on the pedal and just go in. Like, we
Yeah.
want to go to Sweden. This is dangerous.
Verdant had a strong roster in spring, and they've somehow managed to come out looking stronger in summer, in my opinion, just looking at the names, right? They've taken just that one more step up if they really want to be competitors to Nord and Los Ratones, in my opinion. you know, there was the talk about Noscarian/Tory here, and I'm very excited to see him. I was a big fan of his back when he did play on Rocket and Splice, and obviously went to Worlds with Splice in 2019, making it to the quarterfinals, only being knocked out to, by then, SKT T1. I'm looking at someone like SLT in the top lane to bring more consistency than Tayron, who had a very high ceiling, where SLT has for years now been one of the top ERL players, even had a bit of time with Vitality in the LEC as well.
Be aware of this team as we move forward, but this is not the only team that made changes, and we're talking about Group A right now. This is why we're now looking into Group B that is going to be for tomorrow. We know of the news. There are some big chances, for instance, already, and we'll talk about that team moving forward. But today, for BDG, Bulldog went in on Spring Split with the same team that got some success on the Winter Split as well. Moving into Summer, only Kasing remains.
Yeah, you know, this is a bit American sports terminology, but Kasing really is the franchise player for Bulldog, right? He's the guy that wanted to lock down, build a roster around us, and especially when you come with a project to a player and you say, look, you can play besides Kasing. So many people find that an interesting opportunity because just look at his history, right? We all know him. We've seen him in the NLC for years now, and he's always been one of our top supports. But before we get into the exciting 17-year-old rookies, I quickly want to mention that they've brought back 2 former NLC players in Hezero, who's been here in 2021 and 2022, and Painful, who had a very surprisingly good split on a young rookie roster, Venomcrest, back in spring 2024, and who has now grown some stripes out in the Benelux region, finishing top 3 there, 2 splits in a row, and I'm very excited to see what those two can do, step him back into the NLC scene.
But you have a feeling when you look into these roster changes, right? For Bulldog, I was really happy with the Bulldog. It was like the family team, you know. It was the family team. Everybody knows what to expect. You have Kasing, you know, the grandpa of NLC. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to withstand what's going to happen afterwards. Because when you look into the team they have to fight today to open up the split, might as well bring the match up. It's going to be LR versus Bulldog. This is not an easy task when you change so much within your team, correct?
No, never is, right? Sometimes you do wish that the strength of schedule was a little bit kinder to you when you're going through big changes like these. But at the same time, sometimes getting these bigger matches out of the way first can be helpful, right? I do think it can swing both ways depending on the environment that you have. I think for, you know, the rookies in particular is going to be particularly exciting, right? Playing against, you know, in the case of the bot lane, such veteran players, and in terms of the jungle, obviously Velio has had a huge come up this year. In terms of overall performance and level and just his consistency as he's grown with this LR team. So for Bulldog, yes, gonna be very likely an uphill battle, but still an opportunity for them to kind of prove themselves, also kind of set themselves up. Maybe if they have a good performance against LR, then later on in the day, they are playing against also one of the, you know, teams that you would consider to be, you know, a front runner for like top 3, top 2, you know, chasing EMEA summer. This is the kind of aspirations that this lineup still likely does have, and setting a good precedent, even if the result doesn't go the way you want it to, is super important for this Bulldog lineup.
Yeah, this might be a weird... Tell me before I move
It
on.
very much is a trial by fire, right? Because you have some players who are coming back, having to adapt back into the NLC scene, then you have 2 17-year-olds who just have to land in playing their first ERL split, and you're starting off against the back-to-back EMEA Masters champion, and a Verdant who've heavily upgraded their roster and are desperately chasing a top 2 finish. So, I mean, it is definitely trial by fire. We'll see if they can stick the landing here, but regardless of what happens, as long as they put up some decent performances, I think they can walk away and learn from that experience heading into the second week of the play phase.
There's something about this game as well. I don't know if people were aware, but for instance, Los Ratones took a break in terms of scrims after all that ordeal, so they needed to breathe a bit. They just started the scrims again, I think it was 2 days ago or yesterday. So that was a time for them to breathe, all that like overwhelming practice for EMEA as well. This might be a good time for the BDG to show up if there's some rust in the midst of the rats. We know rats are really powerful, but this might be an opportunity. When we look into BDG, okay, let's start talking about the players that we currently have. And when we look into this, Kasing is a remaining player. Artanis, maybe we should start talking about the jungle to begin with?
Yeah, we could talk about either of the rookies. I think we can start with the jungle. And it's mostly because I am super excited looking at this young man. This very exciting talent who's coming out to hopefully give us not just exciting games individually, but he's relatively solo queue style and he's pretty fresh, right? This is his first outing in ERL 1. Just band-aid off, no coming through the system, just straight into ERL 1. I kind of have high hopes for him, weirdly. He's the kind of player that, for the most part that we know about him, wants to play on pretty aggressive junglers, right? So less of the, traditional, how do I say, dog junglers, right? Your Vise, your your Vise, your Sejuanis, your Maokais, they're not necessarily in there super frequently, as you can see with the champion pool up on the screen. You've got your Pantheon, you've got your Nocturne. He's a big Viego guy. He's also, weirdly, a big Kayn guy whenever he can fit that in solo queue-wise. We don't tend to see that pick show up so much in solo queue, but hey, when you're a rookie and you want stuff to prove, this is normally the time to do it, right? Straight away. So I'm looking forward to hopefully getting these more aggressive picks out of Artenis and, less of the, fresh, young, rookie jungler, promising, aggressive champion pool, straight on Sejuani vibe Maokai duty.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Bulldog try and utilize some of these more aggressive picks that he's, very clearly willing to pull out if, his solo queue is anything to go by.
Yeah, you want to play to his strength, right? You don't want to sit here and say, okay, we like what you've done in solo queue on your Kayn and your more aggressive picks. Now you're playing in a real team. Now it's time to do the dog duty. It's time to do, play to his strength, make sure he feels comfortable because he is going against these really big junglers like Vilya and Danker on the first, who's also a very storied ERL player. So, yeah, they'll have to make sure he feels comfortable. I'm with Jamada here on the hype train, and obviously it's not the only guy we are hyped about. Exofeng did brilliantly in Winter and Spring. He's moved on to greener patches, and they've brought in another 17-year-old lady carrier who I've heard could have an even higher ceiling than Exofeng. And yeah, they both share the Israel. That was my favorite champ from Exofeng. I'm hoping Dream will pull that out here today, but you can see some of the similarities they have, but also some of the differences in the champions they like to tackle.
When you look into the champion pool, tell me, Jamada, do you think this is a different playstyle, or is this a new Bulldog bot lane?
So I think it's similar playstyles, but it's for sure, speaking on or hearing about Dream, he seems to lean a little bit more heavily into the hyper carries, whereas Exofeng, coming a little bit more fresh out of solo queue at the time, at the beginning of the year, was, a lot more about the Draven, the Kalista, like wanted to dominate lane. Seems like Dream is potentially a little bit more versatile while still having those kind of lane dominant picks inside of his pool. You can see the things like the MF, the Varus, in particular the ones I would highlight, but a little bit more willing to lean on something like a Zeri, right? If you play Ezreal and Kai'Sa, chances are you probably do have a little bit of Jinx in you, but it's not up there as his preferred. But that's kind of the point, right? It's a very similar flavor, but it's not quite the same. And that's why I really want to see how Dream gets on with Kasing, right? Because Kasing and Exofeng laned and played and complemented each other very, very well. Kasing with the experience that he has, I want to see how he nurtures this new French AD carry.
Because when you have those sort of players, the promised players, they want to go for a bite. They want to go for the kill. And playing versus Crowny and Reckless is going to be hard. So when we talk about Los Ratones, let's present Los Ratones, EMEA Masters winners back-to-back, looking for that Golden Road Promise or Golden Rat. And we're talking about the bot lane. So might as well bring it up. Crowny and Reckless. We're talking about Dream and Kaseng, but these guys know what they're talking about. These are legends. Not only on the making, they already have a lot on their bag. And we have a graphic for you, which is the entire year so far between Reckless and Crowny. And those stats to me, when you look and say, this is the entire year, even with EMEA included, and somehow Reckless shows up with 14.4 KDA. What do you mean?
I think as well, right? Across so many splits and different playstyles and methods we've had to adapt to, that was lane swapping for a bit as well. Earlier on, an average of 10 CS per minute. That's very, very solid from Crowny. Good damage percent as well. I mean, you can take a look at essentially any Los Ratones number, and when you see how well they've performed this year, it's no surprise that the numbers will positively bong out as very, very good. I mean, there's not much to really say. They are the strongest 2v2 we have in the league, and one of the advantages they have is they've stuck together for so long, right? They've played together since November, and now Dream has to adapt to playing with Kasing. I think Kasing is someone who's really good at nurturing a rookie, like we saw with Exofeng, and I'm very excited about these two. But this is their first official game together, and they're playing against the duo you just saw on screen. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, I remember when Crowley was talking about this, the bot lane is the most exploitable thing because people are not really aware how to play the bot lane tempo, how to control the minion wave, how to farm. And we have Crowley and Reckless. I think their cooldown management is ridiculous. It's going to be a really hard one as we jump into the first pick and ban of the split. It's Los Ratones coming back versus Bulldogs. This is the MSI patch, by the way, so keep in mind we are aware what to expect. As Cyan and Rumble are removed from the equation.
Yeah, I wonder how much MSI influence there's going to be in terms of things like the Callista, the Renata, and the Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate, yeah.
Obviously, very, very infamous for their almost
Yes.
inability to win a game because, of course, Carrier did manage to pull out one final win in their series versus Gen G. But so far, a lot of the typical bans that we get off of this 15.13 patch remains around the same, though of course there is that targeting of the Jarvan and the Scion. Mind you, again, this is the best of one. So a lot of the OP picks staying up, right? Gragas gone 2 targeted away from Baus, so Vi, Talia, you know, so many of these priority junglers in particular up and available for LR if they want them.
Yeah, I mean they go for the Syndra instead. Nemesis has gotten a lot of praise for it. I understand why you'd lock it in, but a lot of power has been left open by the target ban so far against the Scion and Gragas there for Bao. So Bulldog now to respond. I mean, obviously you'd like to match in the mid lane, so you just match it with Control Mage early on. I think Orianna's a bold slam. Agency though in the 2v2. I do kind of like this actually with the Wukong. Needs to be careful not to fall behind early. You'll be a bit useless, but you know, you're a big walking stat stick, and I do think that it's a strong 2v2 you've got.
Yeah, I mean, with the Wukong, though, what's pretty nice about it is it doesn't necessarily have a bad jungle matchup out of the S tiers, right? There are definitely a few which go, you know, maybe slightly more in his favor or slightly away from it, but things like Xin Zhao matches up fine, right? They both fulfill the role that they want to, which is diving in, causing disruption, and really trying to make the lives of these backline carries a major nuisance. Blind Cho'Gath now coming through from Baus, and like we mentioned that Xin Zhao already, I wonder if Hesera is going to go towards something a little bit more lane dominant, something like the Aatrox, for example, which does fit okay into this composition, or if it's going to be something a little bit more, you know, kind of lane dominant. Hovering over the Gwen right now, which left up, right? These weren't these traditional bans that we were expecting to see.
Okay, I would have liked to see the Gwen.
Ah.
I think it's the best choice you've got here, right? Hesero, what I remember him for his 2 years, or 2 splits rather, in the NLC, is these carry champions where he really likes to get agency, getting the counter matchup already here. So a lot of counter picks being given over to Bulldog here, as we've locked the whole top side. Nothing yet for the bot lane, so obviously we'll expect to trim that out here, as she'll try and ban out some of these S tier AD carries. I think maybe Varus could be one of those who go. Crowley's Jhin, of course, could also be on the block. We'll see what the decision is here for Bulldog. Support pool as well. A lot of strong support still available. Ezreal though, the first ban.
Yeah, I think one thing that I've always been quite openly critical of is Reckless's champion pool in general. Not going to be targeted here for the time being by Bulldog, and I think it's a very smart rail ban. When you have Wukong and Orianna, what do you need? You need more setup immediately, right? Something like the Jhin might also be a bit of a higher priority for Dream, even though it's not necessarily something that we're anticipating. For the composition, it looks pretty damn good here. And of course, it does enable Kasing to potentially get a counter pick on 5. For now, though, still aiming, I would imagine, for another AD out of Crowley's pool. It will be Lucian, so not trying to get dominated early on in lane with a Lucian pairing. And LR now, again, I expect another setup support to bite the dust. It is really just dependent on what they want away and out of Kasing's hands.
So maybe there's a Leona that Kasing really enjoys to play, or even the Alistar that could be taken away from Reckless, even though he can fall back into his own Rakan, which he's happy to do so. Let's see what Los Ratones are going to take away last before the pick. It's going to be the Nautilus. So the cow is alive. And just as you predict... Ah, okay. Because
I mean, it's one or the other, or both.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. It's very easy to see, you know, Jhin get locked in and then Crowley goes Varus, or Dream goes Varus and then Crowley goes the Jhin, right? I would say with this kind of composition, the Jhin does make things like the Orianna feel a little bit more vulnerable just because of the Deadly Flourish and, of course, the ultimate as well. So I like that Dream does pick this one up. It does leave, however, not only that Varus up, something like the Corki as well, a little bit more lane dominant, a little bit more burst heavy. And a champion out of the AD pool that technically could build a bunch of HP, right? We've seen some of the, you know, the Blood Mail, Black Cleaver, Shojin build show up on that champion. time to time does make you very hard to kill. We'll see where LR decide to go, though, because Zeri's been hovered for a little while, and if it does get locked in, the expectation would be an immediate Lulu slam. It would, however, give Kasing the opportunity to, still find something that like that Leona to just round out the composition. Really nicely for Bulldog.
Yeah. I mean, this obviously does lay up for the Enchanter support, right, with this Zeri, but we'll see what direction they decide to go in. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much available still. The support pool hasn't been trimmed much outside of the two primary engaged supports, so Reckless, a lot to choose from. This Rakan could work as well. Yeah, he decides to go for it. It's just a safe fallback. It might not be the best option on paper, but he does feel so confident on it. I think he does put in some good performances as well. For Kasing now, though, what would you like to pair it up with in terms of strong support left? That's the question. I would prefer an engage here, but maybe that's just me. Jhin could work with both things, right, to round out the composition.
Oh. Okay, now this was toyed with, so I'm going to talk about the hover for a second, because it's probably not going to be it. But when Twisted Fate was buffed, supports in the LEC were screaming Twisted Fate support. So don't take that as a bait hover. That might randomly show up at one particular time. We do end up getting the Alistar, though. We see it handshaken a lot. Both level 1s are super weak. They kind of become champions at level 2, especially Alistar in level 3. All of their abilities are there. But the composition is rounded out, and Bulldog, very, very team fight focused, right? A lot of setup between the Jhin and between the Wukong Orianna, with a little bit of side lane from Gwen, whilst LR, a lot of comfort, top to bottom, really. So we'll see where they decide to go, whether it's fighting through the mid 2v2, or whether it's trying to open up the map through mid, yes, but not explicitly 2v2, and trying to give some freedom down to Crownie.
But it looks like if Los Ratones are able to control the tempo of the game, they should be comfortable also with the champions they have. You think this is where the game is going to be routed to? Or is Bulldog capable of bringing it out of nowhere?
I really like what Bulldog has...
Yeah.
I like what Bulldogs have done here. I actually genuinely do like that draft. I think they've gotten some good picks here for their young rookies as well, but Los Ratones on their comfort, they are just too strong. I mean, even if I think Bulldog won the draft, I think Los Ratones win the game.
Okay, it's the first game of the split. Los Ratones versus the new team from Bulldog. Will they be able to bite, or will the Reds conquer yet again? To toss it to the casters, it's Hiprain and the return of Aragon. How you doing?
Aragon, how you doing?
It's lovely to be back. It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? How long has it been? Over a year.
It's been a week for us, really, but NLC,
okay, sure.
It's been over a year, yeah. We did do a little tournament for NLC on last week, but that gives us a little chance to have been warmed up for today's games and opening on a banger as well. Bulldog taking on Los Ratones, who have been on a bit of a spree this year so far. Bulldog reforming and kind of changing some of their players around. I have to admit, though, I genuinely quite like Bulldog's comp. And I think if we turn the nameplates off, I'd be feeling a little bit more confident about them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard when you look at Los Ratones' comps because they have such funky comforts, right? Syndra Prior, when Talia's open, I know they don't like Talia, but then you have the Cho'Gath as a blind pick, and giving over Gwen, I feel like might have been a mistake. I do think that Gwen is sometimes Los Ratones' kryptonite, so that is a bit of a pain point for me. But yeah, I mean, it looks like they set up the top side, rather, to do pretty well on the side of Bulldog.
Yeah, I think they really did. Going to be excited to see how they kind of match up versus Baus, because Baus is one of those players who it feels like you have to talk about it with him, but when he goes down, it's about the cost versus the reward, really. Like, Baus doesn't really give much up for dying, which sounds like a bit of a weird sentence when you're talking about League of Legends and kind of play styles, but his team are very good at capitalizing on what he sets up and enables for them. Now, let's talk a little bit about this bot lane here, because Dream being our rookie player alongside Kasing, how are we liking this matchup? The Jhin Alistar versus the Zeri Rakan.
Yeah, it looks like they've gone for a more supportive AD character to facilitate the carries of Bulldog on the top side of the map. You have the supportive Jhin, and then I imagine what's going to happen is Zeri and Rakan are going to get prio into the Jhin and the Alistar early on, because they are a double range lane into the Alistar level 1. But that lane should be fairly neutral. It shouldn't be too important in the early game. The rest of the map is what's going to matter a little bit more, in my opinion. I'd probably keep my eyes on the Syndra lane and the top lane as well, in case Bowsy gets solo killed or something in the Kryptonite matchup, as well as having Syndra set up for ganks versus the immobile control mage.
Yeah, I think, it's going to kind of be about what we're going to see from our junglers here. You can see Artanes is going to be clearing downwards. So may look for something on that bottom side where Velia is clearing upwards right now. It's going to be a little bit slow on it just because, you know, red to Krugs to Raptors. We'll see if they look for any like level 3 ganks somewhere, maybe towards the mid lane. Both of them currently just started their Raptors off. Artanis has been seen though, so Nemesis is going to be aware that this is going on. It's painful. Nice little ward here coming in from him.
Still the mini ones?
Playing down. Ooh. He does steal the mini ones. Now, Painful was a player we casted last week, right?
Yeah. No.
On Oriana, and me and you were like, this guy really impressed us during the Nexus Showdown last week.
You're misremembering. I don't remember
Is it someone
Painful.
else?
I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I think... All right,
I need
go to
check
bed.
now. I swear Painful was one of the players we got excited about.
But I do remember Painful, back when I cast in the NLC in the past. I do remember Painful being a decent control mage player. I don't think, though, like you were saying, I don't think there'll be anything going on too much in the early game. Wukong generally wants a stable game. I say that, and Baus looks like he might just get snipped to death.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be doing too well off the back of this one. A couple more of the snips. The flash forward flash from Baus does nothing. First blood to Hazero.
Yeah, I have to say, I think Gwen is one of the most broken champions in the game at the moment. And giving Gwen a lead versus double melee topside, it's a little bit spooky. I don't think this champion is very fair. So I hope they can manage the lead that Baus is going to give He's Zero. He's Zero, a really good carry player. Playing against him bunch in solo queue, and I'm always really impressed. He's quite the Aatrox Ambessa kind of player, you know? Super meta, abuses Yorick and Shen as well. Yeah, it's painful to play against.
Yeah, it really is. Well, right now, Velia is maybe thinking about making an appearance in the top side, but unfortunately not going to be the case. Just going to look to back off this one.
Yeah, Baus TP's back, doesn't lose too much, gets to farm the most of the wave, and I imagine what he's going to do here is hold the freeze. It looks like Gwen's going to TP to top side, and the recall from Velia's gone through, so there's no chance of a regank on that TP. He's going to be safe and sound, and I imagine both junglers are going to go back to full clearing, top to bot and bot to top, because generally, you know, I feel like the onus is on LR to find something in the early game here. Artanis doesn't really want to find anything. On Wukong, you want a kind of stable game. Get to level 6, get your ultimate, and then skirmish, because you don't really offer that much until then. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So Artanis is going to clear down to bot side, and it's going to be relatively chill. Baus is kind of suffering. I'm not going to lie. He's going to recall here and have to TP back. I guess he's doing fine. He'll TP back. He won't miss too much. But then any other chunk after that might be painful.
I mean, he is having a rough go of it. I mean, he's okay on the farm front right now.
He's doing all right. He's doing all right.
Keeping up, but, you know, having to burn that teleport just to get back to lane now, you know, it's not particularly an ideal base for him. He's just got himself... He's come back and immediately loses most of his HP. Nice knock-up down to his Zero. Does have the Hail of Blade, so maybe with the silences, Baus! Oh! His Zero survives. Baus almost gets himself the solo kill.
Yeah,
okay.
The Hail of Blades, it catches you off guard sometimes with the E. There's a lot of damage. Cho'Gath has one of the highest base ADs early on, and then combined with the Hail of Blades and the E damage, it's just mental. Oh no, his recall gets cancelled. Now, he's got to call up Velia here. I think if he calls up Velia here, this is a free dive, and you can see Xin Zhao's already on the way top, so Baus, if he just crashes this wave and He's Zero doesn't respect it, could be painful. Be rough.
Let's hit the 6 here for his Zero. No flash. Remember, both those top laners used it, so he's just going to immediately in Baus. But Baus finds him with the silence and the solo kill. He knew the gank was coming, so he went all in on him.
Yeah, exactly. He knew that he could be dove here, He's Zero, so he burger flipped an all in to see if he can maybe win before the dive came through. Backfires, though. Bausy finds the solo kill, and it's a really nice play.
Really, really nice. Now, Artanis is going to quickly cross-map, take the dragon away, play a bit of a denial game and start that stack early. Does get spotted by Crowley's W, though, so they are aware that this is going on, but realistically, I don't think there's really much Lost Ratones can do, although I say that, they've got pressure bot side, so they are thinking about coming in for the collapse. Painful's made his way over as well. Singh tries to go for the headbutt pole, but they are able to escape away. Velia falling off the flank, same with Nemesis. This is a pretty bad sandwich here for Bulldog, forcing Painful to flash away. And Lost Ratones, they get a play topside, and they still get the dragon. No loss for them across the map.
Yeah. Crowny and Reckless had priority, so they just came and collapsed, and specifically the laser from Crowny off of the wall really chunked the Wukong, so he had to back off. Artanis could not finish off the dragon there, and Dream wasn't quite level 6, so he couldn't really take part in the fight from a long way away. And yeah, in the end, that's a flash from Painful, and a potential regank as well with a Syndra stun.
Oh, really nice there. It does mean that you have that gank opportunity. See if they go for it. Although Painful may just play underneath his tower. You're on the Orianna. You can just sit and catch waves. Kind of the game plan on that champ. Baus now definitely taking over the lane. We were talking about how this was starting to be a bit of a rough lane for him. Goes back, gets the Synaptic Souls, so he's going to be looking to move around the map as much as possible. And he's quite happy. Got a farm lead. Pretty significant one at this point over his 0. 20 farm up.
Interesting. Okay, so he places a ward on the Krog, spots out the Wukong, so he knows he can no longer proxy, but now he knows that the Wukong's probably going to full clear to bot side. And I imagine what he's thinking now is, yeah, let's clear this. I'm going to proxy potentially the next wave or the wave after that, and I know Wukong won't be on the side of the map that I'm on. And I'll be able to find a way to find a recall with a cheeky amount of tempo. So we'll see what he does. We'll keep an eye on him as he has info, although he is now getting all in.
They're going for it. Baus actually just clears off the wave. Hizero's got the damage. There's the knock-up from Baus. He's got flash in a few seconds. Hizero cannot run him down. Baus able to escape the play. Beautiful little outplay and escape there from him. And you can now see, it's partly on your mini-map. We will be fixing this in a moment. Reckless is making his way up. I assume Crowny is probably in that Black Void right now. They are swapping to get themselves grub pressure. And Los Ratones very quick at just securing themselves these two jungle objectives nice and fast off the bat.
Yeah, he's zeroed down an ulti and forced to recall. The same with Baus. Velia, they know that Wukong's going to full clear the bot side. Baus's ward helps with that, so you get the free grubs on the screen. Look at the all-in down on the bot side there. I mean, Baus, how does he always do it? How does he land the knock-up and always get away every single time? It's just always so entertaining to watch. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you've been probably watching this for 3 splits now, and this is my first time casting this.
Yeah, you're finally getting to experience it firsthand. It is always hype though. He's just got this talent for, you know, pulling off ridiculous outplays and survival tactics that you shouldn't really be going for. And, you know, in classic Baus fashion as well, you know, not going a tanky build, immediately opening up on the AP, wanting to have as much wave clear as possible. And that is the definitive Baus style. It's not actually about the outplays. It's about one-shotting waves and then doing something while you don't have to deal with farming. That is effectively Baus's playstyle in its most basic form. And stacking those amp tones, getting the AP on the Cho'Gath early means he can just one-shot the waves and then either look to make a play in the jungle with his team, or kind of the world is his oyster. He can go for tower plating or even tower damage. Like, it just becomes a menace off it.
Yeah, he has a lot he can do with the time every time he farms the wave so quickly with his AoE on his champions. Just looking at mid lane, Painful on the Orianna doesn't have flash, so a little bit concerning if there's ever a play in the enemy jungle. And you can see Velia's taking advantage of that. He's invading, knowing that the Orianna can never really move potentially, but you can see Bulldog, the bot lane is there. If they can snap onto Velia, he might have to ult here.
Yeah, it's going to be Velia escaping. They don't really want to all in, especially with Reckless having ultimate. And actually, Velia and Reckless now synergizing up here. The Sing's also with Artanis. They do put down the pink ward, so they are aware it's happening. Actually, this might just be Sing's moment to go. Painful's making his way over as well, waiting for an opportunity. Shockwave not going to come down yet from Painful. Just going to have to give up another jungle camp. And Velia slowly but surely will also be building a lead over Artanis, as one level's already been dropped between the pair of them.
Yeah, that's really rough. Losing the respawns off cooldown because you can't play in your own jungle is pretty terrible. And they've tried to threaten the all-in onto Reckless, but Rakan being so slippery, and this is one of the flaws. I feel like usually Rakan is picked into the Alistar as like a soft kind of answer where you can't really pin down the Rakan, and Rakan can just run around the map doing whatever he wants. TP coming through though. Can they punish Hizero? This TP is very slow.
Yeah, it's too early in the game.
Yep.
Even with the W down, too early in the game. Nemesis, not going to get anything, although Tannis might find him. Nope, W, I believe, spotted him out, so they are aware that Artanis is there.
Yeah. Nemesis opening to bot side, taking over the lane, and probably sending up the Cho'Gath to top so that they can have decent lane assignments with the AD carry in the mid lane, Crowny in the mid lane as Dragon spawns. And using this, they'll get full pressure down in bot side. I imagine what they can do as well is just take control of the enemy bot side jungle. And because Los Ratones are probably stronger at this point, given the lead they've gotten in the early game, one item on the Zeri is pretty strong and impactful. I would say they're probably going to look to contest this. You can see Reckless on the map, trying to secure vision, using the slipperiness that the Rakan offers to secure vision around on Tribush.
I mean, Los Ratones have already built themselves a 1,500 gold lead over Bulldog, and it's 1 kill apiece. It's 11 minutes in the game. Blackfire Torch, Yuntail's finished up. 2 carries of items, but Bulldog, they're going to take this opportunity to jump in. Artanis goes forwards with a monkey spin, trying to get that Cyclone off Velia, able to break away with his ultimate running. Finally is going to wear out. Couple of ultimates burnt there. Artanis goes in for the second Cyclone onto Velia, gets hit by the W. No, he's just about able to escape, but Artanis able to find himself the kill in response. Crownie, though, seeing if an opportunity for a bit more burst damage comes out. Faust eats up on the trap, slow comes down. It is a 5 versus 4 right now in the favor of Bulldog, but the crab was secured there by Los Ratones, so they know what's going on. Reckless jumps in, flashes out, finds a knock onto a couple of players as Nemesis makes his way forward. Scatter the Weak only hits onto 1. And this is just Bulldog's Dragon. There's nothing Los Ratones can do but watch.
Yeah, I really don't like it from Los Ratones. Trying to fight after you lose Zeri ulti as well. When it times out, you're really not that much of a champion in the early game, especially. Zeri is super ult dependent, so then having to back off after, kind of conceding. And it looks like Bao's TP stopped to try and find something. A cross map on the top lane platings in order to get some gold off of the back of that play, but it's a really nice play from Artanis. I want to highlight Artanis on the Wukong there. Held the R2 for such a long time, and it felt like, to me at least, that the Wukong ultimate, the Cyclone, actually expired, the stack that he had of it to use the second one. But he held it for the longest time that you possibly could. Snapped off the Velia with the R2 and found a pick. It was super nice.
Yeah, really, really clean there from Bulldog. And, you know, a roster that had a pretty decent run last split, actually. They look really good, and they changed a lot up, bringing in a bunch of new players, you know, keeping Kasing, but other than that, massive shuffle round for this roster. And opening up with, you know, being able to find that little team fight, well, more of a skirmish than a team fight, victory over Los Ratones is really nice. And it has now pulled the gold lead back somewhat. I say that, it's actually slightly higher, but it's still a very, very tight game for them. They've got a lot to do if they want to, you know, get control over it. But it's those little plays, it's those little things that can, you know, be the tide changer for you.
Yeah, the gold lead is going to be quite substantial because of the plating diff, as well as the CS lead top lane. It was about 30 last I checked, but now it's closing out a little bit. Baus is kind of just messying right now. Gonna try and take control of the top side right now, but Baus is getting collapsed on by the Alistar. Bear in mind, Kasing has Ignite.
Yeah, I don't really think Baus is going to be able to survive this one. He's full AP, getting a fair amount of damage off of the Kasing. Does get knocked out of the Deadly Flourish, but not under any real threat here. Baus goes for a knock up onto Dream, and that is going to be the feat of Warfare secured there for the side of Bulldog.
Yeah, it's a great pick onto Baus, disrespecting the potential flank. I mean, it's a creative flank as well by Kasing. Now, Kasing has TP, so if he looks to TP on a flank potentially...
Oh, Dream! He's hit by the slow, hit by the knock-up, and that should just be Crownie securing the kill. Artanis is trying to make the escape, gets the monkey spin off, gets the second clone down, another spin comes in, they find the knock-up as Artanis is actually able to escape, he survives, he gets the kill, and now Velia has been left on his own. Bulldog start to rip Los Ratones apart. Nemesis with the outplay button secures the kill onto Artanis, but the damage has been done.
Kasing collapses with the Spellbook teleport and finds his way there after Artanis by so much time with the double Cyclone and the clone in general. It's a crazy amount of time that he managed to buy, and honestly, it's such a good look for Artanis on this roster. Rookie coming in has been incredibly impressive in these fights.
He's been, honestly, Artanis has had an amazing, amazing game so far. You know, your opening on the first game of the series is a hard one, but you go toe-to-toe with Los Ratones and you fight them. Not going to be able to find this kill. Painful just trading out, catches the rest of the wave.
I think, the ulti from the Orianna kind of knocked Nemesis out of the way of the Deadly Flourish, so the snare wasn't there, but he's going to this replay real quick. It's a nice engage from Reckless, I believe. Crowning pulls the trigger, Dream gets engaged on, but look how much time Artanis on the Wukong buys. He buys so much time with a double knock and the clone out afterwards, or beforehand rather, and that buys time as well for Kasing to come, who has just TP'd in with Spellbook. His Zero is super fed, easily allowed to scale, and this is exactly what Gwen does, right? Comes to every single team fight after a certain amount of time, and it's just Thanos. This champion is just insane. Refarming into team fights is exactly what she wants to do, and that's what his Zero does.
And now we are starting to see the items, apart from mid lane, start to settle out. You know, Dream's been able to pick up his Ghost Blade, you got the Ludens onto Painful. Like, everyone is getting their first item. The problem is Nemesis has a Cosmic Drive and a Blackfire Torch.
Yeah, Nemesis is big. So Nemesis is
huge. That is terrifying. 1,500 gold lead between the two mid laners here. Nemesis starting to be a bit of a menace. 92 stacks as well on the Syndra. It's 120 is the Execute.
He's an entire item up.
It's crazy.
Mid lane counterpart. They must have allocated so much gold through platings onto him as he gets attacked by his Zero.
Hezero's
He's
actually
just
doing
dead.
a fair amount of damage. I think Nemesis might just be giving the shutdown over. Hezero finds the solo kill. 3-1 on the Gwen.
Yeah,
They
you aren't
blind
winning
picked
in the
this,
melee
Hunter
range
didn't.
there. Yeah, you aren't winning in melee range there versus the Gwen. That's rough. I mean, Velia's looking for the collapse. I'm not sure he gets it, but we'll take a look.
It does look like Reckless is making his way over. Hezero gets flashed onto, has his own flash, breaks away, wind becomes lightning. Reckless has popped the ultimate. There's the W for a bit of resources. W's not going to make enough as Hezero
out.
able to escape. Wind become lightning
Oh, he
hits and
wants it.
Velia,
Velia wants
he's
it.
chasing, he wants the E, but the tower ramp up gets too much. Los Ratones cannot get revenge for their mid laner.
Yeah, they're going to place down the Herald to potentially look for a tier 2 here. I'm not sure they finish it, but maybe they will with Crowny DPSing. Yeah, they've got grubs. It should be all good. In the mid lane, it looks like Bowsy manages to wave clear any kind of cross-map play in the mid. But a bit shaky. Deaths across the board for Los Ratones. A big spike for Syndra, although she does have the scaling win con, is mitigated because of a death versus the face-checking of P0. And Crowny, really going to look for a recall now. After getting all that tier 2 gold, he's going to be huge. That's a completed item for sure in base.
All right, let's have a look at the items as well. Just another quick check-in on this one. Oh no!
my
I thought he
God.
went to steal it. He went for the flash. He didn't quite find it.
69 health
Artanis is
left.
losing a lot of HP though. Bounce going low as well. In jumps the monkey spin. Artanis trying to just keep them going. Painful makes his way over, gets the shockwave down onto the 2. Velio will fall as well. Bulldog collapsing in, securing kills left, right, and center as Nemesis is the only one left standing. Snip, snip, and down he falls. Only one for Los Ratones stands. Bulldog. They have teeth.
Yeah, Bulldog really popping off and finding picks across the map here. You can see Crowny as well, just accepted his fate. He didn't recall. He was still looking for gold to get a recall off and to find enough gold to complete his Phantom Dancer or whatever item he's building next. I'm not sure what happened here. Oh yeah, it starts with Baus trying to steal a dragon, fails that, and then dies.
Yeah.
And because they have no feast left, they have no gas. And in the end, it's just Baus getting DPS down. Nemesis is going to get caught in a choke point here as well, because he Zero is flanking, and they're forced to all run away. It's a losing fight for LR.
I mean, LR, they look scattered in this fight. They just were not on the same page. And Bulldog, genuinely surprised, but they have been very put together. This is a team we're running with, you know, a very clear win condition. I say this as Dream needs to be careful. He's just going to get unleashed power and executed there by Nemesis.
That's a pop. Yeah, the execute there at low HP. That's a lot of damage. Dream finds himself falling to Nemesis right there. Atacon is spawning soon. I wonder if there'll be any angle there. I say that. LR.
Oh,
Might have picked up the Painful.
You're going down. Crowny's able to get the kill. That's his second of the game. It is a bit of a bloodbath, and the gold lead at one point did swing a lot further away from Bulldog, but Los Ratones, all of this tower taking they've done hasn't really accrued into too much of a significant lead where they can steamroll this game, because Bulldog willing to go toe-to-toe with them. Reckless gets head butted away, doesn't get pulverized as in comes Spouse, misses the knock-up. They do get the damage on Kasing.
Yes,
I
Feast.
think he might be in danger, though Artanis tries to jump in, gets scattered back for a second here. The slows are starting to be a bit too much as Spouse is able to find the kill. The monkey spin is going to knock them up, but it's not going to do enough. The needlework is pretty huge, though. Massive stun onto his hero as he's just breaking away. Still has a couple of needles to go. It's just going to buy himself space as Crowny can jump the wall. Wind become lightning will not make the connection. His hero able to jump away. That could just be the Akshan over to the side of Los Ratones. It's not Akshan, that's a champion. Atakan.
I wasn't going to say anything, but that's so funny. It's the action to Los Ratones.
I mean, it's different.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? It's a bit, yeah.
He used to have a revive, to be fair.
He has a boomerang. He doesn't have that anymore. But no,
bigger.
I mean, it's a bit of a tragedy, isn't it, for Bulldog? I mean, they were in such a good winning position. We were praising them, and then Painful gets picked. It was a pick down in bot side. Then Painful got picked, and then there was a team fight up top side. Kasing gets collapsed on and feasted on. I don't know what happened, but they fell apart so hard in the last 3 minutes to the point where it just looks terrible for them now.
Yeah, I can't really put my finger on what's been going on here, but I think maybe it's a mixture of maybe a bit of confidence or even a lack of confidence as well, where they got maybe a little carried away, like, oh my god, we're doing it. We're actually you know, fighting Los Ratones and coming out on top in some of these fights, and then you get a little over eager and
I think
make
the
a mistake.
Syndra, the Nemesis Syndra is doing a lot of work finding picks, and the damage he's had with his ultimate, given that he scaled a lot with his stacks, has been great on the picks that they found.
Yeah.
And it really is, it feels like Bulldog just mispositioning in the mid game, getting caught out, disrespecting potential of the picks from Los Ratones, and throwing their lead, really unfortunately. Crowny can avoid the deadly flourish just fine as Los Ratones tried to take control of topside, but Kasing might have something to say about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to kind of gatekeep this part of the jungle, but is slowly going to get forced out as the wards are cleared and the vision gets shallower for the side of Bulldogs. For Bulldog, although they have a lot of wards on the blue side of Los Ratones, so I don't really know what they were planning on warding up for there, because Baron's not up for a little bit. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, though, and the vision in the area is way more in control of Los Ratones. Like, Bulldog unable to really step beyond their tier 1 towers safely right now. You can see they're playing very shallow into this jungle, going to clear out some of these wards. Zero does get hit by the E there from Velia, gets jumped onto.
Ooh,
just
Velia?
go for a little bit of a trade. I think Velia maybe being a little bit too overeager. They have to be careful, though. Nemesis Scatter the Week has been the biggest decider for them in these. That's it being used, so that's a good opportunity to jump in. They find the headbutt pulver onto Reckless. Reckless throws down the quickness, but he is going low. Another slam in onto him. Knock-up hits onto a couple of people as Artanes has to flash out. Dream trying to find some openings for some damage. Kasing finds some knock-up, but Baus is just going to gobble him whole as people are dropping left, right, and center. A double kill for his Zero, but he's taken out in response as a 2 for 2. But Crowny will turn it around with a triple. He's now chasing on for another Dream, being run down here as Crowny will go for the quadra. The knock-up comes in. Los Ratones get Crowny the quad.
A quadra kill for Crowny is crazy in the first game back. I mean, honestly, that entire play starts off with Reckless looking super juicy, so Bulldog tried to pounce on him, but the slipperiness of the Rakan, he ulties and just gets out with the W of the wall, or the E rather. Take a look at this. Reckless, he looks super good here. They're trying to make a pick, but he lives through all the burst, dashes over the wall, and now the whole of Bulldog are funneled into this choke and takes so much AoE damage. It looks like for a second as well, E0 might just clean up the fight. He snips Nemesis down, completely one-shots him, but it isn't enough. Crowny's completely unleashed. All the cooldowns are used, and Bulldog, they can't peel him anymore.
That is an absolutely crazy fight. I really felt like Bulldog had an opening in there, but the problem is you're looking at Dream, who is rocking a rapid fire cannon, and the Ghost Blade versus, you know, you got the Hurricane, you got the Yontal onto Crowny. He's just hitting everybody. It's really, really hard to deal with him. And now Reckless upgrading those Merc Treads. I know you're a bit of a Merc Tread salesman. I'm sure we'll talk about that later today.
Yeah, I am definitely a Merc Tread salesman. They are pretty OP, the tier 3 ones.
He's going to be so hard to one-shot. I mean, you've got Painful and Hizero now have a little bit of extra Magic Shield to get through before they can find the kill onto him. He's got the Locket Shield as well. He is going to be very hard to kill considering how slippery the Rakan is.
Yeah, exactly. Rakan, general super slippery. Combine that with Merc Treads, and there aren't that many answers in the game for him. Bausey, I don't think wins in the 1v1 at the moment. The snips can do a lot of damage here. I mean, I'd be a little bit concerned, although I might just be wrong.
Well, I think Zero actually takes too many tower shots here. He's going low. No. The knockup goes wide. It's Zero. The minion going to finish him off. He's just healing up. Teleport's coming in. I don't think Zero survives this. Baus goes for his own flank teleport. Zero dashes the wall. Rupture goes wide.
Oh, no, Crowny's coming.
Crowny's coming in. I don't think Zero's going to go for long. Does able to dodge away from the W there. Oh, my word. I think Zero fumbled that a little hard, I'm honest with you.
Have you seen Six Pack on Reels? It felt like one of those clips. If you know, you know.
I don't know, but Velia, he's found himself in a bit of danger here. The curtain has been called, and he has gone super low. 2 quick kills for Bulldog. No teleport for Baus either. He used it earlier. This could be a very quick Baron. You've got the Gwen. You've got the damage.
Oh, no,
but Kasing, he just eats Nemesis ultimate. Able to survive it. Painful. Big Shockwave could be a massive game changer here, although it's on cooldown, so he can't do that. Baron going low. No jungler available. Baus has the feast, so they have to turn around. They find the root onto him. Zero's just going to put the damage into Baus. Baus starting to lose a little bit too much HP here. Finds the rupture onto Painful. Painful, no flash. He gets caught by the knockup. He's going to have to sacrifice himself. Baron is secured. Kasing will go down as well. An honorable sacrifice for the 2 players there to make sure the rest of the team get Baron and get out.
Yeah, 2 sacrifices for an Ashe is a trade I'd take every single day. It's a great pick, honestly. Onto Velia on the face check in the bush next to Baron, and punishing the over-aggression of Velia.
Yeah.
I mean, they just have to clear these waves, and then they can potentially siege and take the low HP tier 1s in top and mid.
Yeah, I honestly, Velia's kind of been a bit of a problem here for Los Ratones in this first game back. 0, 5, and 7. Not having a particularly great performance. He's constantly getting caught out. Speaking of which,
no W.
0, you are gone. There is no way you're going to survive that one.
Yeah, disrespectful pathing through the jungle, but excellent play by LR, walking straight through the end of jungle to walk into that bush and wait.
That's crucial.
No W there on the Gwen. Yeah, no W on the Gwen, so he just eats the full combo. It's just too much damage.
And that's 2 players now with the Baron instead of 3. 0 kind of threw that one out the window a little bit. So,
and the problem is also the death time, and now it's staggered the spawns, and you won't really get a siege as much. So really, really rough there. But they still should have time to be able to take top and mid.
You'd really hope, but they're playing very passively off it. Dream's now finished up the Infinity Edge, so he's 3 items in, but I think Crownie's about to finish his Lord Doms. Might have to hold that fort, though, because Reckless does get himself momentarily caught out. Stops Crownie's reset, but that's going to be all she wrote. This Baron is not done anything, actually. It's a very stall Baron here. They've not done anything at all.
Yeah, they've got to wait for his Zero. His Zero also doesn't have TP, so he's running top as soon as he can. I think Baus, the ideal scenario for Bulldog here with this Nash is that Baus overextends and they find a pick, and then they can use it to siege and maybe take a tier 1, but that's the best case.
Artanis, sorry. Artorias is an old top laner.
Yeah, that was one of the top laners I played against.
Yeah, I just saw ART and just my head went to there. Old school player from the scene.
Yeah, I think
was seen. Or is that a bug? Oh, it's a bug.
It's a visual bug.
He's
You're
got
right.
the
He's
eyes
got the
above his
got
head.
the eyes
He's
over
not
him.
been seen. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the Nash is going to be used for absolutely nothing, and they're just going to move in to take Dragon and try to get to Soul Point here if you decide a Bulldog, but that's going to be really, really rough. Their vision's going to be swept away now by Reckless as he's accompanied by the rest of the Los Ratones into the bot side jungle, and this is going to make it really hard for anyone to face check. Now you've got to face check with Kasing and his ultimate and pray that you don't get absolutely one-shot as you attempt to.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed in Bulldog here. I think they've done a fantastic job of kind of breaking the expectations of this game, but they get the Baron and they don't do anything with it.
The early was good. They got the Nash, but then it just felt like the step after wasn't there. Like they couldn't continue afterwards, and they just fell apart. But it's a good thing. It's a good start. It's a good thing to see for a new team as you've got a face check now. Kasing pulls the trigger.
Ellie gets caught, dodges around the deadly flourish. Baus finds painful, just jumps in forwards. Knockup doesn't do enough. Sing's able to jump away at the curtain call, doesn't really get too much damage off as his Zero is one shot by the Chomp. And again, no Gwen. Bulldog just have to back off. They may just try and cross map for the top lane tower. This is only Dragon number 3 for Los Ratones, so it's not Soul.
Yeah, you can't drain tank as a Gwen if you get chomped, I fear. That is what happened when Baus pressed R on him. Nemesis is going to throw away the red buff. That's a global red. That really matters.
Oh, was that a shockwave? No, it wasn't. It just... Painful did shockwave, just completely whiffed it. Artanis is forced to use the Cyclone just to try and escape, but they have the slows, they have the lockdowns. He's able to get the second Cyclone off, throw a clone down. Dream's going to get jumped onto by Crownie as he just flashes away underneath the tower. Baus has a nobble. On to Kasing, feasts him up, finishes him down. Tower will fall next. Inhibitor will be next to follow. And honestly, it felt like there was a bit of a fight left in here, Bulldog, but they just folded.
Yeah.
Once Los Ratones got a control of this game, they just made sure that it is over for them. His Hero has to make the hero play happen. There's no feast onto Baus as he is eaten, and maybe a bit of damage can come through, but Dream is popped, and that is going to be the end of the game. Knock up onto the monkey. Not much they can do about this one. He's scattered. He's finished up with the unleashed power. Los Ratones will take the first game of the split.
Yeah, a shaky game, but honestly, ultimately, it was Los Ratones abusing their pick potential and finding really good picks in the mid game. I think this shouldn't be anything here, Crownie. I believe LR are just playing with their food. Oh, the sombrero.
It's sombrero from Painful into the 3-man pole. It's not going to be enough. They find the knock-up, they find the kill, they find the Nexus. 31 minutes on the clock. That was a good game. That was a really good game, to be honest. Like, Los Ratones made a few mistakes. I think Velia was maybe either a little disrespectful or kind of not just aware of the picks that were going to come through onto him. And Bulldog a lot more fight in them than I expected. I was really pleasantly surprised by them there.
I think there was an early sequence where they got caught in top in bot lane, and then again afterwards as 3 people with Kasing getting chomped, and that's really the turning point that happened with Bulldog. And before that, I really thought they were in the driver's seat. They could have won. Just closing out games is rough versus Lost Ratones' mid game. I think,
Yeah,
it's a bit difficult.
it was a rough tail end to that game there, but Bulldog, a team who I think we'll watch with great interest because that was a really explosive game one for them. We're going to throw it over to a break though, and when we're back, we'll have our analyst there to talk a little bit more about that game once we see it, mate.
And we are back after this game. LR takes the W at the end of the first game. But I do believe there's a lot to take from this game. Bulldog's new roster, it shows promise. What can we take from this one?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to just start simply, right? You're a brand new roster, two 17-year-olds, and you play against the back-to-back EMEA Master Champion. You make some good calls, you make some good fights, you know, hitting a Baron, you denied a good soul as well. You had some promise, yes, there were some mistakes, but you can definitely build on this.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think for me, the big thing was just the reads on the map a lot of the time were really solid, really solid, whether it came to cross-mapping. Outside of really the first 15 or 14 minutes or so, I do feel like definitely Bulldog were a little bit dizzy dealing with some of those early lane swaps, but beyond that, afterwards, it was actually pretty damn good from the side of Bulldog here. So honestly, despite the result not going their way, I think there's a lot to hold their head up high with. Whether it's also Artonis, I think Artonis had a pretty solid Wukong game, so I'm looking forward to seeing his second game of the day. Kasing as well paired up with him very nicely. I do feel a little bit bad for Dream because I think that was a game where like Jin feels very good for that Bulldog composition, but it's also a little bit difficult to navigate into LR's, you know, dive if the initial engage tools that you have on Bulldog don't go well. So whilst it was definitely maybe a little bit of a lackluster game overall, and there were certainly some, you know, decisions that he made around, like, you know, not flashing certain abilities that really kind of got LR back into decent winning sequences. I think the two rookies, in particular from Bulldog, had really good first-time showings.
I also believe Nemesis was a menace. He was just smurfing all around with that Scatter of the Week. That guy, he needs to be studied. Too good. As we move to the second game of the day, it's going to be DMG versus LLS. Also a lot of changes, but you said this before, Duckling. El Clásico. By the way, this is how you pronounce it.
The classic can. You know, you want to speak Scandinavian here. We're not some Spanish people who play some fancy stuff over there, right? This is good old League of Legends in the north.
I hate
Sweden versus Norway. I can tell you, I'm a Dane. I hate my Swedes. And my research says that apparently
Hate is a strong word.
Norway.
word.
No. Look, Norway and Sweden also hate each other. That's the brotherhood we've got in Scandinavia. We secretly know each other are good countries, but publicly we hate each other, right? I mean, that's kind of the way it has to go. So I'm not involved in this personally, but I know the hate between those two are strong, and that's what the Classigan has led to, right? Two teams who are very close competitively to each other. The all-time record is 6 for Lightside, 4 for DMG. So whenever you tune into one of these, you never really know who's going to come out on top.
So you're telling me this is going to be a big game. Okay. When you look into the rosters, when you look into the teams, which one do you want to start with so we can talk about it? There you go, DMG. You know what? It's really confusing to see Lulish over there. But we need to talk about the whole squad. What can we say about DMG, boys?
I mean, I'll let Duckling take this because I know he's particularly excited about the DMG lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I am excited for the DMG lineup. I do genuinely like this theory crafting of a roster where you take some veterans who you know will provide the foundation for your youth to shine. You saw it from Bulldog now with their roster as well, right? Some big names, some veterans. DMG has had the same approach for a long time. They've added Lulis, who I think is very good at providing a good foundation for the youth to shine in. They've gotten Phantomista, who might not be as strong in the laning phase as Bisco, but is very strong on the side lanes in terms of when to push the wave, when to go for the tower, when to fall back, etc. These macro decisions, you could say. That's one of his strengths from what I've heard. And then Chance in the top lane. He might not speak English, but I heard he likes to buy a Hextech rocket build, and I'm very excited for that as well on the AP scaling.
Okay, when we start talking about this team, you talked about the mid lane, at least for DMG. What would you like to bring up with this one, or for the LLS? I think it's a talking point for Bizguard, correct? Popping
Yeah,
up
I mean,
out of nowhere.
that's the main one. I just want to hold a quick sermon, a bit of a gathering. Rest in peace, Fist Lightside. Harbo is no longer on the lineup.
Okay.
You know, obviously, I had a bit of a love-hate relationship with Harbo. I wish him well in his new ventures. He has been replaced by Bizguard, and functionally, I do feel like they are quite similar players, right? They're both, mage first players, leaning a little bit more towards the utilitarian side of things, right? And I'm actually hoping that this is going to really lend to the finished product of this light side lineup, particularly because of the jungle, right? Bizgard, I think, had a phenomenal split on DMG, you know, playing his first team, or his first team here at the NLC, or his first game against his old team in the NLC, where he had such a strong performance on, is something to obviously look at. But I think it also lends, like I was saying, really nicely into the jungle, because they picked up Slice, who is through and through, and I'd love if we could bring up the graphics point that we have on him, through and through, like a through the system rookie, right? He's come up through all of the national leagues, basically. He's always been regarded as one of the stronger individual talents, and I feel like this potential pairing of him and Bizgard could really do a lot of work, because the kind of player that Slice is, much like Artemis, actually, Slice likes to get his hands a little bit dirty on some of these carry picks as well. So having a player like Bizgard, who for the most part throughout this year has had a really, really strong and consistent performance, to me speaks potential in my mind of also setting up Slice as we get onto this summer split.
Yeah, I mean, Slice is really, really good. He's aggressive, and sadly, I've seen him destroy my Danish teams when they've played, you know, cross-country down below many times now, and I'm really excited to see if he can take the step up, because when he is able to take agency of a game, he is really dominant. Kha'Zix could be added to this champion pool as well, one of his most played competitively. He has these agency junglers in his pocket, and man, when he gets going, he's just a treat to watch.
Okay, so this is a wrap-up for this team. We also wanted to talk about Chance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That would be another opportunity. Tell me about what?
Yeah,
Okay,
Chance
explain
is
to me. Yeah.
replacing the much beloved Bucci, who's also a big part of this rivalry, right? Who came through light side, then on DMG where he had his most success, and he was very much known for his Cassante. I have been told that the Cassante that Chance brings is just as good, if not a little bit better, than what Bucci could perform on that champion. So even though Cassante might not be the most fun champion to watch, I am very much looking forward to see Chance get a chance on that champion. He does also like to buy proto build when he plays AP scaling champions, and I've been told they just need AP scaling, then he will feel comfortable buying it, and I'm very excited to see if he'll pull that out on some weird champions. And in terms of his laning phase, he's apparently very, very good in laning. I've told he really just likes to, you know, slap the hammer down, find a solo kill, and you know, take control. And haven't seen it myself, but every reference I could find has, you know, been tingling in my brain as this is exciting. I'm looking forward to this. I want to watch what this guy can bring to the server, as he has been playing in the lower level of Turkish League of Legends.
So what you're describing to me is the Bucci from Aurora Cup, where Bucci was extreme, like would like to punish people, would be aggressive, would adapt to the team. That was like prime Bucci. So you're telling me Chance is the prime Bucci, and what we got afterwards was like the discount version of Bucci, and we're now back into the good Bucci. Chance.
Maybe it's the Turkish Bucci. I'm very excited for it regardless, and I think...
Because I know
big
Bucci's
shoes to
watching
fill,
this,
right?
by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Bucci was a big name in on DMG, in the league for his interview, right? A big personality here.
Yeah.
So shoes to fill for this young rookie coming out of Turkey, but I'm very excited to see if he can fulfill that. I think what a game to start in as well, right? El Clasican, with, you know, these two teams swapping players, D-Score going now to light side from DMG, and yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll be a banger.
Okay, we're about to jump into that champion select. We're just waiting for the players to be ready before we can do this. It's the best of one. Keep that in mind. Los Ratones are the one leading the group so far. It's only one game. Jamara and Duckling. While we're waiting for the players, I'm gonna ask about, because I'm getting something in my ear. You know what? Okay, yeah. I'll talk about that Duckling. But I want to talk right now about who do you think is gonna win and why. When you put all the pieces together, I know we haven't seen them. I know. It's going to be a wild card. And I know you made the predictions. I don't care about that. Let me know why the team you believe is going to win is going to win.
Well, for me, I'm leaning a little bit here into light side, just because I'm kind of excited about this lineup. I think on paper, things just kind of make sense. They've got a very consistent mid lane, like we spoke about in Bizgard, a new, young, I would like to hope, hungry, given this is his first opportunity at ERL 1 jungler in Slice. And then, you know, I feel like they've got a very consistent top laner who isn't really going to be up to flip shenanigans, though, hey, like, you never know, right? And then a bot lane that I think by most metrics that I could find and look at, of course, Golden Penny, we had last split. He's going to not be playing this opening game. We'll see him in game 2, if memory serves me right. Oh no, I'm thinking of a different lineup. Apologies for that.
Tomorrow, yeah.
But Golden Penny as well. There's a lot of teams sometimes. I'm doing everything, so brain mush. But Golden Penny as well, who individually I think a lot of us had very, very nice things and positive things to say about Arvis performances throughout this year. So I'm really hoping that this lineup just kind of stays the course, plays probably a very standard version of League of Legends, or tries to lean into perhaps some of Slice's more out there picks at times to really try and, shake things up for the opponent.
Yeah.
Okay, definitely.
I am leaning DMG. I did also vote DMG, and I do stand on that prediction. I think it will be a close game. History does say that, but the big reason I want to say, there are many, but I'm going to focus on one here. Lulas, Fateski, and Kolmski, and the coach have all worked together before. They have a previous understanding of how they want to play the game, how each other work, and the biggest strength in these four knowing each other is the Kolmski-Lulas pre-existing synergy that I think will be the advantage they have coming into the game, right? Jungle support, normally very important when you roam around the map, your timers for, your void crops or whatever. This is where they will shine together, because they'll be on tempo, they'll be on the reset. They won't just have played together for 2 days, no. They know what each other want, they know what each other need, and they'll be on the same page from the beginning, which is why I think DMG might shock some people in the beginning, because there's this pre-established synergy.
Hey, that makes sense. Now, for the other point in the story of these two teams is regarding the points and staying within the NLC. This is important because even though we have like the big top dogs of the league, the other teams have to fight for relegations and to stay alive within the team. And if I'm not mistaken, Duckling, this is what we wanted to bring it up, DMG and Light Side are kind of close on that matter, right?
Yeah, I mean, they are right now the two teams with the fewest points. Let's make it clear, there are other teams that could be dragged down into the dogfight. But both DMG and Light Side, storied NLC organizations, are currently at the bottom. They need this split to go their way. There will be no second chance if they fall flat here. If both have splits they're not happy with, that I know that having talked with both organizations, right? They left 2024 with their best splits ever, and 2025 has just not lived up to the expectations they've had and the ambitions they have had for themselves. And now, in a bit of a rival matchup, they want to get off to a good foot because this split has to be the split where you drag yourself out of the relegation battle and guarantee your spot for 2026.
Yeah, we often talk about the teams that win, we forget about the teams that need to stay alive within the Rift. And Jamada, when you look, I mean, you've worked with a lot of legends before. When you look into the stacked NLC currently, where you're looking like, this is not a retirement house. This is like people rebuilding their brand right now and bringing back these legends. All these newcomers have to fight versus those legends. It's not easy to survive within the NLC environment.
No. Even when we have gone through periods where the region isn't as stacked as it currently is, things are still very competitive. You would see lineups that you would expect, at the very least, top 4, kind of just borderline just crashing and burning, right? A lot of the time. So things don't always go the way that you expect them to. But especially when you're in the position of, teams like DMG and Lightside, where by championship points, things, and it's obviously not something we've spoken about for a lot of the year because it's only really relevant towards the end. But when you're in this position, every win starts to matter like a lot more, and for some teams that can crush them. For others, it, as the saying goes, pressure creates diamonds, and that's when you really start to kind of get out your Cinderella stories and things of this nature. And I feel like, in all fairness, Lightside and DMG have equipped themselves with the kind of rosters I feel like can certainly thrive under those kind of environments. And I do hope, for not just the organization's sake, but of course the players' sakes, that they can find some success. And I think starting off on day one of the split against one another is in some ways a little bit poetic, and obviously getting off to the right foot in that journey of recovery is obviously very important.
Yeah, because for instance, BDG played versus Los Ratones to begin the day. It was an L at the end of the day, but still they put on a good performance. And then you're like, okay, we're done with LR. But when you move out of seeding stage, you might have to face something like, Sinkox, or even Yankas, or even Vizichachi. It's It's complicated. I think ERL overall, when you look into EMEA Masters environments, almost every region have legends coming in from the LEC and playing within the ERLs. And NLC at this moment is like dog eat dog world. And even though you want to bring these talents, like for instance, Fang, who proved himself on the previous 2 splits, like it's really hard if you want to make a name for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the NLC is stronger than ever, right? And I think these 2 organizations have really tasted that firsthand when you compare to how they ended 2024. Because they ended on record highs, right? DMG made it to EMEA Masters, finishing 4th. Lightside almost made playoff in what was their highest finish ever, 5th place. And having talked with Lightside today, I know if they finish 5th this split, it would mean so much more because the teams they're competing against, the level of the NLC has just risen exponentially. A 5th place last year is not the same as a 5th place this year because the competition you're facing is so much tougher. And I know it's an achievement that would mean so much more because you've done it against, the legendary players like Yankers, Reckless, and whatever.
And somehow Hipran was telling us on break that he wanted to form a team in play when you have to play versus these legends. And we had to deal with Hipran in mid lane. I mean, I'm so sorry that this is we're just waiting for the players to be ready to start the game. No, we just... Oh, someone joined out of nowhere. I was like, wait, is this Hipran invading our call? What?
Are we gonna get some? Are we gonna get some comms yet? We just for a little bit of clarity, we're having some tournament realm issues, which are hopefully we're on the back end of them being resolved. So we should be getting into Champ Select relatively soon. Fingers crossed. And yeah, that's what's been keeping us here. Looking at some of our beautiful faces.
Oh, Duckling wants to yap.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I have a question for you actually, Ashram.
For me!
I'm wondering, I know I'm proud of my national bias here, right? I'm looking at a roster here from DMG, which has 2 Portuguese players, and someone, Phantomisto in the mid lane, who's most recently played in the LP LoL. Can you feel your heart, pacing a little bit? Are you proud? Are you excited to see some of your own regional talent, or have you just given up on Portuguese League of Legends?
Wow! I was one of the founders of LPLO, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was one of the founders of the TO. I was a tournament organizer back then, with being a caster as well. To be honest, ever since I moved to Germany in 2022, I was like, I'm now NLC. I'm Portuguese, and that's my excuse to everything. But my blood is the northern region. I'm so sorry. I'm adopted at the moment. Hey, good for LPLO. Love Portugal. I still live here, by the way. Cool place. A lot of cool cities as well. Food as well. We have really cool foods. Not like you promised us in Denmark and then you took us to ramen. But at the end of the day, to me, it's like I was adopted by the NLC. I'm now NLC.
Yeah, I respect that. I think you've committed well to the region, right? You've been here a while now. You've seen some up and downs in the NLC, that's for sure.
Yes.
If there is one thing, and this is very different from what we were just talking about, it's actually one thing in terms of draft that I think is something I rarely see. We have 2 supports here who heavily prefer to play enchanters. Yes, Kormsky plays a lot of engages because he's forced to. He's very much known as an enchanter player. And the rookie they've brought up from Lightside as well is a big enchanter player. You normally see them, in your game 4s, game 5s, and fearless when the engage supports are out there. But I'm going to make a bold prediction. If there's one best of one where you'll see double enchanter supports, this is the game. I think they could just handshake it and say, I know you like it, I know I like it, let's just agree we play enchanters. And then you see some double range bot lanes. But we'll see when the draft comes, though. That's just an early prediction I want to get out there, because if it happens, I want to look very good on that one, because, I think
Jamada,
cool to see.
you want to say it or do I say it?
No, go ahead, Unk. You let him down.
No, I believe that's a crime, what you're saying.
Why is
No.
that a crime?
It is a crime. In 2022, I was really fond of Pantheon, and Pantheon was played because someone was sorry of my existence. It was not meta. Wait for your timing, it will show up when it's necessary. And bringing enchanters back like Yumi, go wash your mouth.
Yeah, let's keep
I'm
the
sorry.
Yumis to a minimum.
Okay.
Let's keep that to a minimum. I mean, hey, look, I'm a Kane guy.
If it happens, Yamada, we're done.
I know we're
I'm
done.
gonna
I mean,
cook
to be
you both.
fair, funnily enough, just to give you a bit of insight, and I'm sure they won't mind because they are both just they're ex teammates. They're just joshing with each other. Bizgard asked in the lobby chat if Karpsky's gonna be one Sona. So Duckling might be onto something at the end of the day. You know, he is. Bizgard knows his old support very well. So maybe, just maybe, that Enchanter call out has an air of truth to it. It will always depend on. I think, you know, when it comes to Enchanters, it's the AD matchups that are usually, you know, the dictating factor, right? In pro play, just because obviously out of the support role, they've kind of been relegated for a very long time to, hey, are you playing the reliable engaged champion or not, right? And if all of those champions are out, as we've seen from, you know, Fearless Draft being in the game now for half the year, that's about the only time you get an excuse to play those enchanters, and even then, it's like, well, you know, what if Tarek's playable here? You know, like, what about let's try and find Shen. Yeah, Shen's a great support, right? Like,
Hey,
you know,
Twisted Fate is
you know, there was a Twisted Fate hover, like, yeah, like, and I was hearing whispers down the tree that we were getting those Twisted Fate support, you know, games. I honestly don't know when or where it would ever be good,
or why.
But why, but I know that's what they were playing. So, yeah, obviously a lot of interesting support picks, and Fearless in some ways has given us, at the very least, I'll say that sometimes in like Game 4 and 5 we get to see supports we probably wouldn't get to see much of otherwise.
And you know what? If you want to learn more about Fearless, there might be a video incoming about it, coming in from an individual called Jamada. Eventually, at least
sometime, yeah, at some point, it's in
next month.
2026.
It's probably gonna end up being next month.
Wow.
Because it's not sequenced to come out after my next video. So
it's not even in line.
No,
Okay.
well, it's in line. It's just not next in line, right?
So can we get a sneak peek of the topic for the next one?
Sure. Well, because it seems like we have time to burn. Just start talking about
No,
ourselves. Run out of analytical points. Like at this point, we just
How are you doing,
obviously,
chat?
I've been doing hi chat. I've been making some informative content as of late. This Fearless video, I want to kind of take a look at Fearless neutrally. Obviously, I've been very vocally outspoken on my overall dislike for the drawbacks of Fearless.
Really?
But yeah, and I have been since last year. I think I might be one of the few people who since last year when they introduced and at the time it was soft Fearless to the LPL, I've always been saying like I can see it's so this is the thing. It's fun and it does have its strategic, you know, aspects to it too. But I think there are some things and almost kind of what's the word? Like there's certain sacred things that feel lost from traditional draft being out, right? I think that teams lose a lot of
NAR 5 games in a row.
Well, not necessarily that, but you know, teams losing, you know, identity through draft philosophy, as an example, right? Is one thing that you don't really get to see anymore. One thing, and it's gonna be in the video, but one of the actual goals of Fearless was to try and make iconic picks a little bit more prevalent, like pocket picks to mean more. But the comedy of what we've seen in practice is oftentimes those picks actually end up maybe being taken away by the opposite party. Or just in general, even when we get to game 4 and 5, those things just don't really make sense in a draft, so they don't really tend to show up, and picking those things early also isn't necessarily to your benefit either if it's not strong in the meta either. So Fearless has definitely given us some positives for sure. Champion diversity in terms of curving the distribution of champions has definitely been a undeniable positive. Undeniable positive. But again, in terms of things like team identity, like as an example, just to name one team that immediately came to my head, G2, right? I think if G2 weren't playing in Fearless this year, they'd probably be a significantly better team than they are right now existing in Fearless. Because
Can I ask you
think
something?
Yeah.
Isn't that like skill issue?
So this is an argument that keeps on coming up as well. Like
No, I'll justify.
Yeah. Go.
When you look into
let's just have a
LR
discussion,
Champion Select, regardless of the game you look into, there's always an identity because they were capable or not afraid
Is there?
of bringing their own identity. hey, game
Oh,
five.
okay, but then,
sorry, game
but then
three
what, but
of
then what is
EMEA
that?
Masters
But then what is that
final.
identity?
There was a Vi on the top lane.
Yeah.
There you go. Like they have their own identity. Just as we said on game 1 of them versus BDG, you looked into the draft and you instantly said, this feels like an LR game. So regardless of the
Yeah.
game they're playing, even if it's game 5, you always feel like it's an LR game because they're not afraid to, test it. I do believe
Sure.
also
Yeah.
League of Legends, it's an adapting game because we have patches constantly. And I think that is a really bright light on the League of Legends. You always need to adapt. So not only the champions change, but also your playstyle and the way you look into the meta. Just as Declan was saying, you have a lot of supports as enchanters, and now you have more engagers. So you don't have a window for those enchanters. I believe the Fearless Draft is another change. You just have to adapt and find your own identity. And if you can't, skill issue.
I want to say just quickly, I to an extent agree with the fact that your identity gets washed out a bit because you're constantly forced to change every single game, right? You're not seeing the same things ran back over and over again. So it's not as clear. Yes, you do still have some distinct points about you. You could say the Vi top lane, right? Because Baus is this style of player. Obviously, some style will still come through to how you play and which player you are. But I think, as just an average viewer, right, when I tune into the LEC and the other big leagues, I don't get as clear of a picture of a team's identity as I did back in 2019, 2020 when I watched, It's not as clear to see to me. They are minimized, I want to say. It's more smaller things that this player likes to play this or this player, it's just not as clear as it was back then.
I think it's really fresh to not look into now 5 games in a row or the same champions constantly.
Yeah, we all don't want to
Enforcing
see Kobe 5 games in a row, right?
Yeah, to at least look into the champion pool and say, hey, I need more than 4 champions because we have more than 170 at the moment. I don't know. It's a lot of champions.
It's too much.
But it's also like, hey,
weirdly-
these champions look like similar. It's not the same kit, but they can achieve similar things. So those are my personality. How can we get them to click each other? I'm not saying it's a perfect system. I'm saying it's
No,
like,
no.
hey, good road, good idea.
It's like I think again
about to
there are a
jump into
lot of
Champions Select
benefits.
as well.
There are a lot of benefits. There are a lot of benefits to Fearless, and I think if you try to ignore them or paint Fearless as this like big bad thing that is like horrible for pro League of Legends, not just like player side, but viewer side, because obviously I think you can't really deny the overall benefits to for the viewer experience. But I think again there are reasons that curated a particular environment which then made Fearless desirable as well, which I think is something that we can't necessarily just look away from. Fearless is actually, to me, a response to an issue that was kind of created by a pretty, like, very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Oh, we're referring to a break, apparently. Well, we'll refer to break in a second. But it was basically created by Riot's decision to try and get the game in a mostly balanced, state where as many champions as possible were in pickable states across as many MMR brackets as possible, whilst keeping as many champions out of Pro Gel, right? So once we got to that point, which I feel like we did around Season 13, it unfortunately then coincided with Cassante's release and Zeri's release. And everyone knows what happened when those champions came out, and how many reworks both of them have had in the span of 2 years, and how often we ended up seeing those champions because of how broken they were. And those metas effectively turning into, what are the answers we have to Cassante and Zeri in top and bot? So there's a lot of recency bias, in my opinion, in, we see the same champion 5 times in a series. It was rare. Like, genuinely, you would probably see the same champion at most in a 5-game series 3 times. Like, that was actually the average. It is a lot, yes, and obviously it's more than once, right? Fearless hard caps it at once. But, yeah, like, I feel like there is a little bit of over-exaggeration. Then you also lose certain things like, not necessarily salty wrongbacks, but I'll give you a really good example. Last year World Finals. If last year's World Finals was Fearless, we wouldn't have gotten the game 4 Faker play from Silas, because guess who picked it the game before? T1. They picked it in game 3. It looked fucking awful. He ran it back and then made one of the most memorable plays that we have ever seen in League of Legends history, with the Ricano and the flank that he made there.
Yeah.
Same thing for Galio. Galio got picked in game 1, I think it was, by Knight. Take away from Faker. If it was Fearless, we wouldn't have seen Galio in game 5, and we wouldn't have seen one of the best sequences of League of Legends, like, history making happen right there in game 5 from Faker, right? So there's pros and cons that do come from Fearless that I think people need to actually just take the time to sit and think about, instead of just going, oh, this is fantastic, I don't see the same champion, more than once in a series. There are pros and cons. There are genuine pros and cons that I think people don't actually look beyond the, oh, I'm enjoying this more because there's more flat-out diversity at the top end, instead of the quality of play that we often kind of miss out on, especially towards the back end of series, that Fearless, theoretically, and I'm starting to feel like in practice, we're seeing kind of drop off beyond game 3.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll see
Definitely, yeah.
over time, though. Yeah, as the things adapt, and we see if we still get these big moments created. Because I do think that's a fair point to make, Jamada. I want to move on to something a bit different here, right? Because I have just been told the break is ready, so I'll still make my point very short.
Yeah, tell me.
The difference between Phantomisto and Bisco in style is something I'm really looking forward to see here. It's completely different, but I want to throw that out there. That the type of champions these two play will be very different, and I'm very much looking forward to see these go head-to-head. Because Phantomisto is a bit more of your Peng players, Ashram. I know you can relate to this, right? Your Auroras, your Get in Your Face, the shotgun champions we talked about last split.
Yeah.
Where Bisco is your more traditional mage player. But more on those points later, because I do believe we have a break that is working now.
No, don't you dare come to me like, hey, I have a cake, but I'm going to show the cake like when we go to dinner. No, if you start talking about a topic, you better invest in it.
But the thing is, DMG have made a conscious decision to move more towards this style of mid laner, away from your traditional, just, I want to say old school, just, farm up in lane, build your lead, and then try and apply it to the map afterwards, where Phantomisto is supposed to bring more, I'm going to clear my wave level 6 on my Ahri, then I'm going to roam for my bot lane here, I'm going to set up for this objective with my team, and then I'm going to, take more agency compared to what Bisco has done. I really like Bisco, I've praised him a lot, but, you fulfill different duties, and I'm very excited to see these styles of clashes go head-to-head, and to see if DMD's conscious decision to head more towards that style will benefit them and the team they have around him.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. We'll wait and see as soon as we jump into Champion Select. Is it soon? We don't know. We're still waiting for that. But regardless of that, we're going to be here with you, and as soon as we can get back, I'll let you know. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. And we are. You thought it was gonna be a big break, didn't you? It's not. It's not. We are back. We're just waiting for the game to start. Champion Select should be around the corner. You were talking about this one, Duckling, the Del Clasico and all that. Predictions for champions then. If it's a BO1, there's no fearless, okay? Jamada, you're safe with us. Don't worry. This is a safe place. What do you think is gonna happen, Duckling? Because you told me 2 enchanters. I need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I will say it's not a prediction I'll live and die by, but I'll just say if there is any game you'll see 2 enchanters happen, it is this game.
What are those 2 enchanters? And if you get them right, I'll give you something.
I mean, if they're gonna go for it, they're gonna go all out. Holmes, he's gonna play his Sona, and he's not gonna be on it, but it is gonna be locked in. And if I recall correctly, I do believe the most played champion for Ruspier in comp it's Janna or Milio, one of those 2. So he's probably gonna go to Janna.
Okay, Janna or Milio. I'll allow 2 champions.
Okay. Are we in the draft? So let's see if the 2 enchanters happen.
When Rumble, that AP disappearing in an instance with Poppy following through. DMG versus LLS. Both these teams really need those wins to get a proper seed. And keep in mind, whoever scores highest will move on to the upper bracket. The team that goes onto the lowest part of the grouping or the seeding stage will get the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think one thing to note then, in terms of, you know, the support pool, is that if some of those enchanters are super high prio, one of the kind of more aggressive picks that you can pick, I'll kind of more levy this towards Golden Penny, but Faceski is definitely liable to as well. It's something like the Lucian, right? I feel like Lucian, obviously, for those that have maybe forgotten, has, you know, the benefits of, his W passive being amped up whenever he is buffed by an enchanter, so keep your eye out on that. I think that's maybe something that Lightside might look to leverage just as an option. And again, when I'm looking towards how I feel like this composition, or rather this composition of players is going to end up playing from Lightside, strong lanes make sense if they're going to give Slice the freedom to pick some of his more carry-heavy champions, as flown through the bans. Nothing too out of the ordinary. A lot of standards, but of course, Talia, Vi, Xin Zhao, Varus, all up and available. And by this hover, it seems like DMG going to give that one over to Faceski, something he's very, very comfortable with. And we'll see now if we do get that potential answer of a lane bully in Lucian down for Golden Penny.
Yeah, I mean, the Wukong hover could also go for the Xin Zhao, to be honest. I feel like there are plenty of good options here for Slice to lock into, and then we'll really see the AD carry. So far, the cards have not fully been shown, right? Varus are neutralized, and Turbulus can play with both an engage support, but also an enchanter alongside him. As that Wukong does seem to be the preferred choice, so I think that's fine for Slicer in this first game in the jungle. Not the full-on agency, maybe the crazy stuff with the Kha'Zix you could have hoped to see, but I do think it's strong in terms of the meta right now as well, so I do like it. I think now you go for your AD carry. I mean, do you want to go for something like the Jhin maybe? Oh, the Sivir. Yeah, good choice as well for Golden Page. You just sit and farm up. But yeah, there are many options available AD carry. And yeah, okay, the Sivir.
Wow.
Okay, very highly there, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm most surprised about is Sivir is usually kind of considered somewhere in the kind of high B, mid A kind of tier of ADs. Obviously, it has a fine matchup into Varus, and I think one of the things that it provides, especially in the mid game, is its ability to answer out the mid lane wave clear. So maybe that's what Lightside are looking towards. It seems like DMG are going to land on Xin Zhao for Lulish. We saw this matchup last game out of Lost Ratones and Bulldog. See if Phantomisto is going to end up on a bit more of an aggressive mid laner, right? We had that Syndra pair up the last time. Still plenty of other options, you know, that you could end up with something like a Silas, even blind, right? If you're willing to, Akali, if you're feeling a little bit antsy. Talia. No major surprises if that gets locked in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that's a really solid thirst 3 from DMG. It's safe, it's standard, it's meta, but it does also fit their players and their playing style. And for Lightside now, right, you're looking at Bisco, what do you want to play against this? Well, I mean, he could go towards his Orianna, he could maybe play his Syndra if he wants to. He has a lot of safe mages in his pocket, but no. That surprised me a bit, though. The Annie locked in as the counter there.
We're a little bit LPL peeled, it seems. I mean, this is one of the pairings that we saw a lot at MSI. The Annie alongside the Wukong, just because of the amount of burst potential and CC that can come through. So, you know, this Talia, the Varus, they're going to have to play in position very, very particularly to ensure that they're not getting flanked. The only concern I have is when you have a pick like Sivir, normally you want to try and play front to backs. When you draft the Annie here in this kind of situation, you then start to kind of potentially deviate into, you know, looking more for flank angles, and I wonder what the whole composition ends up looking like now because of that. Of course, you still can play front to back with Annie, it's just not necessarily as easy to play depending on how DMG round out their composition.
When you look into the way like Wukong, Annie, and Sivir on late game, you believe this Varus might even go lethality instead of that on hits, so you can keep yourself safe. Is that what you're looking into?
I think you could do that here, right? Get the extra range, get the extra safety, I want to say as well, and really utilize that range advantage to try and poke out around the objectives, because so far not the easiest setup in the world here for light side. As I do want to point out, there is the respect for the Enchanter players here, with the Lulu being banned out as well. Light side though, seem very focused on banning out the two major engage supports that Kormsky has been playing, despite being a bit Enchanter player. We very often see him on the Nautilus and Leona having to adapt to the meta, right? So banning those two away I think makes a lot of sense, but me also does increase the chance of double mages, because that's his two main engage supports already gone.
True, and the Sivir typically, I wouldn't say prefers to have enchanters, but obviously with the hyper carry mantra that she has, even drawing out a Yumi ban, that would then bring my mind to Milio rather, as one of the few kind of enchanter blinds that is, you know, kind of fine to play. And I think honestly, into Varus, even into Talia, it's probably the best enchanter option. In terms of the engaged champs, there are still plenty. Janna, I feel like, I'm not going to say is risky, but there's certainly enchanter answers for Kormsky.
That's one.
It's one. Jamada,
it's one of the two. I would. I feel like Karma looks pretty good here.
I feel like Kormsky is gonna go for the engage though. I mean, he is an enchanter player, but he's shown it so rarely on stage. I think if there is a game, and the way this draft is unfolded, this is the game to do it.
It's the middle ground. It's one of the middle ground ones. It's obviously functions a lot more as an engaged champion. It's not a true enchanter. It doesn't give Fatesky any buffs, but of course it can answer out in the poke, and that's definitely one of the things that I feel like Janna in lane certainly can struggle to. It's why I kind of looked at potentially Karma as the lane matchup we ended up potentially getting there, as Chance is just going to go towards the Cassante blind, which does give Matt an opportunity to potentially find something a little more aggro into the Cassante in terms of things like some of the Juggernaut picks, right? Something like an Aatrox, as an example. Some of these picks are quite fun too, that we're getting covered through, but very rarely, unless Broken Blade is randomly locked in to Max.
I was thinking about that's a BB.
I'll say though, I mean,
challenge.
The Warwick is very big in Denmark as well, but sadly Mark not a Danish top laner, so don't expect him to pull it out as the Fiora instead. I've heard a lot about Chance's Cassante. Getting it on B5 I think is very strong. Obviously, he's going to get counterpick, but a lot of pressure in my book now on the young rookie here to step up on what I've heard is his best champion.
Okay. The champions are picked. You got one support, okay, Declan? That was
I feel like I was
close.
pretty good on that prediction. Not far from two enchantments.
You did really good. But if you get both, I would give you a present, because I know it's going to be your birthday this weekend. It's going to be beautiful. You're getting gold. With that in mind, Jamad and Duckling, who do you think is going to win? Just a name.
I'll take DMG.
Okay, Duckling.
Hashtag we are damaged. DMG, man. I believe in them. I predicted them.
Okay.
I've stood by it all this time. DMG.
I'm glad you have no idea what one word means. With that in mind, let's toss it to Hipbrain, who also doesn't understand that feeling, with Eragon.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry about the delay getting into this second game. It was a pretty long
years.
I know.
Yeah.
It's been so long. It's Duckling's birthday's coming up as well. He's turning 16, bless him.
You'll always
But
be
he's very
15
excited.
today. Yeah, exactly. I like how we both thought the same thing.
It's like
Yeah.
17, man. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know
it is.
what I can say. Right, you had some thoughts on this draft. You were a little bit more opinionated than me on this one. I'm happy because it's a bit of a fiesta. Some of the drafts that, chaps we don't really get to see all that often, like the Janna.
Yeah.
But I would like your take. I would like to see what your kind of breakdown and what your expectations are for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it. I'm not familiar with Rospier, I believe is the name of him. And I was just like, okay, typically here we would see like an Alistair blind pick, maybe with some setup bans towards that. But he just locks in the Janna, something I have never casted before, which is interesting. So you get the double range versus double range lane. You have the Sivir into the Varus, which is a decent matchup in isolation to spell shield the spells. And then you have a Fiora in top. which is like an isolated kind of answer which posts 2 to 3 items, usually around 3 items. You can start threatening the 1v1, the 1v2 inside. I'm not a Fiora believer, I think, is my biggest issue with this draft. I think Fiora's a pretty bad champion in general. Because you offer nothing for like 2v2 skirmishes and 3v2. Any kind of multi-man skirmish is not great. They did buff her recently, but even still, I'm not a big fan. And you're also into a global. So if you're side laning as Fiora this game, and you're playing as Talia ulti, trying to find pressure inside, you're going to have a bad time.
I think it's one of those things with Fiora where, you know, the big issue with Fiora is what does she do? She's a split pusher, right? Like, she doesn't join the team. She's kind of useless in team fights and all of that, where the other split pushers that we have seen over the years, things like the Camille, the Jax, these champs can actually still jump in and still get involved in team fights, where Fiora, you strictly do one thing. If Max is left to do their own thing, they will PvE this game to a victory. That is always something that you got to consider. And, you know, the power of Slice and Bizguard here, the Annie and the Wukong jungle mid duo, genuinely terrifying. Post 6, Cyclone Tibbers is really, really scary. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes on these two going into this
That is definitely the strongest part of LS's draft, is their mid-jungle pairing. It's completely meta pairing. We saw all the time at MSI. But, you know, that's it, to be honest. Again, I just want to highlight the biggest weakness of this draft is you got a Fiora in isolation versus globals, which makes it really hard to split push. And then you just have nothing else after that. So I want to see how LLS utilize Slice and Bizguard on this Annie Wukong duo to carry out the lead with the snap engages that they do have. I think that's a really big angle. And then on the side of DMG, you have a way more normal draft. You have solid bot lane 2v2 who are going to get push, assuming they're not late to the wave, which they might have been, as Lulu's paths down to bot side. And largely the game in the early game is going to be around mid and bot lane. Bot lane is a 2v2 range lane, which means it's going to be quite volatile. And any kind of attacking to the condition of the lane is going to be massive, because if you pop the flash of a range support or a ranged AD carry in that kind of dynamic, it means they can't push anymore because of that threat being ganked, which is very scary. So a gank to bot side could be great. And that's, I think, what Lulus is going to want to do.
Looks like Lulis's plan is to head towards the bot side. On the other side, Slice is actually pathing upwards, so heading towards that top lane. Maybe looking to enable Mac a little bit earlier, get this Fiora going before Phantasmin. Oh, wow, that just blew. Trying to say that name.
Phantasmin, nice.
Phantasmino. Phantasmito?
You butcher a lot of names, don't you? You butchered Symbiotic Souls last game, and I can't remember.
Yeah, I did.
I can't remember what you said.
I think I tried to say Symbiotic Souls, and I think the heat got to me. I've had to take my top off, because not all of it. I stripped down to my t-shirt, because I was a bit too hot. Carp Sky, incredibly chunked already off here, and that is definitely going to mean Lulish needs to put an appearance in towards this bottom side and try and get some level of control back, because Golden Penny and Rospierre are just going to be able to sit quite happily using the bush from the Janna just to poke away. And Sivit, even early, you know, she's pretty good at controlling the wave with the ricochets.
Look at Lulus, he's skipping the Krugs. He's skipping the Krugs, but there is a ward in the tri-bush. So can Lulus pull off the gank? LLS's bot lane should back off now.
These guys use the barrier. Rospierre's already very low. There's the flash out from Golden Penny. Rospierre looking to go for the knock-up. Golden Penny able to dodge away on the free Talon Strike, and the wind become lightning. No flash. Glenn's available to him. They're going to need to get the shields in. The Glenn comes down. Lulish, if he can throw the W out, it will be enough, but it's not going to happen today. DMG lose 3 summoner spells. LLS lose 3 summoner spells, as Chance to Win's getting heavily chunked topside.
Yeah, Chance to Win's getting heavily chunked. I don't think there'll be a dive angle, but that bot lane play is not what you want. Lulus skips his Krugs for it, so he's going to be late. I wonder if Slice is just going to take the opportunity to double crab now. I think he's going to pass through mid and double crab, and this is all because Lulus went for the gank and skipped his Krugs. He's going to be able to get it just fine, and that's a big lead now for Slice. I will say Lulus, the bot lane for LLS is flashless now. So basically, this is a give and take. You give take the Krugs later, you give a double crab, and hopefully on your regank for Lulus, you can maybe abuse the flashless bot lane on Golden Penny and Rospierre.
Yeah, I think that's a really rough one there for them. Golden Penny goes back, buys a Cole, just going to look to try and stack up and farm. Pretty standard Sivir stuff. And we actually, during our little cast last week on the Nexus Showdown, you made a claim, but, you know, eventually when Sivir hits 3 items, like 300 CS, she just pentakills, and that is exactly what happened. So can
This
Golden Penny do
champion-
it?
This champion is so funny every single time. It will do the exact same thing, and that is do nothing for ages, and then will randomly penta or quadra every single time. So I'm not sure if the Sivir is set up to do that this game. The composition is good, but I think DMG's comp is just better. We'll have a look to see how it works and track that. But now my eyes are on Lulus. What can he do? Pathing back down to bot side. He's going to full clear, and now he's got a window after this Wraith take. He's going to pass over a ward on that bush next to Dragon, so the whole of LLS will know where he is and play accordingly. But here's a question. Can you punish Golden Penny and Rosbier's, Golden Penny rather's, lack of flash?
Well, right now, looks like Lulish is thinking about heading towards bot side, even with the fact that Golden Penny's not there. Mac on the top side, having a really, really solid showing of it so far. Up in farm, over chance to win. He's catching a fairly large wave underneath their tower as well. Lulish, though, is going to start up this dragon, pick this one up for his team, and this will be a nice early dragon, meaning that they can look to contest the Void Grubs that spawn up in 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, it's a nice mismatching of objectives, like you're saying. So now they could even potentially look to swap Fateski and Calm Sky after the next wave take, and then put the Cassante down bot side. And I would really like to look for this kind of lane swap, because Cassante is a much better champion in weak side scenarios. And you can see exactly that. Cassante is going to go down to bot side, very undiveable, and Fiora hates the 1v2 scenario. So now LLS need to look to match the swap. They need to find the crash on the Fiora, send Fiora down bot side, and have Golden Penny as well rotate up the top. If they keep Fiora 1v2 versus Varus, Nico, you're going to have problems. You really don't want to be in that scenario if you're a Fiora. You really struggle to 1v2.
They kept Golden Penny bot lane just to grab a plate, get a little injection of cash, and now a late rotate comes out. And I think that's fine, because Mac, with that Tiamat, is able to hard shove the wave in. And it's, the wave's not going to get put into a comfortable position here for Fateski immediately, so they do have time to do this delayed swap. So it's just about mid-maxing the gold income onto Golden Penny, who, like we said, you can't need the 300 CS. You need a lot of gold on Sivir to really become 100% relevant, and it looks like that has been the game plan. They're still here minute before the Void Grubs spawn up, and honestly, the Sivir can just shove the wave out fairly quickly again. My big concern is Phantomisto. Finally said it right. Phantomisto.
There we go.
Say it right. Phantomisto. They're going to have shove over Annie, right? Like, Bizguard is not going to be hard shoving on Annie, meaning that they will have first move from the Taliyah, included in the fact that Taliyah has, the global pressure.
I think Annie could maybe drop a Tibbers on Phantomisto's head if he wants to secure Prio that badly, but saving it for the fight might be worth more, right? On this Grub spawn, you can see Calm Sky as well and Fateski having full Prio. Wait, hold up. I mean, this is quite a significant lead for Mac.
His ult's been thrown out.
He's way stronger.
Gets queued back into tower, and I think
that's a flash.
That was huge.
Yeah, that's a flash onto the Cassante, who's a level down and down 20 CS. Now, they really have to squeeze a lead out of this Nico Varus pick, because they did blind pick top lane, and it's looking rough down in bot side. I think Fiora's looking, Mac is looking for a shift up potentially, or just hovering to see if he needs to move up for this Grubs.
The Q's coming in from Calm Sky is just completely shutting down any opportunity. Constantly chunking through Golden Penny and Rospier.
Yeah. Look at the first move.
All they can do is catch waves.
Yeah, Sivir is stuck up top side. Golden Penny cannot move, just Sting 6. But Varus has first move, got 6 already, and are walking down. Nico Varus at this stage are just too strong. I think Varus ulti is in contention for just one of the best ults in the game. Same with Xin Zhao, Nico as well, and they just can't walk up because Sevir's also late to the play, having to catch the wave. So I think, it's just full early game dominance now. DMG outside of the top lane counterpick situation.
That's really rough as well here for the side of LLS, because, you've got the Sivir, you want to be able to get that big shove on, and you've got the Fiora who wants to sit in the side lanes. Get 3 grubs onto that Fiora, it's pretty terrifying for anyone to kind of leave Fiora alone in the wave.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Fiora utilizes grubs so well.
Yeah, it's a win potential or win angle shut down heavily here. And like I said, they swap back into top lane after resetting. Kind of too slow. Again, they get another shove in on the bot side, but Fateski, I think a cannon's holding the wave. Yeah, it is. So he doesn't even lose any farm for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good timing
really rough
on the crash.
2 times in a row now.
I quite like the macro we're seeing from DMG early on. They're putting their bot lane back in bot side, like you're saying, for the upcoming Dragon spawn in a minute 30. They're going to get Prio bot side, get first push again, because the bot lane, Golden Penny and Rospi are on the back foot every single time in terms of push in the matchup. They always have to match late. And now DMG, Lulus, is going to use the push from mid and bot lane. Varus can go up as well to secure the blue buff. So a really good utilization of the priority they're having, as well as the swaps. Excellent macro from DMG.
Yeah, really, really nice there from DMG. It's Mac working towards that Ravenous Hydra. Feeling pretty comfortable here versus chance to win. And
yeah,
I always think that Q as well.
I think Mac is going to be having a
no! Slice gets jumped on immediately, throws down the monkey spin, jumps over, but first blood picked up for Fateski. Rospia flashes away as well. The Monsoon was too little, it was too late here from the Janna, as Bizgard may look for an opportunity, but the clone will scout him out. And Lightside, they just get eviscerated.
Yeah, ooh, mistiming on the shield there for Golden Penny means that Janna's going to have to use the Monsoon to heal up the Sivir. That is rough. Now, they could reset and then open through mid again if you're the Talia, TP back, and they're going to be able to contest the Dragon. Take a look at this replay, though. I think Calm Sky pulls the trigger over the wall with a Nico Pop Blossom, and it's just an absolute insane amount of burst, even though Slice clones. Don't know what happened there, but Golden Penny might be in danger.
Fateski jumps forwards, throws the E down. Lulish just putting the damage on the Golden Penny. He is going down as Fateski secures the kill. Same flash for next game, mate.
Yeah, I guess that's the angle. I mean, flashing over the wall might have been the tech, but maybe he's scared he'd get predicted on. I'm not sure. Probably a mistiming. But that should be Dragon now if you are the side of DMG. It looks like they're going to drop it, though. They killed the Sivir and then dropped Dragon and moved towards topside.
Now well, Calm Sky. Gonna be a nuisance, and honestly, the damage coming out of this Nico with the Hextech Alternator is a real problem. Those Qs hurt. As Slice is getting taken down by Dragon and by him, but meanwhile, chance to win, throws the ultimate onto Mac. Mac hitting those sweet spots, getting the healing off as well. Another sweet spot appears right on top of him. His chance to win is actually looking to potentially turn this fight around. Mac just goes down! The counter pick is countered and taken down. Meanwhile, Dragon secured here for the side of Lightside. Lulish misses the win, become Lightning, jumps onto Golden Penny. Golden Penny tries to throw some survivability out as Lulish is going to be able to jump the wall and survive. Penny has the flash if they need to, just about evading those Qs. Lightside to get a Dragon, but no kill in response.
DMG, they're just outplaying across the board. That was a sick 1v1 topside from Chance versus Mac. The DPS that you get in All Out, plus the anti-heal versus Fura on components, just completely outclassed there. The Q spam into the autos and the kiting. Even though the Grand Challenge was issued, it didn't matter. Fura just loses. And a really good outplay versus the counter matchup. Losing on the Fura is not great. Now, in this play here, watch Lulus tethering until the very last second and then flashing out at the end. It does go down to full health, almost secured by the Varus, but Lulus really buys a bunch of time here before flashing out, and LLS only pick up the Dragon.
Well, Calm Sky able to do a lot of damage to Golden Penny and Rospia as they're able to pick up a plate to the side of DMG. Gold lead 2,000 in favor of DMG right now at the 13-minute mark. Got the Sundered Sky finished up onto Lulish. You got the Triforce and Ravenous Hydra finished onto Mac and Slice. Items are slowly starting to come in, and I think if Mac had had that Hydra, that fight might have looked a little different.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, not going to be the case. Like you said, sitting on the components, just didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, good heads-up play from Chance to abuse that, right? Like fighting into the components on the Fura, saying, I win all in here, we'll go all out and try. It's a really good play from Chance. Mac is going to be losing all these. Slides through the parry.
Oh, he misses it, and then he gets hit by the all-out once again. Chance to win, chases him down. Mac's going to be able to survive out of this one. Forces the ultimate, has that Hydra, remember, so he can just heal up somewhat. There's going to be the Grand Challenge thrown out, just going to start hitting those sweet spots, but is forced to go for the flash. The Monkey Spin comes out, Mac gets a bit of healing off as they're going to continue to chase forward.
He just walks away.
There comes the knock-up, in comes the parry. One more auto, shut down for Mac.
Almost gets out there, but the sliding parry from Mac there was excellent. Finds the stun onto the Cassante, and Cassante cannot get out of there. A really needed play for Mac right there, because he needs to start dominating the side lane. Not going to be able to get the turret off of that, and DMG, they capitalize though. You've invested your Cyclone. Fura's top side as well after the kill. We're going to invade bot side and play for the first tower in bot.
Yeah, looks like that will also be feat of strength for the side of DMG. They're one jungle objective or one tower off being able to secure that. with the fact they got the grubs and a lot of pre-done damage onto that tower, being able to chip away at it early. Yeah, it does feel like Lightside are, you know, they're probably waiting to to figure when they can actually take this game into their hands. It's a while away because they got a Sivir, so I think they're going to need
Fiora as well.
3 items
Fiora
and a Fiora.
Yeah, it's rough. I think in the early game, you have a lot of power with the snap from Annie, but I really haven't seen anything. I forgot there was an Annie in this game, honestly.
Yeah.
But right now, the big story is that who gets first blood tower, because it's really important, right? It looks like DMG with their grubs is going to take it, but Fiora shreds towers, and I can't quite see. Oh, there it goes.
I don't think Fiora's been able to touch that tower, so they're quite slow on it. But they are able to answer out of a tower for themselves. It's 1-for-1 on towers, but I'm really glad you brought up the Annie point, because Bizgod, we saw one Tibbers from them at that dragon, which is what secured Lightside that dragon. But outside of that, you know, Bizgod has been relatively invisible on the Annie. Has now got the Malignance finished up, so, you know, a lot of ults coming through. Level 11 quite close with Bizgod as well. Be a big game changer getting level 2 on the Tibbers. I think we do need to see something out of him.
Yeah, I think DMG, though, are in a really strong spot when you compare the items. I think Sundered Sky is such a broken spike for Xin Zhao here. And when Wukong has no ulti, you really can't do anything. You are very ulti dependent. So we'll see how they use this window where Wukong doesn't really have anything. Maybe they start up the Rift Herald here. You can see pings coming down. Chance clearly wants to take the top tower and maybe move into Rift Herald afterwards. And I think this is a great window because, like I said, Wukong has no ways of fighting and is down in bot side. Wait, look at Annie and Fiora. They're overloading down in bot side. So if Talia walks up to defend the tower versus Fiora, he's getting a flash Tibbers on the head.
I think they know what's going on, though. I mean, it's purely just making sure Matt gets this tower, but again, it's, you know, you're wasting resources and time of one player to secure a tower, and it's just been answered by top lane, which was uncontested. So it's 2 for 2 on towers, and the Herald going down realistically means that another tower will be falling, and are you going to actually be able to contest it this time is the real question. Lulish probably going to look to try and take this mid tower and open the map up so they can get some deeper wards in and really force Lightside onto the back foot underneath their base.
Yeah, I think DMG now ideally should take the Rift Herald, place it mid before Dragon spawns, or even use it in the fight to drift around and knock people up. So we'll see. I imagine they'll just place it here and then move into the river using the pressure it gives. Golden Penny is going to use the Ricochet to skewer a bunch of bot pro and maybe convert that into a little bit of vision for Rosbia. But I think you have a problem. A big problem with this composition, I think, is a flaw with picking Janna here, is that it's quite hard to face check when you have a Janna on your team and a Wukong as your duo instead of like Janna plus maybe a tank. I don't really see how you can face check effectively and take back space once DMG has control. It's going to be really hard. I suppose you can use tornadoes, but outside of that, I'm not sure what the angle is without getting bursted as you try to enter the banana bush, for example.
I think it's very, very hard to do so. Is Golden Penny also getting chunked out heavily there, the back of that one. Has got the Essence Reaver now, so the first item's finished up there for Penny, but it's going to be a hard ask. Slice gets hit by the Wind Become Lightning and the Root from Calm Sky. They jump in onto him. Monkey Spin comes out. Bizgard has got the ultimate. There's going to be the Monsoon to try and break them away. Tibbers gets summoned up in the middle of all of this as well. Monkey Spinning as they're going to put the damage down. Looks like Lightside have found a window into this fight. DMG are not done though as they turn it back around. Double kill onto the Varus. And DMG flatten Lightside. 4 down.
LLS, they're forced to snap engage and fully commit because they were taking so much damage trying to enter, unable to face check effectively. They just pull the trigger onto Lulis, but he buys so much time by being the Xin Zhao in the Crescent God. There's just nothing they can do. They find a pick onto Phantomisto, find the kill onto him, but it's a massive wipe. Now they're losing the tier 1 tower in mid to the Rift Herald as well as the Dragon.
I don't know. I feel Bizgard. I called the Tibbers way before it came down because I assumed he was going to throw it out, but he really held that button until a little bit too little too late. And, you know, you need that upfront burst from Bizgard at the start of the fight to really turn the tides. And Bizgard, again, being relatively invisible this game. And he hasn't really been able to have all that much impact or achieve much of anything here, unfortunately. So
Yeah, and the Nico ult was huge. You see the vision, right? With the Janna disengage, potentially versus the Nico, right? Pressing the ulti, the Monsoon to disengage the Pot Blossom is there as potential, but it just doesn't work out. It's not good enough. I think you lack, and this is the problem with Enchanters, you lack the ability to face check and take space, and they try to engage onto the Xin Zhao, but Xin Zhao's always living here. You try to go in and take any kind of space. Mac is forced to play like Zeus in his prime on this Fiora, but can't do too much. And Biscard falls as well. So now you're staring down the barrel of a 2-item Varus, almost completed Muramana, 1.5 item, almost completed Archangel Shield Talia, and you're just asking, what do we do? What do we do? This Varus is going to poke us out at any objective or fight that we take, and he's got mid push now, so it's going to be very, very hard, I think, especially with threat of the global. You've got no side lane win con with Mac, as he might fall here.
Oh no, Mac. He dodges away. I don't know if he has a riposte. A bit of healing has come out. Chance to wins. Ult has timed out, but Mac, can he Q the wall? No, he cannot. Finishes him up as Calm Sky throws the ultimate and just secures the kill in response. Onto the monkey. Slice goes down. That's going to be the end of Biscard as well. It feels like a little bit of a wrap here, Aragon.
Yeah. And I want to highlight a player in Chance to Win as the game is slowly coming to a close. I'm not going to lie, this is pretty rough. Chance to Win is the highest elo player on his team. I believe he's over 1,000 LP now, and his OP digits just looks insane. He's by far one of my players to watch. I'm going to highlight it tomorrow on desk whenever we see that segment. I don't want to leak it, but yeah. Chance is crazy. Chance is absolutely crazy if you look at his OPGG, and he's just proving it right here. He's a big Cassante player, and these all-ins have been spectacular. The mechanics on display, dodging out on sweet spots and winning the all-ins, knowing his limits, has been great.
And, you know, we expected Mac on the Fiora to be the one taking tier 2 towers, but the first tier 2 tower drops to for Chance to Win, sorry. They're able to secure that one nice and easily. Pick that one up. You did see that Mac went top to try and get a tier 2 tower. Got a little chip of damage off, but Calm Sky and Phantomisto are able to make their way over and play protection. This mid lane tier 1 still standing as well. I mean, there's a lot of locked gold for light side, but yeah. I mean, again, I don't think they're going to get near it. They're down to their 2 last towers outside the base. The vision is just going to be placed so deep that they're going to be able to see exactly where light side are going, and there's always going to be a defensive answer coming out. And, you know, I think your only hope here is a buffed up Civic can 1v9, but not when you're getting clipped like that and taken out by the ultis.
Yeah, he must have
but
used
they
spell
are
shield
completely eviscerated.
That was a good timing on the ulti from the Varus. Spell shield was up in 2 seconds, but Mac here getting all in.
Yeah, I don't think Mac's going to be able to survive this one. Throws down,
oh,
as in comes the ult. Actually does get a good buffer off and is starting to stack up those sweet spots, but Chance to Win is absolutely destroying Mac. He's got some healing from the healing zone, but Chance to Win is going to finish him up, as that is going to be one dead Fiora. 3 of 1 on the Cassante.
What insane mechanics from Chance this game. Honestly, winning every single all-in, buffering the parry is something I just personally haven't seen as an interaction before. It's just really ridiculous stuff. And now they can pressure top tier 2 as well. Phantomisto should be fine here. They need to pull off a miracle here. If they can kill Phantomisto here through Seraph's and the Leandra's HP, they might be able to take down tier 2 and take the objective bounty, but I just don't think they can find it. And now with Wukong Chunk, they're going to have to back away. There's no objective bounty to be had here. No kill onto Phantomisto. And LLS are going to be scrambling, wanting for more, I think.
This is the lane, the duo we talked about, like Wukong Annie being the big difference maker here for the side of light side. And we've just not seen that. I feel like Slice has been running around the map trying to put out his side lane fires. And Biscard has kind of just been left to farm. And in a farm-ed matchup, like, you're not really going to do much versus the Talia. You need that kind of, like, that skirmishing power of the Wukong alongside. So, you know, while I like the Annie Wukong, I think the rest of the team has kind of made Biscard's life a lot harder. Picked up the Bloodletter now. On top of that, I'm not sure.
I'm just so surprised they locked in Fiora. I think Bloodletter's a pretty good item. It's been buffed quite a lot, but this Fiora pick, when you have a front-to-back team fight and you need a tank. Oh, here they go on Fatesky.
I mean, he's worth $1,000, but he just walks away. They Sivir, and there's no response.
He just walks away. Yeah, he really, really does. Chance to Win might just be a stat stick strong enough to take down the Fiora here.
Yeah, well, Mac's looking for the kill onto him, but meanwhile in the mid lane, not even able to finish up the tower. Mac goes down. It is... I don't know. Maybe if Slice had just, like, immediately flash ulted on, which he might be looking to do onto Fatesky here. Gonna jump in! The Pro Timber's down! Who's gonna get the kill? Shut down for Slice! Immediately jumped onto by Lulish and finished up in response. It's a 1-for-1. Ultimately, they will lose the tower as well. I would have said worth otherwise.
Yeah, they find the kill and potentially a shutdown, I believe, onto the Varus. It would make sense. He's 4-0-5, 3 items, and that's a big kill. 1k gold. I mean, that is an objectively insane gold injection right now. And that's exactly what LLS need, but they're going to be down a third dragon now. And this is problematic. The reason this is really problematic is because when you're split pushing, the win con of split pushing is to get tier 2s and inject your team with a lot of gold through the side lane win con. Before you eventually have to team fight at 4th Drake. The 4th Drake is coming so fast that you're never really going to scale up.
I think Mac just dies here. He goes for the wave, and there is 3 people collapsing on Mac.
Yeah.
He has flash, but this would have to be one hell of an outplay. Going to quickly throw down the W, and yep, he queued over the Unraveled Earth. Flashes over, gets followed up by Chance to win. Chance takes him down.
Yeah, parries the second auto on the Xin Zhao, not the third. I just think the Fiora hasn't worked out for Mac, and he doesn't look exactly clean on it. It's really rough, I think. It's really, really rough. Down and dying in the bot side as well means that Chance is going to be able to push in bot and have TP for any play that happens top side.
Yeah, I think that also stops Bizgard from even thinking about shoving this this top lane tower, this tier 2, because he'll be left alone too deep with no backup, so he just has to walk away. I did think the big mistake they made was they actually gave Slice the 1,000 gold shutdown. I feel like giving that to Annie would have been even bigger. Just, you know, injecting as much money into your burst mage as possible. I don't think that really matters too much, though. It's going to have to be one hell of a steal from Slice, who is flashless right now. He's being zoned away. Chance to win jumps in. It's actually onto the clone. There's the Pop Blossom. He's able to jump away. The Monsoon from Rozpia is genuinely tragic as he goes down. Baron was stopped. Slice is completely chunked out as Chance chases him down. They're going to throw the wall down, but that is going to be the end of him. Meanwhile, Annie will fall as well in the middle of all of this. It's Golden Penny and Mac versus the world. Mac trying his hardest, but we talked about it at the beginning. Fiora is not a team fighter.
Yeah. Bizgard on the Annie just walks at the Varus and doesn't ult him out of fear maybe that his ult gets flashed, but then he just gets kited and he dies. So Bizgard never connects, never kills the 400 HP Varus, and yeah, like you said, Fiora's just not a team fighter. I mean, the problem is at this point, the game is so rough for you at the moment that you don't have a lot of choice in the matter. It's almost dying, that's an Ashe.
It's a shame because I've been really impressed with Bizgard in the past.
Yeah.
I do think this Annie performance, unfortunately, has been a little bit of a letdown. Has been way too reserved with the ultimate. Waiting for the big kind of 4-man, 5-man ultimate, the dream hit.
Watch this, watch this. I swear at some point Annie could have dropped Tibbers on Varus's head here. Walking at him right here.
Like, oh no, he flashed immediately, to be fair.
He did flash immediately, but then he's just going to get kited, right? So I would have thought maybe he would hold it a little bit longer, or just use it instantly in the hopes that maybe it doesn't get flashed. Reality is, though, it doesn't work out.
I think the blinkers were on there. He was fixated on chasing Fateski, where actually he probably could have just turned around and immediately ulted Lulish to kind of give a little bit of a potential turnaround. But, you know, we're sitting here watching the game, saying what we think, but ultimately in the heat of the moment, sometimes it's not quite as doable as you'd think. Golden Penny just going to be clearing the wave, and this is the one good thing about having a Sivir. She's very good at stalling and clearing waves, even into these Baron waves. Is right now, light side, they're going to at least lose this mid inhibitor. Can they get more? Mac is level 14 to Chance's level 17. That is crazy.
Yeah. Looking bot side now with the siege, they don't even need to use any spells to hit the tower. Oftentimes you'll have to throw out spells to have uptime on towers, but with the Nash, the Sevir's not doing enough damage. Maybe on the IE, but I don't think they'll get there.
Antemisto looking for a big wall there. Bizgard flash ult could be the big thing here. This is what they need to go. Can the Tibbers come out? Can Bizgard find that opportunity? He loses half his HP. Chains of Corruption go a little bit wide. Monkey Spin comes down. There's going to be the Pop Blossom. Tibbers isn't even fired. And DMG are just going to walk over Lightside in the fight. Not a hope in hell for Lightside. Rozpia, the only person left standing, as down goes the Nexus. That was just destruction. 4 kills on the Lightside to 23. I don't know, man.
That was a one-sided game. I haven't seen a one-sided game like that in a while. I think flawed from the beginning in terms of draft and execution. That Fiora versus like Global was never going to get off the ground. And then losing 1v1 pre-6 on components to a Cassante, Chance completely outclassing Mac in that game. And I think because of that, he's my MVP considering he blinded and is in a traditional counter matchup. very well played by Chance.
I will say, I think Lightside were way too reserved for all of their spells
Yeah.
in that game. I think, things were getting fired way too late or not at all. It's one of those things where, it's the first game back. There's a little bit of nerves, kind of shaking off some of that rust of playing in a more competitive setting. So, it's one of those things that they'll probably just have to take a step back and look at going forwards. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the desk to break down this game number 2. So, Archer, over to you.
That was a breaking out, right? DMG way too powerful on this first game, looking really clean. Let's talk about what we've seen in terms of personality that DMG developed with this roster. Duckling, you were telling me they know each other. They know how to click at the same time. You were not lying, boss.
I think that was clear from the get-go, right? The two rookies also did great. I want to give them their flowers quickly, but the main strength came from them being first on every single play. The objectives, the invade, where they got their first blood as well, with Kormsky rotating up with Lulas. They were just one step ahead, really. And I think that was what put them in the situation to play some of the last fights a bit more relaxed. Maybe they did get caught on a bit, but their wallets were too heavy. It didn't matter anymore. And this is the advantage of having a jungle support AD carry and a coach who've worked together before. You just start a few steps ahead of your opponents, and we really felt that this game.
Jamaat, it's one of those changes where you're changing the roster, but you're upgrading the roster with already like some things, like some traits already built in your character, correct?
Yeah, I mean, when you've got, players who have played together before, plus the general changes to the roster, or like ones that systematically, in the context of jungle, obviously jungle is a very big deal, but again, history is super important there, right? So it lessens that blow, and I think very, very visible there. But I also think one of the other major points in this game was honestly just the two drafts that we had on our screens, right? DMG's draft, a lot easier to navigate, a lot less, overall volatility in terms of how you have to really pilot it in comparison to Lightside, where I think they really went wrong on the Annie pick to me, because I think that's what sets things really, not like the wonkiest, this really when the channel happens, but you have Annie, you go from having kind of a front to back with potential front to back with Sivir. That's always how you want to play games with Sivir, usually front to back. But once Annie's introduced, all of a sudden it's like, well, okay, is she going to play front to back or is she going to play angles? Then we get the Janna, where it's like, well, now with Wukong you have no dive buddy. Then we go Fiora and 5, and it's like, well, what the hell does our comp even do at this point? And you saw throughout the game, Aragon was highlighting it. Any time that they were on objectives first, DMG, Lightside had no one to walk in with, and anytime they tried, they basically just got, Nico ulted into massive wombos, and it just set a real bad precedent for them to actually have a foothold in the game.
Since you're talking about the champion select, might as well talk about the top lane as well. The Fiora counter pick didn't shine through.
No.
The Xante was comfortable. You said it, Duckling. The Xante from Chance is what we expected from Bucci after his great split.
It was prime Bucci Cassante top lane, that's for sure. I think really impressive performance, despite being counterpicked. He got solo kills. I mean, wow, yeah. You could see he knew the champion mechanically as well, right? Canceling stuns with his ultimates. You could see the 5 to 10 extra % you gain when you've mastered the champion. And it was so clear that Chance did that here. I thought he had a great debut. Not just him, the entirety of this rebranded DMG roster looked, really, really good. And Lightside had to go back and lick their wounds. They lost the classic gun, and they lost it badly.
Because after this, they have to play versus LR moving forward within the day. It's going to be the 4th game. So it's not an easy task if you want to do this. At least we get a few replays. This is the one where the Annie comes in, Bisgard doesn't have the flash.
Can I quickly comment on this before you start, Yamada?
Yeah.
This is not how we know Bisgard, right? He's not the type to TP in on a flank having to find the fight. And you can see he feels kind of uncomfortable by the way you look at this fight, because when the flash happens, he doesn't know what to do. Does he reposition? He just brute forces it, and it doesn't work.
I mean, it's just a classic case of tunnel vision, right? And I mean, even if he does turn around and try and find his way onto a Komsky and Lulish as they're approaching him, there's no guarantee that, that fight works either. They're already outnumbered because they've lost Slice. So, again, not just like from the draft, but also to me, a player perspective. From Lightside, Mac, from what we understand, is the kind of player that typically is actually on picks like the Cassante, like like Renekton. He is your stability player, and as well as highlighting, earlier on before we even got into the draft, this is why I feel like this roster can work, but the draft in comparison to the players that we ended up, the players in comparison to the draft that we ended up getting felt out of character from one another, right? It felt like there was a lot of moving parts that were being focused on one after the other instead of a greater picture, right? Winning mid jungle 2v2, fine, fantastic. How does it fit into the rest of the comp? Isolation winning topside, great. You have a fantastic side lane that's supposed to scale into the game. Obviously it fell behind, but then how does the Fiora fit into a composition with Annie, Wukong, Sivir? The reality of the situation is even if you have reliable engage from support, it probably doesn't. So, yeah, I think just a little bit too much cooking at the end of the day kind of going on, right? It was perhaps a bit too much looking at the isolated picture instead of, you know, what can we build collectively that is going to really outgun what DMG brought to the table. And in the end, we got the result that we got. I think in a large part, yes, the DMG gameplay was good, but the draft did not enable Lightside to really do anything once they fell behind.
It's also a good way to celebrate what DMG brought in terms of a team. And if we were happy with the way that Bulldog presented themselves on the first game, I think we have to say the same about DMG. They're looking like a mean team if they're going to behave like this. This was the Classic, as you were saying, Duckling, and versus the Classic, there was not even a challenge. Moving forward, they do have to end up the day versus Verdant, which is going to be the 5th game. I think that's the challenge. But before we talk about that, we do have our first interview of the split. It's with DMG, it's with Lulas, the Portuguese jungler. Hey Lulas, welcome back. This is weird. DMG Lulas. How you feeling?
Well, I heard they had a Portuguese, why not make it too? You know how it is. We're good people.
Hey, we were talking about this on the desk. It's a rebrand for DMG. The roster changes a lot, but there's already a connection between the players. So you're not starting from ground zero. You already know how to click with each other, and the macro presented itself in the same way. What do you have to say about this personality from DMG? This is not an entirely new roster, is it?
Well, I think we individually bring a lot of experience, like literally in every single player, apart from Chance, a little bit from Fanto as well. But generally, I think we have a lot of
Continue.
I heard someone I have someone from production speaking. Ooh. Well, anyway, as I was saying, I think we have a lot of experience, especially like mid support. Obviously, we played before. I think like 7 years ago or something, which is crazy to even consider. Sky played in my first team. Now we're playing again. It's really, I don't know. The world's very small. So I think we bring like well, just a mixture of just experiences and the way to play the game and so on. I think we connected really well. It's very flowy. That's why I also gave DMG a chance. It's just obviously coming with an ego of being Bulldog, we did amazing in winter and so on. Then we flopped a little bit in spring. But I wanted to obviously land a pretty good team. If it was in NLC, then perfect. I think DMG provided good names around me. I'm not gonna say we're like the most superstar roster. It doesn't have to be. I think we work really well, and I think we can make magic happen. I hope so. And I'm here for it.
I like that. What were the comms when Chance was just dominating the top lane with the Xante? Was that any specific
Absolute
comms?
cinema, no?
Cinema.
That guy is just too good.
Counter pick? What is that? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's looking good. Tell me something, Lulas, before we wrap this up, because we're behind on schedule. Verdant versus DMG. That's the last game of today. Verdant show up with a stacked roster.
Oh yeah.
What should
I don't know. I'm just hoping they're a little bit tired. Maybe it will help. But I mean, we're gonna play our game. I even play without nameplates. You know, like I played no names, not even the champion name above the character. So hey, I don't mind it at all. They can be whoever they are. I definitely respect a lot of them. But we'll just play our game. We've been practicing for about 2 weeks. We'll show what we can do. Let's see if they match. Fine.
Good to know from that one. Hey, best of luck. It's looking clean. Good presentation for the first game. Let's see if you can handle the pressure and bring the MG the damage that they can deal. I think the team is looking good. Congratulations,
Appreciate
brother.
it. Have a good night.
You too, boss. There you go. He's looking happy with that one. And just as he said, 7 years ago they played together, so it's like riding a bike. They just know.
Yeah. I think it was interesting to hear, right? Practicing for 2 weeks together as well. might not sound like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, some of these rosters were put together 5 days ago, 1 week ago, right? Because there are so many puzzle pieces you need to have built together. So the fact that they had this front foot of not only knowing each other, but having a few weeks of scrims as well, I'm excited for this DMG roster, and I think their start will be, you know, a blistering one with the head start they had. And let's see if they can keep that lead, because I think they could surprise quite a few people.
Okay, let's see what happens. But moving for the third game of the day, we're talking about Verdant. Big name tags. They're going to be fighting versus BDG, who showed up versus the Rats, brought something, but was not enough. Will the Bulldog be big enough, or will Nature rise? See you soon, don't go anywhere. BDG versus Verdant, and the story is now building up. We already got to see BDG at the beginning of the day. I think we got some good lights. If they clean their act and move into this game, I'm not so sure of my prediction. But when you look into Verdant and the name tags, oh boy, is this a top 3, top 4 team?
Yeah, I mean, I think having talked with some of the guys behind the scene from Verdant, right? EMEA Masters sounded like the bare minimum this roster wanted to achieve, and that would mean top 3 with high ambitions of hopefully being able to make it for Stockholm, right? That's what this roster is built to do. They want to make it to LAN. They want to show they're amongst the best at NLC, but also at EMEA Masters, because that's the ambitions. Look at the names, look at the history they've had. Worlds, LEC splits, and high-level ERL teams. This is a stacked roster. Despite Bulldog looking really promising, this is again a really tough test.
Okay, so hey, Jamada, Duckling. Let's talk about Verdant, and you talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show, Jamada. But I would like to get your opinion when we look into this roster. I don't know if we have the roster prepared, like the graphic, just to look into the Verdant players, but if possible, show it. And Jamada, guide me through this one, because these players are known. Look at this. What can you say?
I mean, for me, the most interesting part is going to be the bottom lane, right? I feel like Shigenari is like a bit of a dichotomy in the bot lane, where I felt like Shigenari was a very heavy lifter in terms of what he got done for this Verdant lineup. Whereas at times, whilst Obstinatus definitely provided what he provided for the team, in that same breath, there are a lot of times where he was getting caught out, or was finding himself in positions that were compromising to game states. And I feel like Hore, with the experience that he has, my expectation would be that he's not going to find himself in those positions, as frequently. That's where I'm looking at the most. Of course, you then have the top side too, which Duckling mentioned, SLT, LEC experience, jungler with very, very high expectations as well. Verdant have built a lineup to really try and test the top side of the NLC.
Hey, we jump into Champion Select. There you go, looking into the bans. We already have a clear vision of BDG. It's also interesting. I think bot side Dream and Kasing versus Dev Dentore. I think that's going to be the line to highlight. We're jumping into Champion Select, so we can't go deep into analysis. But what can we expect in terms of playstyle at least? Hey, the first hit of the day. Yeah,
I'm slamming it down there, B1. Painful, very comfortable on it. So one of the champs I remember from his stint here in the NLC in 2024 as one of his standouts. It's a big mage play, of course, now for SLT. I mean, you could just look for some of the meta, right? If you want to lock in that jungle top lane, I think the Sin Sao is an option. The Wukong we've seen, the Varus also open, not being picked B1. So they take the AD carry, the Wukong being the jungle lock here for Danka. And yeah, I mean, 2 very meta slams down on R1, R2.
Yeah, it's a much different look from this Bulldog side overall, because you recall the first pick obviously was Syndra from LR, which is what prompted an Orianna response. The Azir is a very, very big shift in tone. The Wukong answer we saw and have seen throughout the day has looked quite individually powerful at times, and it's going to be into this Jarvan matchup this time around. One I feel like a fair few junglers actually do like this Jarvan end of the matchup. Of course, you have to see if Senkox lands on an immobile mid laner himself, which is where you start to really get the value of that Jarvan and the Cataclysm with the double immobile carries. Of course, Senkox does have the opportunity to pick a fair few mobile champs, as a blind Yorick out of Hesiro is going to make its way. So Verdant have a pretty big choice to make here. They either go top lane, really strong answer into the Yorick. There are plenty available Jax, Cho'Gath, there's again loads, or a mobile mid for Senkox.
I'm gonna say it. If you are Varus and you find yourself on a team fight without flash, good luck.
Yeah.
You get locked in by Jarvan, Yorick, you're done.
And that's the Jarvan value, right? I mean, normally I prefer to wait to see both carries before you really want to slam it down. But when you're playing it on blue side, right, you don't expect the second carry to realistically be locked in until later on in the draft. But let's see the bans here. I think for Bulldog now, the 2 champs you mentioned, Jamada, at the very least, the Cho'Gath, in my opinion, being the most oppressive one, should be just banned away. Otherwise, Devin will lock it in for SLT. And we'll see though. As the Jhin being prioritized, obviously, you have your AD carry. Bulldog does not have theirs for Dream, so they'll try to ban out his champion pool a bit.
Yeah, they certainly will. I think one thing to remember that is important is SLT has historically been a little bit more of a carry player, so the Gwen kind of pivot ban in that same vein does make a little bit more sense to me. Again, another pick that I wouldn't be too surprised at, as maybe a annoyance of, hey, don't want to deal with, would be even something like a Nidalee, right? Renekton is another lane answer that you really don't want to deal with. It's just these lane bullies that can really disturb Yurik's early lane pattern. That once he hits 6, you know, he can survive a lot of these lanes, but pre that, it does feel a little bit obnoxious. We'll see where they decide to go though, because at this point for Verdant, they are lacking, you know, another form of reliable engage, right? Both Aurora and this Wukong typically tend to function as kind of over-the-top engage, right? After the reliable, so they would love something. I mean, Ambessa, this is a very similar kind of vein you'd want out of a top laner, but like, you know, something like Leona, Nautilus, that's what you're looking for out of Tori right now, even if it's blind. But I do anticipate you just get the answer for SLT just because you're already looking at that Yurik, you get Tori's counter pick on 5.
100%. So reveal thyself. What is going to be the top lane? I mean, you can jump, you can engage, you can disengage. You're comfortable at the beginning of the game, but if you fall behind, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy.
I mean, I guess SLT probably feels really confident going into this match, right? Regardless of what he would end up locking in. We'll see now the bot lane coming through here from BMG. Expecting an engage support, but if you lock in the Caitlyn, obviously you could look for the double range poke. Maybe the Lux is after all open. And then for Tori, yeah. Leash, yeah. I mean, if you want to get the burst as well.
That's actually my question, because you've got Jarvan, Caitlyn can match the Varus, and even if you end up in a matchup like, let's just say, you know, the Nico, you have so much burst. It doesn't really matter. Like, you could 2v3, you can hell even close to 3v3. Leona obviously a bit more frontline, still provides that early CC, but scales a little bit better into the game by comparison of that at least. So that is what Bulldog will land on. Very traditional front to back, all things considered, with a little bit of side laning out of Yurik and Altori. Options are plenty, right? Alistar, Braum, you can really take your pick. As long as you feel like it's going to be something that's going to disturb potential early dives. I think that's the main and most important thing out of this counter 5.
I mean,
pick. Yeah, tell me, Doug.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Rakan just because that's what I remember Tori from most, but it's not the one that makes the most sense in this. The Alistar, I do think rounds out this composition nicely. Once they go in, they have so much burst to really get down one target, and the lockdown as well makes it very easy for Devin to line up the shot, Sentox as well to hit the combo. So yeah, I mean, the pick potential is really strong here. I do very much like what Verdant have got going on. I'm looking forward to see how SLT performs in the top lane matchup, but yeah, I think he should just be able to show the level on the fact that he has been, you know, in LEC.
Okay, there you go. Composition is picked. BDG already presented themselves in the first game versus LR. This is the first one for Verdant. What are predictions after this champion select, and what do you think is the personality of the champions we've seen?
I feel like whilst this Bulldog lineup has a little bit more front-facing value in terms of scaling, if the execution is there from Verdant, which of course this is our first game seeing them, I think they can run over this game quite easily. This is one of those kind of games where scaling might not end up mattering because you've got so much burst and so many engage options ready.
Duckling, final word.
Verdant win. They will dominate the team fights. They'll find the right pick and then one-shot them.
Wow, not even slipping. Okay, there you go. Tossing to Castas Aragon in Hip Rain. Expectations from draft. What do you have, Aragon?
What do I have?
Don't ask
me. Don't ask
me.
you. Yeah, no, we don't want your opinion, Hip Rain. No, listen, I think I agree with Duckling. A rare statement to be made. But I really don't like a lot of the aspects of Bulldog's comp. I'm afraid I really don't like Caitlyn into Varus. I think that's what Varus is really, really strong into Caitlyn because you have the setup whenever Caitlyn wants to push. It's not great. You have aspects of the draft and Verdant that make a lot of sense and are very synergistic with each other. Very heavy dive, strong early game and upfront burst with the Wukong and the Aurora and the Renekton. Whereas on the other side, you have a lot of everything. I'm not a big fan of what they've got, and I don't think it complements each other well.
No, you're totally right. We were talking while watching the draft on our end, and we were like, it needs to be like a Karma or a Lux with a Caitlyn, so you can take over the lane, but then you lose like your frontline option in the team fights, and we saw in our last game how bad the Janna kind of struggled without having someone who can go forwards and be that frontline for the team. So The Caitlyn, not a big fan of, unfortunately. They do lock it in. We'll see if they can make it work. I will say, we were very impressed with Bulldog versus Los Ratones in the first game of the day. They genuinely put up a good fight. However, I will say I think they had a better team to do it in that game versus Los Ratones. But this time around, maybe less so, unfortunately.
Granted, comfort does matter. I think comfort is incredibly important. And Artemis is exclusively playing Jarvan right now in jungle in solo queue. So, you know, maybe there's props there. I don't think the Jarvan is that great of a pick here. You've got the Varus to work with in terms of immobiles on the other side. But it is his best pick. So we'll see what he can cook with it. I mean, comfort is very, very important at this level. And for sure, Jarvan's a strong pick in the meta at the moment. And we'll see what he can do. Other than that, though, I think it's giga winning for Verdant in terms of draft.
Yeah, I do have my concerns, unfortunately, on that front. Zenkux as well on the Aurora. I mean, Aurora burst that can come out of this champion, followed up with that Varus poke as well. Like, people will get exploded if they go near them. Obviously, Aurora a little shorter range from that Varus on that front, but yeah, this is a matchup which I figured you'd want to be talking about. Your boy,
My boy
in here, SLT is rocking that one versus
let's see what
the Yorick.
SLT can do. This is a traditional counter pick. You have a few options into the Yorick. Renekton's one of them. People like Jax, but it's not that great. You have Cho'Gath, which can eat the Maiden. Renekton, or one other that's escaped my memory. But Renekton's one of the best because you can just fight Yorick early. Yorick's early game is incredibly strong now, and you can match it pretty well. SLT, nice spacing there on the Yorick Q. Typically what you want to do in this matchup as Yorick is just bonk the Renekton on the head and spawn ghouls. And but the push from SLT is going to be great because your Q is AoE, and you'll get the push naturally that way. Sing, looking for a little trade, trying to abuse the level 1 of the Alistar because he's not that useful, but Dream gets headbutted and punted away, and Kasing's Zenith Blade does not connect.
Well, they do at least get some level of control over the wave, shoving it in underneath Tor and Devon's bot lane tower. Try and take control. What we do expect here, Senkux and Painful just going toe-to-toe. I mean, trade actually pretty good at the tail end there from Senkux. It looked like he was just taking free damage, but hits the Q. Gets, I think, 2 procs of his passive off as well, and really turns that little trade around.
Yeah, but my eyes this game are on bot lane. I think this is such a fragile lane. Caitlyn, Varus, you know, whoever has a lead kind of just rolls the game, in my opinion. I think with Varus' setup onto Caitlyn, whenever she wants to push up, you just throw the Varus ult out, and she just gets chunked or dies, right? It's not great, and Varus is such a strong laner, and I think any jungle attention here could go a long way. Wukong going to be the weaker of the junglers in the early game, so it'd be interesting to see how this 3v3 lands. But I expect it to go the way of Bulldog, at the very least in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see as well now, Danka making their way down towards this bot side to try and really free up a bunch of pressure. Maybe burn some Summoner Smells from the Bulldog bot lane.
Summoner Smells?
Did I say smells? My mouth isn't working, apparently. What is wrong with me?
It's okay, mate. It's fine. Unk
Happens.
Get you to bed.
Don't unk me. I'm 32 next month, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
You okay?
No, it's just making me laugh. Summoner Smells. It's a classic already. SLT. Yo, look at he's Zero is really struggling as the engage comes down on the Danka.
Good Zenith play. Danka's ignited as well, so they know exactly where the monkey's going. I say that Artanis went completely the wrong way. Flashes for the Q. Can't find the kill.
He gets out.
And Danka gets away. I think Artanis got a little bit lost there.
Yeah, so Alistar, a great answer into Leona, but this Leona plus Jarvan duo really does slap in the early game, so they're really abusing it. Wukong with his relatively slow clear, cheese bushing in the banana bush right there and doing a bunch of damage. Senkuk's got to be a bit careful here. He's already chunked, has no TP, neither does the Azir, so any damage they take here sticks. Could be a little bit painful. I mean, Senkuk, does he get the cancel? Ooh, nice.
Oh, he does. That's rough there for Artanis. It looks like they're actually trying to fight onto Devon. Kasing's out of mana, but he's still got plenty of HP. W now wears off, though, so a lot of extra damage coming in. Tor taking a fair amount of damage from Dream off on the side, but they are just going to cool it with that little trade for now.
Yeah. As I said, bot lane, very fragile. I wouldn't be surprised to see more jungle attention go there, or at the very least, Kasing and Artanis lock in together. Try to make plays down bot side. No flash on the Caitlyn onto Dream means that any play down in bot side could have a high chance of working out, especially post 6 on the Wukong. Wow. Trades in every single lane are super volatile, aren't they?
Yeah.
Aurora into the Azir, constantly trading with the soldiers and the Qs. Top lane forcing recalls. No TP on the Yorick as well. And bot lane as well. lots of health bars chunked.
Yeah, been a very, very volatile game. I feel like it's gonna just take that little spark to ignite all the action and start forcing stuff. I mean, both of these junglers good at kind of pulling off those ganks, especially the Jarvan early, with the EQ. As Zero getting pretty heavily chunked out here. Does actually get the bonk off, summons up the monkeys, and I think that Crocodile's forced to flash away. All it's going to take is another E from his Zero, but I don't think he's going to find it. SLT gets away.
Yeah, that was quite spooky. I was scared of the flash, maybe E from the Yorick, but he didn't have any real ghouls that could do too much damage. And
hold on. Senkux died.
Shield gets out. Senkux did die.
He died in the middle of all that action top lane.
Huh. Regardless now, Senkux died. I'm not sure if it was a solo kill or what happened there. Okay, as we take a look, Senkux is just chilling in the mid lane. And is there a trade? Does Artenis find a flash EQ? He must do, right?
Yeah, it's a lane gank from Artenis. Senkux goes forward with the invisibility dash and then hit by the slow.
It's such a nice bit of fog of war usage from Artenis, walking around the wall to make sure they're not seen until the last second. Engage onto Artenis, though. Does have no flash, he manages to EQ away, but that'll be Dragon for Verdant.
You're going to be able to pick that one up. SLT gets caught inside the cage with the monkeys on him. Zero got plenty of sustain with that Q, though SLT. Big Q could heal him here. Gonna just try and jump into the minion wave, get some heal up.
He kills it.
This could be close! Shovel down! Zero secures the kill.
That was so close. The Q healing's massive for his Zero. I thought maybe SLT's base damage rather would just finish off his Zero in time, but the grievous wounds proves too much. And despite the CS lead, SLT actually falls in the 1v1, making it be crazy there. I think now SLT needs some help in terms of the 1v1. They're gonna need help to kill the Maiden, but Kasing
they tried to find the
Torre.
Lots of damage onto the traps. Big Dream! Huge play there from Bulldog, giving Dream the kill. Monkey does come in and finish off Artenis, but the feat of warfare now in the favor of Bulldog. Really nice from them.
Yeah, a massive play and a counter play from Wukong Danker there. But it's really the chain CC that impressed me a lot with the Caitlyn and the knockups from Kasing, as well as Artenis on this Jarvan with a knockup there. But again, finding off of the back of that play, Danker getting a kill. Wukong's very happy with that as I said in the last game, it's not really expected for Wukong to get too much in the early game. Usually just power farm to 6, and then you can play with the Cyclone a little bit at Grub Pipe, for example. But finding an early kill is great. What I want to see from Verdant here is to send anyone up topside to try and help kill Maiden, because once you kill Maiden, you're very, very happy as the top laner into the Yorick, because Yorick's very useless without her.
Yeah.
Still, I'm not sure if that's possible. Wukong without ulti isn't that strong, although saying that, he did ding 6. They have Renekton at Grubs. I imagine they can contest this.
Well, let's hope for now. There's potential, actually. Danker is in the area. Mid lane's pretty even, although SLT, if he loses another trade like that, it is going to be very, very rough for him. Trying to deal with Maiden as his Zero. Not going to get too much off here.
Yeah, so interestingly, Kasing opened through bot mid rather than going straight to Grub. So he might be late to a Grub fight now if Alistair finds an engage. It definitely is going to be Torre that makes it there first. But having said that, he's staying in mid lane. Will the side of Verdant contest? I think they can. They should play for at least one Grub here and the fight.
Yeah, they're looking to try and play denial. There's a Crocodile collapsing in as well as we move the camera up. Headbutt pole. Well, SLC, jumps in, gets himself the heal. Did a lot with the dominance, but they've already got the two stacks towards that Monster Slayer. So ultimately, Bulldog, they don't even lose Maiden. I think they're happy, to be honest with that one. Do you want a lore fact, Aragon?
Go ahead.
Do you know who Maiden is?
I have no idea what you just said.
Do you know who Maiden is?
Oh, Maiden is. It's the, isn't it Mordekaiser's something?
No, it's...
Like War Chief?
No, so Maiden is actually a remnant of Viego's wife.
I'm thinking of Atacon. I'm thinking of Atacon, aren't I? Yes, I'm thinking of Atacon.
Because Maiden is basically all of the malice and like negative emotion that Viego's wife held. Might have to hold that as the solar flare connects onto the cow. They're going to cook him alive.
Oh, there's a one-shot.
Burgers on the menu. Kasing gets the kill.
So it's not just Yorick's wife?
No, it's actually Viego's wife who's just walking around with Yorick. I think it's also really some other people. Yeah. Because basically the positive emotions went into Gwen and animated her, and the negative emotions made Maiden.
Huh.
If I remember correctly, but I believe that is the law. There was a thumbs up there. I know they can't hear me, but I'm taking that as being agreed with.
The players heard you and said, "Yep, Hitbrain's right. I've never
He's
heard
right
this
on
in
his
my
law.
life."
I saw, to be fair, I saw it on a YouTube reel, so
That the most credible of sources.
yeah, exactly. Like Jamada's new YouTube reels, he's doing very credible. No, I trust him. He knows. What he's
Don't tell
talking
him I
about.
didn't watch his videos. I'm sure they're great though.
They are good. They're really good. They came up on my For You page.
I don't
very
know
proud
why
of
I'm
them.
just digging into Jamada right
Yeah, I
now.
know you've really got beef with him
videos.
today.
Yeah, I don't know why. I like both of his videos. They were great. Anyway, I mean, silently whilst we're yapping, Bulldog are actually developing a pretty sizable lead for themselves, making plays off of the bot side there. Zero's gonna have to recall to avoid any kind of dive threat from Danker. And he's going to have to TP back, but that's a plating for SLT again. So despite winning 1v1, he is down CS and losing waves. Now, SLT has a big roam timer if he proxies this wave and then potentially looks for a TP. Be up to him, though, after this recall.
Yeah, he might just be going for a cheeky recall. Knowing that the dragon is up in 25 seconds, this might just be a reset, spend your money, get involved in the action. Does look like Verdant are thinking about, posturing towards the dragon. Danker's cleared all of his top sides. There's nothing to lose up there. Senkux is getting control of bot side. And honestly, it's actually Bulldog who are off on timers off this. SLT's just going to go back towards the top side, but finishes up a cleaver. Now, for some reason, Kasing engages on his lonesome, although I say that Artanis is there. Kasing, W does keep him somewhat alive, so not the end of the world for Bulldog.
Yeah, lots
He
of
loses
snap
a bit of
engages
health.
onto Torre. Sorry, say that again?
I said they just lost a little bit of health on Kasing there, but nothing too major.
Yeah, I don't think it should matter too much, despite Devon being quite strong on the Varus here, and you have your ulti, the Cyclone on Danker. I guess they just don't think they're strong enough to fight at this stage, which is a little bit weird to me. I do feel like they're strong enough, but I guess Devon did just complete a Ghostblade, and they've decided, you know what, we'd rather fight on our spikes, so we're going to contest next dragon afterwards. It is only the first dragon for Bulldog, and we'll fight the next. Aurora down in bot side is kind of being threatened by Kasing here, but I don't think a dive is possible, really. Painful going to get chunked. And
not anymore.
Senkux does have ulti.
Yeah, it's so uncontestable now. Senkux, great little burst, actually. Does lose a plate, but not the end of the world. Now, looking a little bit towards those feet stacks and kind of finishing that up, Bulldog, they only need one more objective, or that tower, and they got it in the bag where Verdant, they've got actually quite a lot of work to do if they want to get those upgraded boots. As SLT losing the fight here versus his Zero, it's getting harder and harder as he slowly starts to ramp up more and more in power. Almost hit level 11 as well, so Maiden will get stronger off the back of that as well.
Yeah, they can't find an angle to kill Maiden because they're scared that if they commit to killing Maiden, they might just get ganked by the Jarvan, right? Artanis, and it becomes a 2v2, which is a bit spooky. Despite being on the Triforce, you don't really want to go for that because of the Sundered Sky on the Jarvan. Gonna commit to more full clearing down to bot side once again, or maybe take a fight in the river if you're the side of Verdant. And it looks like Bulldog are still generally happy. I imagine they want to complete their Triforce on his Zero before making any kind of play topside there.
Yeah, I think this is Dream finishing up their Yuntal Wild Arrow. Although Devon may play Interrupt with Q one more time. Nope, just wants to clear the wave. Actually, it looks like SLT was on the receiving end of a potential gank kill, though Kasing feels comfortable to step forward because he's got the backup of both Danker and from Torre. Kasing tries to make his way out, but he is going to be run down. That's going to be enough to find the kill. Senkux was also up here. 4 people sent towards the top side. That is
I really
rough.
don't like it. I really don't like it. Your Yorick's just on a phage, right? You're in such a power trough right now that isn't so great to play on. So Kasing over-posturing, in my opinion, not flashing either, potentially holding that for the next dragon. And now he's Zero. He's under a lot of threat. They have the Cyclone. Can they burst Yorick?
They're going to look for it, but they're going to find the pole onto 2 into a massive chunk of damage. The towers should be enough. In comes the monkey spin. As Zero can't get close, he's caught inside Zenkux's ultimate as he will fall a 1-for-1 underneath the tower. Oh,
Devon might be getting flanked here. I mean, he should be fine. Kasing was on the way, but decides not to. He gets ulted by the Caitlyn. Doesn't quite find anything. Crucially, Torre's Alistar ultimate buys so much time. Tanks like 3 different tower shots towards the tail end when he's very, very low already, and a Cataclysm
Danker.
without dying. Yeah, Dankuk manages to walk out of there, but Kasing is on the way.
This is starting to get a little scary here, to be honest, for the side of Verdant. It does feel like Bulldog, they were massively outnumbered there. Sure, they had their tower to work with, but they were able to turn that and honestly make it a relatively neutral trade for themselves. They don't give up first tower either. Able to just hold the line a little longer. Although, I do worry that this tower will fall to Senkux on the reset. So, first tower blood should go over to the side of Verdant.
Yeah.
And it's all going to be about this Rift Herald, I reckon.
Oh, nice EW. Painful. Going to be able to dash out of there, rather. Now, the threat is, with SLT's Fury from the ultimate, can he dive the Azir? It looks like Painful's going to realize the threat that's on his way and actually back off and let Yorick take over. Actually committing the TP to walk a relatively small distance. Doesn't want to drop that cannon. That's a Baus TP right there.
Also didn't want to drop the tower, I don't think, either. They're still playing for that feat of strength stack. You know, they can trade it out for this Herald. If they get that, they'll be happy. But first tower blood, not something they're willing to give up. As Artemis just secure the crab. And it is just a chill moment. That tower's very low. I'm surprised his Zero doesn't just full send it for that tower. It's already chunk spot side. Maybe
he's got no wave, right?
Triforce.
So it's quite tricky. He's got no wave. He'd have to wait like 30 seconds for the wave to get there, and then maybe he'd be able to get it before Renekton came and defended. But you know, that's pretty rough with the Renekton coming.
It was also Triforce base. I didn't realize he had Triforce gold, so makes more sense.
Big Spike. Big Spike does make a lot of sense in the 1v1 now. With the Bramble Vest and Triforce, he will be stronger in the 1v1 versus SLT, especially when he has Maiden up. My big concern for Bulldog now is how they navigate the Caitlyn Power Trough, where on mid-wave, I feel like Varus always has Perma-Prio. You are always under the threat of being ulted by the Varus without cleanse on the Caitlyn, and then set up on with dive. So that's my big issue. And because of that, I believe Verdant will have first move. Having said that, Bulldog have started Rift Herald.
I think they're okay. I like
Verdant
this.
aren't contesting anything.
I think, you know, the intention from the side of Bulldog is to just trade Dragon. They already got one Dragon, so it's not like it's sole point or anything. This can now be used in mid lane to open up the mid tower. And like you were saying with Devon, being able to contest the wave is the biggest issue right now because Caitlyn's in that power trough.
I just think Verdant are strong enough to contest these neutral objectives with the spikes they're on. They have Varus ultimate, they have Cyclone, they have Renekton ultimate at 6. These ultimates and level 6 spikes are so strong on the side of Verdant, and they're opting to either not contest or cross map, which makes very little sense to me when you're versus a Caitlyn and Azir at this stage. I think Verdant are playing way too safe in general in this game.
Yeah, no, they really
have
are.
so many opportunities.
And I think the things you got to keep in mind as well is like Renekton is a champion who nosedives in power as you get later into the game, where the Yorick is actually only just going to become more of a menace in the side lane, where, you know, eventually this Renekton is not going to be able to do much. You know, Caitlyn as well, a champion where, like, Varus, his spike is very much in the earlier phases of the game, where when you're going lethality Varus, you know, lethality builds do fall off a little bit as you move later in, where the full crit Caitlyn is only going to become more and more dangerous. And the gold is dead even right now, but it feels like the tempo is very much in the favor of Bulldog. From looking at the minimap, they're actually not looking to crack mid lane. They're actually looking to use the Herald on the top side and maybe go for 2 towers into that Azir, another scaler. I worry that, like you said, Verdant are kind of just giving up a little bit too much on the on the map right now, and they're kind of giving the scaling team all of the time and the resources they need to take over the game.
Yeah, I think so. I think you really want to utilize the Wukong and the Aurora Burst as well, the Varus Ultimate, at this stage of the game. The only threat I believe you have is maybe, you know what, I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt. Maybe I've missed that they don't have a flash on Varus or something, and he's scared to walk on the wave, and they don't want to fight because of that. I mean, we'll take a look once we get back into game. No, he does indeed have flash. And cleanse. And they have flash on every single, on both mid and AD carry. So they're opting to cross-map the Dragon. Now they've got to defend this top tier 2. This will probably get the charge off, unless Tori can do something with Smite, but he doesn't have Smite on with the Spellbook. So, yeah, that's charge, and honestly, a really good early game from Bulldog. Much better, in my opinion, than they should be getting off with.
No, they got away with murder there. They do need to defend this mid lane tower, though. Looks like Dream should be able to do that. I did notice Senkux had 2 Haunting Geysers in their inventory at one point, but one of those has since been turned into a Liandry's.
Classic. They're removing this next patch, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah, they're actually removing it because this build was okay, but then they made it so the Haunting Geysers actually built into useful items because they buffed, for example, Bloodletters, right? And and now they've realized, wait, hang on a second, this is a really good build. Kasing whiffs an ulti.
It's short cooldown.
Fishing for a cleanse, I suppose. Makes sense.
Not particularly the end of the world there for the side of Bulldog. Again, short cooldown on that one. Senkux is going to look to potentially try and take this tower. He should be able to get first tower blood for his team. Oh, sorry, second tower because they took first tower already. As SLT almost kills the Maiden.
Yeah,
She's
I wonder if he's going to
healing back
EQ
up.
to try and tag.
He
Or
is.
just double E out. Yeah, it looks like it. He kills the Maiden. That's massive for the side lane. And it looks like because of that, they're going to be able to make plays. But Artemis is here to try and punish. Problem is, if you ulti on the Jarvan onto the Renekton's always going to dash away. So what are you waiting for?
Well, he used E, but it's just going to disappear out. Hazero is still feeling pretty comfortable just to kind of hold. And, you know, SLT, they did finish up the Maiden, but ultimately they're just going to go for a reset. So some of the time they bought for themselves is just going to be on that reset. I don't think this tower is long for the world, to be honest. I think Hazero is just going to be able to walk up and give it a couple of bonks with his shovel.
I think any fight around topside, though, now that Zero doesn't have Maiden, is going to be optimal if you're Verdant. No Maiden means you're considerably weaker. And with Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, I mean, by then you will have Maiden.
I mean, it's almost back up. It's like what, 1/3 of the cooldown, almost half the cooldown now.
Yeah. It's just Maiden is quite a long cooldown, but it is almost back up. You're right. So when that cooldown's back up, the 1v1 will start to swing towards the Yorick again. Maybe in the meantime, they can do something like start up Atacon. I really think Verdant need to up the pace of this game.
Yeah, well, that might be the opportunity. Painful forced to use the ultimate onto SLT just to push him away. Painful is not liking being in a matchup versus SLT. This is a horrible one for him.
Yeah.
As, that Azir tower is not going to do too much. Monkey Spin available for Danker. Doesn't follow up the flash. Happy just to burn Painful's flash there.
Flash is big to pop. Now, can they take full topside control as the Wukong and the Alistar take the vision and then convert that into an Atacon startup? Maybe then they could punish the Azir lack of flash. Painful could find it hard to walk up and actually auto-attack. We'll see what Verdant want to do, but that's definitely an angle.
Yeah, Zero does have that teleport as well, so he's happy to sit in the bot side. Painful now does have their teleport if they want to go back in lane versus Senkux and not be stuck with a Renekton, but they're happy just catching the wave here for the moment. You're seeing jumps in onto Tor here, actually does get headbutted away, has that solar flare, doesn't hit the mark,
Oh my
but
god, Tor is one
will
shot.
fall. Dream is absolutely annihilating him. Support for support traded out. Dream's damage is quite scary already here. As they're actually opening up onto SLT. Does still have the ultimate available. Devon does not.
Look at bot lane. Danker's going to gank bot lane, try and kill the Yorick, but Bulldog in response, they see it. They're going to go for Atacon.
Oh, Hazero is able to take out the tower, though. That's a really bad one for him. He can just continue to run away. Got the E.
He's buying so much time.
Danker's making his way over. He's going for the teleport, interrupted by the monkey spin. Throws down the flash as well. And Maiden is on Danker's clone, not Danker. Another shovel comes down, but it's not going to be enough. That is going to be the kill. And this has just gone horrendously wrong for Bulldog. It crumbles at the seams. Atacon interrupted. The interrupt jumps in. Artemis goes for the flash. They're caught inside the cage. But that will be the end of Atacon. Artemis can do nothing but watch here. It just went wrong everywhere for Bulldog.
Yeah, what a nice sequence by Verdant. They send Wukong down bot side to try and kill Yorick. Yorick buys a bunch of time, but Senkux sees this and actually recalls and TPs to the Atacon fight up top side so that they have numbers matching up top as well. The Atacon start in response to the chase down in bot from Bulldog. It goes horrifically wrong. And it's just a massive lead now. I believe Verdant, they secure the Atacon there. So take a look. Senkux TPing with the flank. Bulldog are forced to evacuate. They get the knock-up. It's actually Torre's flash. And Senkux also TP'd in as well. They're on top side. It's just the spellbook creativity.
Really, really nice from Tora, to be honest. And
yeah.
Also, SLT, kind of a menace on the Renekton. It's funny seeing both SLT and Tor jump into the cage as Solar Flare makes his connection. But Kasing, you are on your lonesome. Down you go. And that is going to be Dragon number 3 and Soul Point over to the side of Verdant.
Yeah, the game completely booms at the Atacon. Now Kasing is getting picked off cooldown. The pick potential is actually being utilized by Verdant as well with the Varus ulti and so on. And now it's going to convert into Soul Point. Where before this, it didn't feel like they were in a commanding position.
No. They just feel like a game where they were really struggling to find agency. Suddenly they just woke up and take it all as they do jump onto Painful here. Artemis is just trying to finish up the tower. Gets the shuffle down and runs away. Beautiful play by Painful and Artemis. SLT with the ultimate on. Tower comes out from Painful, and that should be enough to dissuade any potential chase, although there's a minion tank in the tower, so in comes the interrupt from Artemis. Gets the slow with the shield down as SLT does a bit of damage to him. I say it does a bit, does a fair amount of damage to him. held up, but meanwhile, Hizero, 1 versus 2, the outnumbering continues onto him. The Yorick unable to really do much of anything, and that is going to be another kill for Danka. 5-0 on the Wukong.
And with Hizero falling on the Yorick, the Maiden also falls, so that Yorick is going to be very useless for an extended period of time. Top lane, you can see how confident SLT is on this spike of the Shojin Black Cleaver. So much haste means you can constantly dash forward, in and out, and bait and do so much damage to the enemy team. Yeah, I think Verdant are just in massively full control right now, and in 3.5 minutes, once Dragon is up, it does look like it's going to be sold to them.
Yeah, it does feel really rough. Is that another Haunting Guys item? He's
going to go towards the...
He's going to get them all. It's the hat trick.
He is. It's got to catch them all.
Yeah, that's
usually
the
you go...
one.
The Andrew's Bloodletters, I believe, but don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. But yeah, basically, they overbuffed every single Haunting Guys item. And now they're all useful. So they're removing the ability to even build them after you've built one next patch. And I believe
So
that's
you only
tomorrow.
get one Haunting Guys item total.
Yes, exactly. So you can only build one Haunting Guys. I don't know if you can build the completed ones still.
Yeah, because I
can't remember exactly.
Riftmaker and Leandries are very different items.
Yeah. If you can't build both of those, then Lilia's probably pretty unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia mains are going to be frothing at the mouth. I'm assuming is you can't just have more than one Haunting Guys at a time.
That would make sense. That would
be
make
my
sense. You
assumption.
can build the
Because
Haunting
all
Guys
three of the
afterwards.
Haunting Guys items are actually quite different from one another.
Yeah. I can see that happening. I mean, silently, I just want to highlight Danka is 501, almost 3 items, and as a 700 gold bounty. This Wukong is kind of strong. I think the backline dive with Aurora and Wukong going into the next fight might be a bit spooky. Dream has no flash still, so that's definitely the target.
Yeah, Dream is going to be the big one. Infinity Edge, Yontail finished up. Got another crit cloak in there as well, but it's on Kasing and Artemis to make sure that Dream gets to free fire, because we saw what he can do on this Caitlyn. Like, the damage coming out from Dream is absolutely massive. Just needs to kind of be given the ability to get that free firing off. And like we said, there's still a lot of scaling elements on the side of Bulldog. They're down 3,000 gold, which is a pretty significant deficit considering how tight this game was for a long time. Because Danka is going to spot out Kasing. I don't think Kasing saw that the ward went down as he finds himself in danger.
Cancel.
Interrupted by Torn. Nice cancel indeed. Kasing, he connects onto the clone, the wrong person. Dodges away on Devon's ultimate. Senkax tries to get a bit of damage off onto Artemis, but it's going to be the end of that little exchange of fire. Kasing really misplaying that one.
Yeah, he tries to get out. I think Kasing's trying desperately to secure any kind of vision around the Nash that might potentially be started up, but I do worry that he's overreacting to the potential Nash because they don't have much DPS on the side of Verdant. They have not an on-hit Varus, a lethality one, so the damage isn't there in that regard.
SLT.
Zero might get run down here.
I think he's going to be forced to flash. SLT just dashes after him, but Artemis is coming in. Heal comes forwards. Maiden continues to go in. Artemis, I don't know if he can find this. A big heal comes out. The Cataclysm hasn't been used yet, but Hizero's finished up by Devon as they go in. Artemis finds the dunk. Massive shutdown in his pocket, but he is caught inside the ultimate. Senkux finishes him up. Trap comes through from Dream. Tor takes a little bit of poke. But losing your jungler 50 seconds before Dragon, incredibly rough there for the side of Bulldog.
Not only your jungler, but arguably your most fed member with 3 items on that job, and him falling isn't ideal. So now, at this Dragon fight, it's 4-3. 4 players versus 3 players, and I don't think they can navigate having only one frontliner in terms of this team fight.
No, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Artemis is going to have to get back onto the map. It is a Mountain Soul, so actually, I believe Mountain Soul's one of our highest win rate souls in NLC. Anyway, Kasing finds himself caught. Tor jumps in onto him. Danka just jumps straight onto the back line with the monkey spin. Has to flash out. Zenith Blade into the solar flare. That might be the end of Danka. Ace in the hole. Painful finds the shutdown. 1k in his pocket. Kasing somehow survives all of that. Artemis is going to be back on the map. Frozen Heart in pocket. Can they get the dragon?
A nice play by Kasing to lock up the Wukong after he goes to the wall, but Danka, you can't be taking these kinds of risks when you have Soul in your pocket already. You could just go to Dragon and it's completely secured, but he opts for a volatile fight, taking a risk for no reason. And now, Can Verdant buy enough time until Danka respawns and makes it to the Dragon? How do they soft contest this? Painful gets chunked.
Oh, the problem is the poke here from Devon's too much. As
Oh
Dream
my
gets
God.
caught inside Senkux's ultimate, has to disengage, put some traps down. Artemis in the pit, not started it up. This Varus is too much of an issue right now. They need to find a way to block him down and finish him up, but with Flash and Cleanse, they're just going to turn onto the cow. Maiden gets summoned up. Dream takes another arrow from Devon on the back as in comes the teleport to join up. Painful has made his way over after healing, but he just takes all of the damage once again. Nice flank. Tor's going to have to use the ultimate early. Great disengage there from Painful. Artemis finds them inside the pillar. SLT jumps in and just assassinates Dream in the backline. Senkux bleeding down as he's shut down by the Azir, but more and more kills are coming in. Artemis is onto Danka. Dragon 3000 HP. Verdant have been wrestled off. Danka has to find the steal of the century. He has the smite, but they're just going to continue to zone him away. Dragon dropping low. Artemis finds the secure, and the cow is going to fall, but in comes the crocodile. The monkey spin coming down. Bulldog actually losing out in the fight, but they find the lockdown onto Danka. He is going so low. Bulldog find the turnaround once again. Verdant are collapsing at the seams as Bulldog bark and run them down. The cage doesn't pin SLT. The fight is done.
Bulldog, they keep track of Danka. They don't allow the Wukong with Smite to enter the Dragon. And they tried to finish it off 3v1, but they don't realize that Tori on the Alistair with the spellbook has swapped to Smite and he secures it at 1.1k health. So that's Soul to the side of Verdant.
Wait,
the team
Tori
fight
got
looks
it?
lost. Tori stole it with Spellbook Smite. He swapped
No
it.
way.
Look at his spells in the bottom right in the UI. He has Smite this entire time, and they're zoning off Danka on the Wukong. They don't realize that Tori has it, and Tori just walks up as they're DPSing and takes it on 1.1k.
That is crazy. I totally missed the Alistair steal there. Soul
They
over to the
completely
side
zoned
of
off the Wukong.
Verdant. That is absolutely bonkers. I do still worry, but Bulldog are starting to look crazy scary. Devon, Blue Flash did help cleanse. They're just going to take an ace in the hole. It did nothing. Wow, Dream is quite weak still.
Well, we broke the Mountain Soul Shield, which refreshed itself.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yikes.
That is
That was a limit testing.
not ideal.
He has now hit 16, so it's a max rank ult at this point. So next time we'll do a little more.
Okay. I'm glad. I can't wait to see like a fraction of the health bar to go down more than that.
It scales with crit, doesn't it? You need more
Mountain
crit.
Soul, yeah, it does. But Mountain Soul versus Azir scaling, that's kind of the question that we have right here, right? And Azir can pump out enough DPS to shred through tanky targets. So it really is on Painful, but he's been denied a lot of gold this game. I think Painful has been forced to miss so much CS and gold in general because of the lanes in the side lane. Like, he just hasn't been able to farm as much. Granted, he has caught up now. So he has scaled up now to 3 items. It's just the early on was painful. So it's on him now to find the front to backs and to actually DPS down the tanky targets of Verdant.
Dream now got the 3 items as well. Lord Dom's 75% crit finished up. So this Kate will be hurting, especially with the armor pen to help versus the triple Mountain Drake picked up by the side of Verdant. But you remember when I said like lethality builds kind of fall off as you go later into the game? Devon is doing everything in his power to prove me wrong on that. He is doing so much poke. Tor is forced to flash though. Another E connects here from his hero. That shovel hurts, and that ace in the hole is also going to chunk through. Devon just avoiding the solar flare, but turns out it wasn't the Azir scaling you need to be worried about. It's the Yorick scaling.
Yeah, tries to ward up Line Bush there and try and take control of the topside area, but Baron's up. I don't think Verdant can contest this. I mean, you've lost one of your smites. Torre is dead, so he doesn't have it. Can Danka get in the pit is the question, and the reality is I don't think they can. Does Senkux choose to TP after this tier 2?
Azir, Caitlyn are going to take it way too quick.
It's gone.
There's no way
it was gone in
contest,
10 seconds.
Azir, Caitlyn doing way too much damage there. They're going to get a big cash in of money as well. Another injection of items. Dream picks up Azir, so that rapid fire will be coming up fairly soon as well for him. Also up in the crit, so more and more of those crits are going to start to stack up, and this is getting very, very scary for the side of Verdant.
Yeah, I mean, we might see a rare case, where the team without soul actually wins. I mean, it's super, super rare, and it's very hard to do. So it's an uphill battle still for Bulldog into the Mountain Soul, but you just completed a whole other item for the Azir. Painful just completed a Void Staff, fresh off the bat. And so his DPS will just be going through the roof. Caitlyn will soon be completing a 4th item as well, sitting on that Zeal, as they try to take control of bot side, and we're going to get to an Elder Flip.
Alrighty, well, there goes the blue buff. I don't know why I'm talking like it's a major objective. That was a blue buff there for the side of Verdant. So a little bit more mana for Devon, so he can continue to spam out the Qs. But it's really about surviving this Baron, and can they do it? 1-3-1 starting up. Bulldog don't really have their waves synced very well, though. So right now, it's a bit of a sloppy 1-3-1. But once they get a control of it, Verdant are going to find themselves heavily pulled around, as they were looking for SLT for a little bit of a trade here. Senkuk's actually jumping forwards. They're just going to try and kill Maiden, or... yeah, it's just a Maiden. It's a Maiden gank. Finish up that, and that actually slows down this 1-3-1 with the Maiden dead.
Both teams considering overextending just a little bit more. Maybe not just for the Maiden, but for the Jarvan as well. Maybe not just fishing for the EQ, but the ulti onto the Renekton as well. But at the end of the day, it's a win for Verdant. Staggering. I mean, they might pick up Artemis here. At the very least, he can EQ out every single time. Yeah. SLT is going to try and desperately wave clear, but they really don't have that much wave clear here.
Unfortunately, Lethality Varus is their primary wave clear. The minions are too hard for AP champs to kill, and again, Senkuk's on the Aurora. Has to get very close to the wave to actually kill it, so down goes that tower. I believe mid has already fallen as well, so we're now at the point where... oh no, mid's still standing. Dream just about evades getting caught out. Painful just ults straight in. That's going to be all from Artemis, forcing the flash out from Devon as they're going so low in the middle of all of this. Artemis will fall to the ignite. Cage comes out from Hazero, but kill onto the jungler. Nothing really forced out. Devon's flash did get burnt, and Senkuk's actually as well. Bit of a nice disengage from the side of Verdant as Hazero gets their base interrupted, puts the cage up though. Zero takes a lot of damage here, following up on the back. Painful, good shuffle back. Stop himself from getting engaged onto, but it's Elder. Totally missed the fact the Elder's up.
Yeah, Devon, with the chunked health bar, going to be supported by the Mountain Soul shield, so he's fine. He doesn't have to recall. And now, without the smite from Artemis, it looks like it's going to be Verdant's Dragon. This Elder buff, this fight, it's 5v4.
Dream's got no mana as well, which is going to make this a little bit harder for him. Toria jumps over, finds Painful with a headbutt pole. Dream's just free firing onto the Alistair, gets a fair amount of damage off. Danker doesn't really take too much in response. The Chains of Corruption's going to be enough, but the stopwatch comes out from Painful as he's trying to stay alive. Solar Flare onto 3. His Zero's buying space. There's going to be the ultimate from Senkuk's. Dragon has been slowed down, but everyone on Verdant is alive, and Dragon gets started out once again. Artemis. This needs to be the redemption still of his life.
It's a 2k smite versus a 1k smite. You have 2 smites of Verdant. Do they mess it up? Do they let Artemis into the pit so it's a burger flip? Even if he does get in, it should be secured for Verdant.
They're losing a fair amount of HP. Artemis is trying his hardest, but SLT is just going to zone him off, and that is going to have to be all she wrote on that Dragon. Verdant bringing this game back. I did not expect Bulldog and Verdant to be the most explosive game of the day so far.
Yeah, you really would have expected the last game to. It was the most conflicted in terms of our caster predictions as well. But this one, we all assumed it'd be a wipe, I believe. Verdant 5-way across the board.
No, I went
predicted
Bulldog.
To win. Oh, you actually did.
I was controversial.
Are you clenched? Are you clenched?
A little bit. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous. I want to be right.
This fight is so split. They engage on the 3 stack over here with an engage from Torre using the blast cone, and Yorick just cannot find a way in. He's so far away in Narnia right now. He can't take part in the fight, and the chain CC lands onto the Azir. The second the Azir falls, there's all your damage and scaling. Dream, like you said and highlighted, has no mana, can't take part in the fight with an ace in the hole or any kind of spells like a trap, layering on some CC, can't take part, and that's Elder. Now, what can Verdant get done with Mountain Soul plus Elder? At the end of the day, I don't think these traps will matter too much. They should flex the 4-1 here. As if you take a look down bot side, Yorick, I was about to say, he's taking the fight into Elder Dragon. And he just loses.
That was a really, really big mistake coming in from him. Dream's just going to put a couple of traps down, needs to evade away. Doing a good job on dodging all of Devon's abilities. 100% crit finished up with that rapid fire cannon. I mean, this is going to be rough for them. Elder still on for another minute. If they can play the dissuasion game and not give up too much, they may have to give up a tower or 2.
I think dying as Yorick here breaks that a little bit, because now you have to send
100%.
You have to separate your wave clear over 2 lanes. Rather than keeping Yorick in side lane clearing, now you have to spread apart your lack of teammates. And you're definitely going to drop the tier 2 mid and probably top lane. The question is if the base breaks with the line of Caitlyn traps in mid and top.
Oh, it's a miserable life being a support, isn't it?
Yeah,
Kasing
really
uses
is.
Knight's Vow, his second item, onto his 4-item Caitlyn 40 minutes into the game.
38 minutes
Oh
in,
my
yeah.
word. We need to up support gold generation, man. Like these guys are homeless. Right, Elder on for another 20 seconds, and that basically guarantees this this Baron here.
Yep.
Tor has now cycled through, so it doesn't have smite. But I don't think there's any world of contest. I say that.
I mean, Painful has
the
TP.
phone.
If he wants to come in and they
No,
want
they're
to
not
play
doing
on the
it.
team fight, yeah, I don't
It's
think
too
so.
slow. It's way too slow.
It's Elder, yeah, you're right. Even though the Elder's probably going to expire soon, if it hasn't already, there it is. It's donked. Now, Kasing, is he going to look for anything? It's just so hard because you're staring down Soul, right? I'm going to be honest. Whenever I'm playing League and I'm staring down a Soul, I've mentally FF'd. I really think it's such a hard task to overcome. But
Depends
again,
on the soul. I actually do feel like Mountain Soul is one of the ones that I think you at least stand a chance with. But then again,
Yeah,
I
maybe.
remember earlier I said that statistically, Mountain Soul is one of our highest win percent ones in the NLC.
What's the highest in the NLC?
I think
'Cause
it's Cloud.
I feel like it's
I think
Cloud.
it's
Yeah,
Cloud.
it's
Chemtech
Cloud.
is actually our lowest, and I know you
It's
think
Cloud and
Chemtech's-
Soul Look You as well.
Yeah, I mean Cloud is insane.
Yeah.
I need to double check that stat. 'Cause I might just be lying, but I know in solo queue it is Cloud.
Yeah. But I mean, props to Bulldog not mentally checking out. I mean, Painful getting towards that death cap. Maybe on death cap 6 items. He's facing a bunch of dive, but it's a lot of dive that comes in through the Azir soldiers. So maybe then you can DPS. Do something. The GA plus Mountain Soul armor
Kasing?
versus Dream's ulti.
I think Kasing just dies here. Someone needs to walk their support out, or they're going to be down a player. Okay, any
you might
moment
be
now.
right.
Oh my word! Wow, they just let Kasing get chunked for free, and they don't really do anything defending anything either there. So big mistake there from Bulldog, and it feels like a bit like what happened with Lost Ratones, is where they had this fight in them, and then as soon as it kind of slipped away, you know, they lost that dog that had in them. It's gone.
Ooh.
Sad solar flare from Kasing. Didn't quite make the hit. Artemis heavily chunked out. Zero trying to fight versus SLT, but this is 1 versus 2. The Ignite comes down. Does get a little bit of healing off. Senkox throws the ultimate down. Dream has still got his life, and he's going to look to try and put some damage into SLT. He half healths him, actually, to be fair. Solar flare comes forward. That's Artemis onto Danker. Danker's going to get picked off immediately. SLT remembers he's still low. Devon has got himself a Guardian Angel, so bit harder to find the pick onto. A 55-second death timer. They do lose 2 inhibitor towers and a single inhibitor. But you've got an Azir, you've got a Caitlyn. The wave clears there.
Yeah, the CC onto Danker doesn't quite get the clone over the wall and just gets absolutely shredded. The Azir, like I said, is really good at taking down tanky targets with all the auto attacks. And once he gets death cap, we might see a comeback in terms of how well they can pilot team fights. Now they could farm the super minions as well, but it's Elder Dragon whilst the supers are pouring into the base. And they've got to push out the waves deep. They've got to really, really address the situation up topside. Maybe push in the wave, this wave, and the wave that's upcoming and spawning just now from the Red Nexus, and then move down to this Elder Dragon. I think that's the only way. They buy enough time so it isn't an Elder for Nexus trade.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the game plan here. Maybe if Kasing can find that good pick. Painful continues to actually shove out topside.
Yeah.
Remember, he still has
He's got
teleport, so
TP.
this is good. Yeah, this is very smart from him. I don't know how close he is towards getting that that death cap, because that will be the big difference maker here.
Yeah, will these super minions give him enough gold? Torre wants to engage already. You can see him posturing over the wall. He does have flash. He wants to snap.
Definitely got control of the top side. Massive waves. Can take a long time for Verdant's top side to crash. So I need time for them to play this dragon dance.
Yeah, the question is, can the Azir get uptime? Can Painful navigate the fight through
Thor
the
on
dive?
the flank. Gonna get spotted out by Kasing here. Devon Takes the ace in the hole. No, it's Danko who takes it. That is doing no damage. Tor gets immediately jumped onto. They're going to try and get some damage off, but they deliver Artemis into the backline. He's going to try and hold his line. Finds the knock up on for the moment. Painful losing a fair amount of damage, but that is Danko's ultimate. Dream forced to flash away. Kassin comes in, but the health bars are still so low. Danko's looking for Dream. Senkuk slides in and assassinates, and this fight has gone wrong for Bulldog. Verdant strike back hard, acing them all, and it is Dunzo.
Verdant, they find the dive onto the Azir. Painful cannot auto-attack. He gets chain CC'd. The Zhonya's isn't going to do anything. Verdant, they find the backline dive.
Dream and Painful made the mistake. They stood on top of each other. The two damage dealers, the two people who will win you the fight, got Danko ulted with the Cyclone, and that totally undid it for them. Can't teleport to minions anymore, Tor, but he's going to do it anyway. Down goes the Nexus. 43 minutes on the clock. Verdant take out Bulldog.
What a mental game. I mean, props to Bulldog for keeping it so long, utilizing the scaling of their comp, but I think it all comes back to that one early game fight where it felt like up until then Bulldog were winning. I believe it's that third dragon. All of a sudden, it's a team fight win for Verdant, and everything goes kaboom.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people underestimated Bulldog coming into this split. I think they've probably done a bit of good for themselves there on that front, where we're starting to go, okay, this is still a very capable roster like we saw previously from Bulldog in previous splits, but they looked really, really solid here today, even though they lost both their games. They went up versus Verdant, they went up versus Lost Ratones, two of the toughest matches they've got, and they made it look damn close, at least in that second game. We're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and then we'll be back with game number 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
It was rough, but somehow Verdant were able to bring back into this game. Again, Bulldogs at the beginning of the game, I think it's a good highlight, but somehow on that journey, they just lose the GPS and Verdant were like, hey, we know how to work this. We have the experience. This is the team we were expecting, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say to an extent.
Wow,
I think
so much confidence.
Let's start with, you kind of asked two things there, right? For Bulldog,
Okay.
it's very much, there is an essence of a good team here. I like some of their macro plays. They get caught a few too many times, and sometimes they do get punished for their mistakes. You can see it in the goal swing, right? They're able to bounce back from a deficit. They were able to throw a deficit, throw a lead they had earned. So I like the foundations that they have, but Verdant as well felt very, very slow. They were allowing Bulldog to get away with things where Aragon said on the desk or on the cast that they should be punished for this. They shouldn't be able to get the Rift Herald this easily. But Verdant, they were fine. They were like, no, we scale. We don't want to do anything right now. And you could really feel when around that 20-minute mark, around the Arakan, that's when Verdant started becoming more proactive. And then the game really accelerated when you had two willing to do the tanko. So for Verdant, boring 20 minutes, I will say. But they looked, pretty safe. And once they started playing, they did look a bit better. But Bulldog, fair play, man. New roster, 4 new players. And you're playing against two of the strongest teams. I think they've got something to work with here. That's a long answer, but to touch on both.
There's something in the mist for Bulldog. Yeah. That's your opinion. But for Verdant, what's your opinion, Jamada? I agree with Duckling. I agree with Duckling on his. We're agreeing a lot with Duckling.
I feel
today.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a bit scary, isn't it? But I feel like for me, the big thing with this Verdant lineup, or this Verdant draft rather, was that realistically it was kind of 2.5-ish winning lanes. Bot lane is it kind of depends on who makes it their first jungle side, right? We saw time and time again, it typically ended up being the Bulldog side early on. And once those lanes don't necessarily go the way that you want in terms of like hard winning, they were getting a lot of objectives, or maybe not every objective that they wanted from the like get-go, right? It was only a little bit later on where things really went their way that direction. You're kind of waiting for those 1-item spikes, 2-item spikes, maybe in the case of Varus, to really kind of look to overpower, the Azir, the Caitlyn. Caitlyn, very infamously goes through that air quotes power trough in the mid game, where you saw Devon kind of had control of the mid lane a lot of the times, and it felt like Bulldog were forcing plays actually through mid that ended up backfiring on them at times, particularly because of how quickly the collapse came through. And I think that was kind of, to me, not only a tale of execution, yes, but also kind of how we expected the drafts to work, right? The face up flat value of the scaling for Bulldog was, you have some prio maybe through bot, again, like very 50-50, spoke by from the Verdant perspective. Mid lane, maybe you can win out if you'd like to trade a little bit of HP, but then moving might be a bit hard. But you're kind of sitting there waiting for items to come in on these carries before you play the game. That's, to me, more or less what we got out of Verdant. It was more, once we kind of went past Baron being up, the level of discipline shown from both sides started to falter, whether it was Tori getting caught out or ulting a little bit too late, which then resulted in 4v5s, or on the opposite end for Bulldog, Artenis maybe diving a little bit too deep, further than his team could really keep up with.
I'll say this shortlist, but I think the teamfight setups were very easy to execute later on into the game for the side of Verdant, because once they got onto a singular carry, their burst was just immaculate. It was either Devon or it was Sencox who would follow up on either Dankers or Taurus engage on Painful and Dream, and they would get blown up. You can see it in the final fight. As soon as they find the carries, as long as they're on the same page and bursting on the same targets, 80% of the damage is gone from Bulldog. And yes, Zero did some damage. Yes, Artenis did a bit. But when you lose both carries in an instant because the setup is so simple and the ease of execution is on the floor, you can't fail that combo. If you find the backline, you would kill the backline. And once they did that in the team fights, it was just clean wipes. It was, easy to execute.
Easy to execute for Verdant. They still have another game ahead of them, which is going to be DMG, the last one of the day, at least for Group 1, Day 1. We have 2 groups, and we have 2 days for each one. Next week, we're going to do the same, and then find the seedings, as we talked about before in the pre-show. Moving forward right now, it's the return of Los Ratones versus Light Side. Light Side faced off versus DMG. They lost their first game. LR won the first one versus BDG. The reality is a hard one for LLS. It's a new roster as well. They have well-known players. If there's a lane that can survive or even go face-to-face, toe-to-toe with LR, which one would you pick so we can highlight it?
I'm just going to rip the band-aid off. Archer, we can do the sugarcoating stuff as much as we want.
No, I don't want sugarcoat.
If their DMG game was anything to go by, this might be the fastest game of the night.
Okay.
It's not because Lightside are going to win.
I think we need to do that. We need to be honest.
Look, I felt like there was a lot of misguided uses of, draft against player in that Lightside DMG game. If things look a little bit more cohesive and the floor of execution is a lot lower than what that first draft provided, then maybe we actually get to see, some of the hope and promise that we have for this Lightside lineup. But it didn't come through in the DMG game. That was really the opportunity, I think, to really kind of have a good showing to come into this game with a little bit of momentum. But it felt like everywhere, not just, through the top side, which was kind of the main culprit, I would say. Everywhere, like it felt like everyone was kind of making misplays and not necessarily on the same page. And I'm hoping that, at the very least, they can be on the same page. Even if they fall behind the lane, even if they, can't step into objectives the way that they want to. I just want to see them making plays on that same, frequency and tempo so that things feel better than that DMG game.
I like it. Frequency, they have to be on the same tune. Tell me, Declan.
I'll say this. If there's one lane where if they draft correctly, they can walk out only being around 200, maybe a 200 goal lead for Lightside, it's mid lane. If you go back to when B-Scores played against Nemesis in the past, and they played 4 games against each other throughout the past 2 playoffs when they met in the first round when he was on DMG, he walked away even, sometimes even slightly ahead in the laning phase. This is B-Score's biggest strength. If he plays control mage versus control mage, he'll do fine. The problem then likely is, how has the map state evolved around him? And yeah, I mean, Lightside, they will write themselves in the NLC history books if they win this game. Los Ratones are the massive favorites. We are talking a massive, massive upset. But if there's just one particular lane where you're holding on for hope, it would be the mid lane where I think B-Score can do quite well.
I know players are about to be ready to jump into this draft. Keep in mind, this is the best of 1 just to get the seeding. When you look into the history, I agree with you, Duckling. It's like, it's self-portrayed that the first seed is looking for the eyes of Los Ratones, but still a lot to be talked about. I know it should be in a few seconds. Jamada, you're on the lobby as well. I think you're spectating, right? So you might have
There isn't a lobby right now. We had to swap TRs again, unfortunately, is the update that I have for you. But my assumption would be that, like every good pro player would, have the backup TR downloaded and ready to play on in case of this event. Because surely
they don't.
Everybody's ready. You know they are.
So
obviously,
we'll see. Hopefully, this won't be as long as the delay from earlier on, where this was the case. But yeah, we will see. Hopefully, whether or not we can get everyone over to that backup TR ASAP. Until then, obviously, unfortunately, you're stuck with our ugly mugs and Archer.
No worry. I know this is going to be a low timer. I'm so confident. We don't even need to yap about, random things like, tell me, Duckling, what's the objective of that beard, by the way?
The objective of the beard is to prove that I am no longer 17 and I'm actually almost 22. And I shaved like 4 days ago. This isn't bad for like 4 or 5 days. I'm 100% Dane. We don't all have good beards anymore. Like, I have many friends who are jealous of what I can grow as a beard. So
really?
Yeah. And that's kind of saying something. And some of them are older than me, and they can grow a 1/10 of this. And, I mean, for 4 days, the camera doesn't do it justice. It looks way better in real life.
I will say, Archer, I think it's kind of unfair that he is on a panel with you and I. Like, it's not exactly the fairest comparison going
the light is not helping either.
I don't want to be the fair Duckling.
The light's not helping him.
This is 2 weeks, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Nice flex.
I'm Portuguese. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys have the genes, okay? Come on.
Yeah,
what happened with you guys? What happened with Denmark?
I don't know. The bloodline.
With him? Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, Hipfrain is bringing it back. So, as we're talking as we were talking before, Unsealed Spellbook, I think it's goated. Do you think it's going to be nerfed, Jamada?
Well, they are nerfing one aspect of it.
Okay, tell me, which one
the
is it?
Smite. They are making Smite not match damage, the full damage of a jungle
Like the
item,
upgraded
like fully
Smite,
upgraded.
yeah.
So it's not 1200, yeah. I don't know how much I like the way that they've done it, but I understand the reasoning why they've done it.
What do you think
I
it should
would've-
be? Like the first one, the second one, or
I
the
would-
Unleashed?
Yeah, so I actually would have liked if they scaled it with actual Smite uses instead of swaps. Now, I don't know what the coding under the hood looks like, so for clarity, if you're not familiar with how Spellbook Smite works, off the top of my head, I think you have to swap twice, and on that third swap of the game, that would be a 900 Smite. It wouldn't be a 1200 Smite, it wouldn't be a 600 Smite. I'd have to go and check the wiki for confirmation, but if you were to swap Smite, if your first swap was to Smite, it would be 600, as an example. But if it's like your fourth or your fifth swap, so you're talking almost 20 minutes into the game, that would be a 1200 damage Smite. The way that I think they should have changed it is just make it so you actively have to swap to Smite to get the upgrades. So your first swap to Smite is 600, your second swap to Smite is 900, and then your third swap to Smite is 1200. But instead what they've done is they've made it so if your third swap is Smite, from then on out, it just is capped at 900. It never matches a jungler Smite, which I still think is also a very fair nerf, because at times we've seen, you know, comps with almost 3 spellbooks or just flat out 3 spellbooks, and it's pretty impossible to secure objectives because it's like a 3.6k nuke, right?
Yeah,
So,
what can you do if you have a Shogat for a Nunu? Okay.
yeah, and then, you know, you add in stuff like Cho'Gath, and it's like, well, now a Baron goes from having 12,000 HP to 8,000 HP very, very quickly. So, Spellbook, Smite, very broken. That's one way they've nerfed it. I think the problem is if you undo even half of the buff that they gave it, which was for clarity, basically, they buffed the cooldown refund per swap. And if you don't know what Spellbook does beyond what I've just said,
There's a
open the
video. Yeah.
and there's a video you could go to if you just search up my name on YouTube. But yes, you if they even undo half of that, then I feel like Spellbook just goes back into obscurity, and you only really get its best case users, where it's like you'll still see TF use it, you'll still see, you know, maybe Zoe use it, and so on. But you won't really get the same, you know, usage out of maybe the supports.
For those of you who are new or have no idea, most of individuals on NLC have a different content creation. Like, for instance, Jamada is bringing new videos. Trouble does a lot of co-streams as well. Even Solari is doing co-streams.
Co-streaming right now, isn't
tried
she?
to get Challenger, and instead of that, he got a pajama. That video is public, so for those of you who want to see the new member of NLC,
If you guys require some entertainment, I highly recommend that you look up Aragon. I lost a bet, and just
watch it.
Just go ahead and watch that video.
Yeah.
It's great
It's an
educational
adult.
content.
That in mind.
Yeah, it's very important.
Duckling has
as
a
well.
beard, you know,
Yeah.
it's something.
You said Usher
hip
as well.
Ryan- Huh?
We all do something on the side. I want to mention, I have a team in the Danish league, and you know there is one player that I had on my team last split. We are about to get to know in the NLC this split. You know who that is?
Hit me.
Go on.
Scuffed, the mid laner of Chaos, played for my team last split in the Danish First Division, and has been given the chance in the NLC for Chaos. So that's developing talent here.
I
Developing talent.
need an interview with him because I want to know how is he.
He survived.
Mental
We had a rough
state.
split, to be honest. We finished 8th place.
Talking about rough, we're jumping into the Champion Select LR versus LLS. See, it was not that big of a yapping. It was only for like 10, 15.
Not as bad as earlier.
Share
this is
and
what
Pension
happens.
is gone.
When players are prepped with the backup TR.
See?
Right? That maybe that was like one player didn't have it prepped and they have fast internet, so it still didn't really matter that much.
Lightside had
That's
it from earlier,
practically
right?
what happened here.
They were the team involved.
Yeah,
in
and
this earlier, so
Lightside
they
had
it
Lightside
downloaded.
also.
True.
And let's take a look. So, despite seeing the disaster class that Lightside had in Game 1, Lost Ratones decided to ban away 2 of the champions, the Janna and the Fiora here. While Lightside obviously having to balance the balancing act of banning out broken things like you know, your Varus's, your Pantheon, which this time is thrown on the ban port, and then banning out Bao. So they've hit the middle ground like we saw earlier today. You take the Pantheon, and then you ban out the Gragas in the side.
Says to me an early Cho'Gath pick is probably gonna show up here if they're willing to ban Fiora in the first 3. Sorry, stun locked by the Rumble pick because it's never gonna happen.
Never.
There's Syndra.
Never.
Again for Nemesis, so we'll see if the drafting priorities and pattern remains, you know, kind of similar to LR, if there's going to actually be a little bit of a reaction. Slice comes in with the Sejuani, so away from the counter, or rather the carry jungle picks that we were kind of hyping up and hoping that he would show up with. But Bizguard, again, a little bit, I wouldn't say like fully out of character, but away from the usual for sure. On the Akali, wants to try and find some level you know, 6 kill pressure onwards, and that 2v2, almost no matter what Velia locks in here, I would anticipate it's Xin, but it's going to be very difficult to navigate just by virtue of the Akali existing.
Wow, that's really exciting, right? You know, 2 games of Beast going down into the roster, and he's shown more sides to himself than what we really saw in those splits for DMG. Velia locking in the trunk, the obvious counter to the Sejuani, who gets more armor and battery resist with a passive. Well, what happens if you ult them while that passive is still up? Well, you steal loads of resistances, and you instead become the mega tankers with Poppy locked in, obviously for Baus up in that top lane.
Yeah, safe, reliable laner Poppy tends to be. There is also, of course, the possibility that it could end up in Reckless's hands. I can't recall off the top of my head if he played at EMEA Masters, but I'm relatively confident he's not played it here domestically. Now, that's a Viego. So I'm going to hold... Yeah, I'm going to hold onto Judgment here, of course, because sometimes we see Sejuani's randomly pop up in lane. We haven't seen Viego's in lane for pretty much since like his release, and I agree with you, Duckling. I think the likelihood is it's going to end up being Sedge lane. We'll see how that one ends up kind of surviving, right? Pivoting away from that rough jungle matchup.
Sejuani is not a Slice champion, and Mac is not a Viego player. It can only be Viego for Slice and Mac on the Sejuani top lane. And I can see with the auto reset the Viego gets, right? You have a very strong 2v2 top side all of a sudden when you get up there. Now though, for the side of Lost Ratones looking to ban out some supports of Ruspier, just banning out the save engage, even though we know Ruspier is a big enchanter player. He will probably have to play one of these engages this game. But we'll see though, as the draft progresses. What do you ban out here? Maybe the Jhin, maybe the Lucian. You can ban out the Yeshua as well.
I like the Lucian.
There's a lot you can ban out against Crown if you want to trim the AD carry pool, but he'll still be able to have a strong check. No,
okay.
Ban out the Seri we saw earlier today. I guess, you know, you won on it, so it makes
I
sense.
think that, there's loads of options that are really strong, right? I think what makes LR such a threatening team is just their overall ability to navigate a lot of mid-game sequences, even in deficits, if they end up in them in the early stages, which isn't super uncommon, right? Like, it is something that can happen from time to time. And picks like Zeri or Jinx that can very easily you know, be funneled gold, even in those sequences, become very frustrating to play against when in the hands of Crowny. Just because, again, they will out macro you, right? They'll out rotate you and stay uninteractive until they want to interact with you. Nami banned away out of Rospierre's pool. Is it going to be another support on 4 here for Rospierre? Would be my big question. Or will it be saving it to 5 this time? And it will be saving it to 5 as we take away the Varus, and does give LR the opportunity to get a counter matchup in the AD. There's very few lanes that, you know, directly match up well into the Varus, but it's not like they're not available here, as there's very limited lane bully bans.
I was thinking about the Jhin and Alistar. I think it's a deadly combo for LR. We know them, and it makes life for Varus really hard if you don't space out.
Yeah. I mean, was it last split, I believe, in all 4 seeding stage game we saw Crowny and just the Jhin, right? For fail-safe, good range, and help with the CC as well. Tron pillar into Deadly Flourish, and all of a sudden the lockdown is just so easy to continue here now. Reckless, I mean, could he just default to the Rakan again? Yeah, we know he loves it. He's very good on it. You could default.
It's a good game hit for it too. Very, very good game for it here too. I mean, there is a lot of CC, so Mercs is going to feel pretty mandatory, but otherwise, it's not point and click, right? That's the main thing. So you can dodge a lot of it. What will Rospierre do this time, right? Like, is it just another disengaged champ? I feel like something like Milio might have a little bit of value in comparison to the Janna, which is obviously banned out, which we saw in the first game of the day.
Nah, just teasing from now.
Yeah, he is just
Okay.
teasing. Yeah, I think the Nautilus, if you have to go to the engage, I think is what makes most sense, right? You can easily counter the Rakan and his engages if you time it well. Point and click locked CC as well to help set up for the other engage you have. I think it's fine. Let's see if you can pull it out. They can chart the player now on the engage. You have to be able to play it if you want to work in a comp environment, and Rosby will have to show that here.
Well,
I will tell you though,
tell me.
Lawless, one of the easiest engage champs to play in the game. So
that's
even
what
if he
you're
is
saying,
probably
right?
an enchantment player, look, hey, it's a very easy champion to pilot, and he's got a very good laning matchup to do it in as well.
Throw the dice and let me know who do you think is gonna win. Well, I know both of you were looking at LR in terms of execution and macro. They are the favorites. Let's see if LLS is capable of dealing with Los Ratones for this one. First day as well of Summer Split. Take it away, Aragon, and also hit Prey.
I think you forgot my name. I think you forgot it again. Yeah, so interesting draft coming in from the side of the light side. I jokingly said, oh, they're just going to put Sedge top and a Kindred in the jungle.
Yeah.
And then they actually kind of did it. Kinda.
They kind of. I think their heart was in the right place, right?
Yeah.
They had the idea of pivoting Sedge top with Flex, but then we thought to ourselves, why don't they pick a better answer into Trundle than Viego, who gets just blasted at every stage in terms of the 1v1.
Yeah.
And then also, why didn't they hold the Flex for like the entire length of the line? I think maybe they expected like a different answer into the Sejuani. Maybe they expected something like a Nidalee to come out into the Sedge, and then they'd be able to counter that a bit better. But Viego into Trundle, I feel like wasn't the move, because it is just not a good matchup in terms of the 1v1. You just get chomped.
Yeah, it's rough because obviously that Q stealing away the AD then takes away your ability to burst someone. And Viego is very much a champion who wants to synergize up his team, find a quick kill, steal the form, and then move on to the next. They're a pick champion who plays, you know, in a prolonged, well, very fast burst. Yeah, wow, speaking is really hard. Very fast burst, and then into a prolonged fight off the back of that, stealing forms. But yeah, I agree, but I don't think Viego was the optimal pick here. They should have just picked like a good support or AD off the back.
Can
of
I
that
make
one.
a statement? I think Viego is almost never the optimal pick. I hate this champion. I'm such a Viego hater. I think this champ is terrible. But if you come for NLC, I get it.
I think in NLC it's actually quite good. We've got quite a few good Viego players who make the champion look definitely stronger than they are over here. Now, I think what we'll do now is move away from the jungle, because we know jungle is not your forte. We've seen the streams. Let's move towards your top lane, which is your forte.
Okay.
What are we making of this matchup up here?
Yeah, it's a spicy one, isn't it? I don't remember the last Sejuani I saw in competitive, but the idea behind Sejuani is that you're a very bursty tank early on. Flashless on the Sedge could be an ideal target point. Typically, you do go Ignite TP, and you burst level 2 for a hefty amount. The idea is that you start Q on Sejuani, you stack up Grasp of the Undying on the minions, and then you Q at them, and you get to do an auto attack after your Q and walk away. And essentially, the 18-second Q trade level 1 is uncounterable. So we'll see how Mac pilots it, but that's the idea level 1, and then you have a lot of burst generally. There's also a lot of synergy between the Sejuani and the Viego. If Slice ever wants to visit topside, with the passive stacks on the Sejuani being a melee champion and Viego getting a lot of auto attacks down on the passive, could be good.
Absolutely. Well, for now, everyone's just starting up in the normal positions. Actually, looks like Velia is going to be clearing upwards towards Baus. So, oh no, he's not. I was looking at Reckless, who's now moving bot lane. Actually, looks like
Velia
a
might be
potential
late
late
invading.
invade from Velia. Yeah.
I think they get spotted out though. Slice sees it coming, a ward to potentially avoid it, but now the ward has been taken, and you don't know if Velia's on the way. Slice doesn't have another, so he realizes, wait, hold up a second, I could be invaded here. And he doesn't really have an answer. This is a problem. Viego just loses to Trundle.
Yeah, there's nothing Slice can really do here. He takes the chomp, loses a chunk of AD. If Velia gets the smite off here, that's it, done so. He's going to have to jump back in, gets another chunk out of Slice, and it just looks like this could just be the end of the fight! Flash out from Slice! Velia can't see it! The red buff isn't going to... Oh my word, that was such a mistake! Flashing out of vision and losing sight of the red buff so he couldn't get the smite.
Nice
What
play
a mistake!
from Slice.
Well
That
played,
was
Slice.
so hectic. I think Slice actually dropped down to single-digit HP there on the last red buff auto attack. It was incredibly close, but yeah, disengaging the auto attacks with the flash was super, super nice. And now Velia, he's going to have to clear, and he's going to be very, very slow on the clear. So we'll see what Slice does with the extra time that he does have. As mid lane, Syndra should be able to win this lane early on, at the very least chunk out the Akali a little bit, but Akali's going to farm just fine and scale up, and then like Jamato was highlighting on the desk, the post 6 will be problematic. I'm interested about how the solo lanes go in general. Top lane, going to be potentially volatile with the Ignite on top side, but maybe not, because it is a tank v tank lane, and then bot lane. Oh wow, actually, Baus is kind of winning this. I didn't expect this when you have so much damage on the the Sejuani early, rather.
Well, you forget.
But I suppose.
Sejuani has a lot of damage, but I swear, Poppy's like base damage, especially at early levels, is absolutely bonkers. The Q does so much damage. Is Nemesis and Bizguard taking a fight. Nemesis couldn't really find a good angle to actually get an ability off onto Bizguard. Does now finally find a good window to trade versus him and just weave those autos in.
That's rough. Cannon lost because of the pressure from Nemesis right there. Can Mac get the cannon as well? The answer to that is no. Mac misses the cannon and mid lane misses the cannon. That's tough for the side of LLS.
The Q off. Mac actually losing a lot of HP here. Is going to get himself caught. The Ignite goes down, and Mac just about gets out.
Is there a Q flash from Baus? No.
Baus ran out of mana. Oh no, he just queued on the way.
No, he just queued there, right?
Yeah.
So he had mana for one Q flash. I think he was fishing for it, but it just wasn't quite in range. These lanes.
Oh, good scatter. There's a pillar that can come. Bizguard just throws the W out and walks away.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a double crab for the Viego, but Velia going to try and chase him around the map. He sees the crab is gone now, so he's probably going to go back to clearing his camps, and I feel like we're going to go back to a bit of a neutral lull state right now. Fairly even early game. I mean, wait, hang on. Did we miss a kill in bot?
Wait, what?
Wait,
how do we miss first blood? I suppose there's been a lot going on.
All right, so it was a Q into a Deadly Flourish from Reckless into Crowny, and then it's just a grenade full shot.
Fair enough. I mean, that just snuck up. I'll allow us missing that one.
No barrier because he has a cleanse, so Golden Penny just pops. Sure. A nice kill from Lost Ratones in the bot lane.
I mean, it's been constant. It's like constant trading, constant action.
Yeah, these lanes are mental.
I feel like the teams got together and decided it's time to deal with Lost Ratones. And they all agreed that just fight them. Just get really fighty with them.
I think the Rakan Jhin should be getting a solo kill down in bot side, to be honest. Rakan is so much weaker.
No.
I feel like they're Nautilus Varus. But still, I mean, it's just a testament to how good Crowny is. And same with Reckless, getting the 2v2 kills in what I think should be a losing matchup. Down to be wrong.
To be
look
fair,
at the damage.
I actually think a lot of people really underestimate the damage early on Jhin. Especially kind of like
it's true.
Pre-early item. Like, before you even get your first item, like, that fourth shot actually does start to build up. If he keeps just weaving them in and finding opportunities for, like, poke, he's actually a really good champion to play aggressive on. And you're seeing Lost Ratones recognizing that and constantly jumping onto Golden Penny, getting the Deadly Flourish off, a little bit of a follow-up for the grenades. Really nice to see. Now, Baus, looking for a potential turnaround, does have the ultimate now, so he can catch onto Mac, but looks like Mac is not going to be getting caught off this time as Lost Ratones using their bot and mid pressure to translate it into this dragon.
Yeah, Crowny does get hooked, but he does have barrier, so he should be fine.
He's totally fine. He's got the pillar as well. Rospier forced to flash away from that one. Velia loses a fair chunk of HP, and that might stop the dragon. But meanwhile, top lane Baus finds the solo kill.
Yeah, no flash on Max, so even if he wanted to, he could. It'd be hard to flash away from the E against the wall. But yeah, it's a solo kill from Baus, an excellent play.
Unleashed power is available to Nemesis. He's not going to find the window, though. Right? Unless Bizguard just steps up and gets hit by a scatter. Lost Ratones don't even want to give Crab up to slice. They can see he's doing it, so they find the knock-up, and Crowny has the fourth shot in the bag. Pillar comes down.
He's just dead.
Slice tries to go for the smite. Doesn't even get it. That is tragic.
Oddly reminiscent of Blabber over in NA, dying for the Crab, but still doesn't quite get it. 600 down on the Crab, down to 23. Yeah, that's rough. First move from the Jhin Rakan, and the CC he has. I'm not sure if he had flash or it was just coming up and he has it now, but still falls in the river. And it's not looking great for LLS. I think they're going to have to. It looks like Mac is trying to make a push and move attempt into mid, but Nemesis is going to sniff that out and recall on the other side of the lane. So now the question comes down to, who gets grubs? And the reality is, if LR want to rotate their lane, their bot lane up to top side, they can. They're in full control of bot lane, so they can choose when they want to recall.
Well, Baus and Mac just taking themselves a little bit of a scrap here. Gets the permafrost off. Takes the key too, though, from Baus, so to get that, as Baus is going to quickly just try and get himself a shield. And honestly, with the shield coming back up, Baus just starts to win these elongated trades, has a lot of wave clear with his Q. Baus, once again, could take an Everfrost first here, but for now, that's just a scrappy Grasp finding top, Grasp farming top lane.
Ooh. I'm always wondering if Baus is gonna press E on the Sejuani whilst he's in front of his turret and just get a bunch of damage off of the stun against the wall. It's kind of risky, so it's nice to see if he does. Tier versus tier top lane, because both these champs can have mana issues. But because Baus has controlled the lane and first move into the river alongside Velia, he's going to be able to get the Honey Fruit and sustain himself right back up. With support first move, with Reckless on the Rakan being in the river up top side, that's going to be Grubs as well. So Grubs for the Trundle. That unlocks so many different macro opportunities if they want to send Trundle pre-14 on the side lane tower.
Yeah, Slice gets too heavily chunked out. 2 objectives over to Lost Ratones nice and early there as well. They said that Grubs really just speed up your ability to take towers. Now, obviously, you got a Jhin, not particularly the greatest tower taker, especially with the plates, but for now, you know, every little helps. And Trundle, very good at taking towers, so if Velia does see an opportunity to jump into a side lane and try and take some additional gold for himself, he will be able to actually smash through towers with the King's Domain.
Will there be a play here? Onto
I
Reckless.
think so.
They have Nautilus on the way.
On the knock-up into the Deadly Flourish. Crowny hasn't got 4-shot available yet. He gets caught there actually by the root from Golden Penny. Continues to fire away. Another Q comes down. Reckless just about dodging away.
Oh,
Baus finds the knock-up. The slow onto Mac. A 1-for-1 trade on the top side.
A 1-for-1 trade, but I think a small bounty for the Sejuani. It looked like he got a bit of extra gold there in his pocket. A nice play for both sides with a knock-up at the unexpected burst from Mac with the Ignite. Now at this Crab, Slice is a level up with bot lane moving first.
Slice just flashed to steal that one away, but Velia is happy to take this trade. Puts the pillar up.
Oh, no, he
Rospia Q's into the pillar, and Velia's just going to run down the Nautilus now. Slow's coming in, and that is going to be the kill for Crowny. Meanwhile, off screen, Nemesis takes out Bizguard. 2 members of LLS fall as Slice is being hunted by Velia. Golden Penny is now being hunted by Velia. He's got the pillar, he's got the slow, forces the flash out from the ADC. Lost Ratones are just taking everything.
In the meantime, Nemesis is getting a solo kill mid onto Bizguard. He finds a solo kill on the Syndra versus Akali, even post 6, when the Akali's supposed to have a bit more agency. How did this exactly happen? The E lands, everything lands for Bizguard, but the burst is just too much with the Q. And Nemesis finds it. He goats it up in the mid lane, and also the bot side win. That was a really big LR victory.
A really big one there for them. They're 6-1 on kills. It's 10 minutes on the clock, and it's a massive gold lead. 4,000 gold in their favor. It might get bigger, to be honest. Baus is getting a solo kill onto Mac. Oh no!
Baus with the buckler finish off.
He's not even finished his cull and he's got 3 kills.
They were trying to find a play with Sejuani passive and Viego to cheese Baus potentially, because Baus was playing really aggressively, but they just...
Oh no, Nemesis is about to get another kill, isn't he? Oh, Bizguard survives. Okay.
Oh my words.
No unleashed power available.
A little bit rough, I think, for LLS. They could free hit this tower. It's not like Rospia is going to be able to do anything substantial. Demolish for Reckless is going to be able to get that plating. And they can just walk on out.
I'm going to be real with you here. Might have to hold that though, as Rospia gets the ultimate off onto Nemesis. Knockout comes in. Shuriken flip lands onto Reckless. Nemesis has got the unleashed power. Misses the scatter the weak because Slice unable to actually close that gap any further. The heal up off the Gleaming Quill. And yeah, Reckless decides to re-engage. Goes for the flash forwards. Slow comes in, but there's no real follow-up. I think Reckless got a little bit too overexcited there. Decides not to pull that trigger. A scatter the weak and the unleashed power. Nemesis takes out Bizguard. In jumps Crowny with the Q. Secures the next one as the curtain on Rospia is called. He's got to dodge these shots, but that 4th one will not stop him. The Deadly Flourish. The Q, the W. Nothing else can get in range. The tower will fall. Oh no.
Oh no, not another. Not another. Make it stop. Make it stop, LR. Enough. You've done enough. And that's a kill up top side. It's 10-1 on the board at 12 minutes.
It's the redemption arc here for Baus. He got banned for playing Poppy last time he played it.
Did he actually?
He got,
is there lore? What happens?
He dropped a 17 death Poppy game. I think it was an unfair ban, but he did get banned for like a 17 death Poppy game. And yeah,
you know,
proving us all wrong there.
a 10k gold lead for LR at 12
12
minutes.
minutes,
I don't think I have ever seen a 1k gold lead per minute in my life. And we're almost there. That is,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
is
you've
a
got
ridiculous rate of gold.
Nemesis on 10 CS per minute and his team on 1k a minute. That is crazy numbers, actually. It's what Jamada was saying, right? Where he was like, "This is probably gonna be the quickest game of the day." I think he might be right. We might be making up
I think
that massive
he
delay.
was on to something.
Yeah.
I believe.
We're pulling
What's
back
happening
all
bot
the
lane?
delay issues we had at the beginning of the day.
I think Bizgard is looking to cheese, but he's surrounded by a full team, so he might just choose to recall here.
I think you press B, buddy. Don't walk into where there's a ward in that bush. He's been seen. Oh no, that's his ward. Okay, cool. Sorry, I saw a ward on the map, but I panicked. He's all right.
Yeah, let's get you to bed. Let's get you to bed, Unk.
Grandpa's tired, man. What can I say?
Grandpa's tired. I mean, Baus is doing the same thing on the other side. You see, he's in alcove, I believe.
Yeah, the thing is, I actually think Baus could do it. He's got a Divine Sunder is 3-1. Like, I have every faith in them. He's doing it. We need to go top. Baus is playing the defense game. He's able to hold, and yeah, goes for the knockback.
Oh,
they throw everything in. He just flashes away. They use all of the CC onto Baus, as Baus is still alive, finally going down. But Slice taking so many tower shots. In comes the teleport, as now they're jumping in. But the unleashed power from Nemesis takes down the kill. Mac gets hit by the scatter weak. Meanwhile, Velia and Bizgard going toe-to-toe, as the perfect execution is just going to be used to dash away. No!
No!
He goes into the grubs!
Oh,
Velia!
no! What is
It's
happening?
a
Velia, he
What a clown show of a game!
Alexa, play clown music, please. What is happening? Viscon gets killed by Crowny. What burst? It caught me off guard how fast Slice would be one shot when he transformed into the Poppy and tried to make a play onto Nemesis up top side. And that played down in bot. Cinema. Absolute cinema.
I've genuinely never seen a perfect execution so unperfectly executed. That was so short.
This might be the funniest game
I want to talk about this, but yeah, we'll go back to the fight. Baus, I don't think you're going to survive this one. Does get a bit of damage off.
Oh! No! What did you say, Ibrahim? He survives those!
Back in.
He survives those! He's Baus! That's him!
He's got the souls as well, so he can reset nice and quick. I forget about Poppy ult. He's been using it as a knock-up more than a knock-away.
And now, I feel like we haven't had any downtime to actually analyze the game. I'm not sure if this is just my end, but it might be yours.
It's frozen on my end.
Oh, we're still going.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're going to try and hit top tier 2 to cross map. And with 3 grubs, it should be fairly easy, but here comes the pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's over. It's over before you can even do the handover. That is the end of Rozpier. Golden Penny taking the curtain call. 3 shots have hit him. All 4 shots hit him, and he flashes
the
nothing.
double stun at an angle was crazy from Nemesis just there. The mechanics on Syndra. When will people start banning his Syndra? Can I be honest? I've seen this too much, and I barely casted him.
Yeah.
Amir Masters and now, today. You can't give him B1 Syndra. It's just shown what he can do with it. I mean, I guess you've tried to develop an answer with Akali into it, which is typically good into control mages, but I do think this might just have to be a staple red side ban for teams.
I mean, you have to ban this. Nemesis is quite happily blind picking it, and he makes it work. Cosmic Drive, a Blackfire Torch, 16 minutes, and that is a 2-item and completed boots. Syndra, that is insane. He's a 4,300 gold lead.
I'm just worried, like, all teams will go down the rabbit hole of traditional control mage answers, like Yone, like Akali, until they realize inevitably there was no point. And we just banned Syndra in the end. That is what I imagine will happen.
We've had enough
Portal comes down onto Reckless.
I don't know if you can
He should
see.
be fine.
I can't see anything.
I cannot.
It's
I'm
frozen.
assuming. I'm guessing that Reckless is just going to be able to walk on out of the NW away.
Oh, we're back. Hello, there we go. Sorry about that, everyone. We're having a couple of
but look at
freezes. Oh, hello. Nemesis and Bizgard going toe-to-toe. I don't think this ends well for Bizgard, to be honest, although he's getting a fair amount of damage off. Nemesis is going low, using the W well. The unleashed power. Bizgard not going to find the kill as Nemesis finishes him up.
Yeah, reckless absolute faith in Nemesis there, not using the quickness on Rakan to charm the Akali at all.
That's why he used the
calculation
quickness.
of damage.
There's going to be the
it is.
knock-up, instantly cleansed, but it's not going to be enough because they find the opening, and that's Golden Penny jumping away, slice underneath the tower, ult to safety. Oh, this is such a dominating performance from Los Ratones. They're falling out the curtain call. Ross Pierre interrupts him, throws down the depth charge as well. That's just going to be the interrupt onto Crownie. He's able to escape. Mac actually looking for an angle onto Crownie. Crownie's forced to have the Ignite thrown onto him. Deadly Flourish comes out, but he is holding the line. Still got the flash. Not going to be necessary because pop goes the Mac. Crownie takes the kill.
Here comes
Slice
Bizgard.
is next up on the menu. Crownie secures himself a triple kill. Bizgard has jumped into the action. There's the unleashed power, and that is a double kill over the Nemesis. That is an ace for Los Ratones, and this is an absolute slaughter.
Only Golden Penny left standing. We might just get a dancing Shelly on this siege. They might not be able to defend at all, Hipraid.
Oh,
Look at the drift around.
That was smart. Save the HP. They're going to try and see if they can go for the end here. This could be the quickest game we've seen in NLC ever. 18 minutes on the clock, closing on 19 minutes here. They're going to be able to take out the Herald. Is the charge going to come through? It's going to pop. No, it's not, but the tower's going to fall regardless. And the Nexus has been laid bare here as LLS doing their hardest to shut down Los Ratones. It's not going to matter. 19 minutes on the clock exactly. The Nexus explodes.
What a ridiculous game. This year, it is the fastest game. We've just been told that that was the fastest game of the NLC
Atakan hadn't even spawned.
Atakan
hadn't
do you know
even
how
spawned.
rare it is to get games this fast? It is so rare. Ever since they got rid of 2 Rift Heralds, they've gotten rid of 6 Grubs. They've made Baron push back to 25 minutes.
Yep.
By all accounts, games should be longer. But that was the fastest game of the year at 19 minutes. Absolutely mental.
That was an insanely fast game. That might be one of the fastest NLC games ever, to be honest with you. I need to check.
Yeah.
We can't find the stats, but we'll look it up later. Unbelievable performance there from Los Ratones. My brain is melting out my ear. So we're going to throw it over to a break while we recover and be back for our final game of the day. See you in a moment.
LR, first team getting 2 wins on Summer Split, the seeding stage. But not only that, they secured themselves the fastest game of the year so far for the NLC. That was a show. That was a show, and 19.3 minutes.
That was a game of League of Legends. I don't think there is much more to say than Los Ratones outclassed Lundqvist Light side. They've had a rough day one, the Swedish team here, and yeah, I'm not going to go into too much depth about this game because at times I was wondering what I was watching. Fastest game of the year, Los Ratones, well, they are EMEA Masters Champions 2 times in a row, no doubt about it.
Yeah. There's stomps, and then there's stomps.
Oh, the
And
double
this,
low.
This was the latter. You know, like... yeah, double O. Like, that was just... It would have been FF'd 10 minutes ago if it was a scrim game kind of vibe. You know, like, we wouldn't have even made it to 19 minutes and be like, 10 minutes in? Yeah, okay, cool. Let's just save the time. Let's go on to the next one, right? But, it's kind of what we expected, or at least what I expected, personally, after what we saw out of Lightside from Game 1. Whilst Bulldog definitely had LR on shaky knees Game 1, I think that's more a testament to potentially how strong this Bulldog lineup can be, and they obviously also gave Verdant, another, you know, front runner, a very good run for their money too. So, yeah, I'm not too surprised, and LR will likely continue their dominance as they start off said dominance of a 2-0.
So Lightside, with this in mind, start the seeding stage with 0-2. So next week they have to step up if they want to go to the upper bracket, or else they'll be thrown into the lower bracket, and that's a tough fight, especially when you talked about it, I think, the points they have currently. So that's going to be complicated for them. As we move forward, I know you want to talk about it, but we don't have a lot of time as we move on to the last game of the day. Verdant versus DMG. I think with what we've seen from both teams, there's a lot to expect from this one. This might be it.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger. I mean, I'm very excited. It was a game where I thought, I predicted pretty comfortably Verdant to win this one. But as the day has unfolded, as the games have progressed, as DMG has showed me, the floor that I expected them to come in with is higher than my initial expectations. And Verdant seeming a bit more relaxed, I want to say, in that playstyle. A bit more, I'll allow you to have the tempo, I'll contest when necessary, and I'll do that very well, but I won't be trying to punish you too over-eagerly. And yeah, I mean, I think this game will be an absolute banger by the looks of things, and I'm looking forward to it.
Are you expecting the top lane to be the lane? Because when I look into Chance, the way he played, I was really excited. And then SLT with the Renekton, he was punishing. So I think top lane might be at least extremely aggressive, where they keep skill checking each other non-stop.
I mean, it can.
Regardless
Depends on the
of who's gonna
champions,
win.
right?
Yeah.
Very much depends on the champions you end up with. I know that Chance likes to play some of these AP scalers as well, who are more in the meta, like the Rumble. So it can definitely happen. And SLT will obviously like to try and get in one of those positions himself. I'm mainly looking for the jungle, to be honest. I'm looking at Ludus to take control of the game again alongside Komsky. And I think Danka had a very good early game. And once Verdant got a lead, he was a bit too overeager at times, a bit too greedy, and got punished for his mistakes. But yeah, the jungle matchup is where my eyes were actually initially pointed.
Jamato, jump in, because I want to get your opinion on the Verdant being a little bit too over-dramatic with some leads they were able to acquire on the previous game. I think they sometimes oversell what they have.
Perhaps a little over-eager to get things going, and, you know, I think that was embodied a lot in, it was our third game of the day. Of course, our longest game of the day as well. I'm particularly looking at Tori as like a, hey, like that game one, Unk, we're giving you the pass, right? Like, you know, a lot of experience, world stage, you know, top 8. Been around for a long time, right? A little bit more of a calm and collected pathing from our Verdant support. But otherwise, yeah, I do generally agree, right? When this Verdant lineup looked like they were on the same page, they looked great, but there was a lot of not being on the same page, and I think they were many times kind of saved by their, you know, back end of games via the draft, right? Just because they were stronger by nature of the champions for a large portion of that game. whereas on the opposite end for Bulldog, they weren't quite able to, push that kind of muscle around, even though gold-wise, they were pretty relevant for a lot of that game. So looking towards the draft as well, right? Another cohesive draft, I think, will go a very, very long way for Verdant, because if Game 1 told us anything, mechanically, they're definitely up to snuff.
Yes, we're waiting for the Champions Select to start, and keep in mind this is a BO1. So all those surprises can appear, especially on these matches that I think are pivotal. We're looking at the MG, Verdant, and even Bulldog as the team would like to get the second seed or even contest LR for the first one, if you're talking about Verdant for this, because they only played once so far. So I think the BO1, this is where you want to bring something wild, something that can present you a really good seeding, something the other team is not expecting, a wild card, that little cheese we used to talk about back in the day. This could be it.
I think we'll see. Depends on the draft. I don't think necessarily this is where you want to do the Kratos thing. I think for both of these teams, it's about finding your footing on which style you prefer, right? Find your A game, and then, the more desperate, we're going to pick this and this pocket count I've got lined up. That's when you hit game 4 and 5 in the playoffs, in my personal opinion, at the very least. I'm expecting a very, normal draft. I think the Rumble will be higher priority for both of these top laners, something I know they both like to play. That's something I expect to see thrown on the ban board. And if game 1 from Verdant was anything to go by, some of these, the Renekton, for example, probably the Jace as well for SLT is what I remember him playing at Vitality, will be things to look out for, and we'll see if someone like Chance can deal with it.
You were talking about giving the pass to Tore, but the way that Kalmsky and Lulas can play together, if there's like a slight delay on the rotation and priority towards some objectives and stuff like that, I think Tore might be cooked, especially from what we've seen on game 1. Maybe it was just relaxed, he was not there yet, fully, concentrated. But there you go. Oh, Champion Select is about to appear. There you go. We'll talk about it as soon as we get some ideas and visuals for the champions for this last game of the day. Verdant versus DMG, two teams with a 1-0. Whoever wins this one will join LR as the winning teams on day 1. Whoever loses this one will at least have more opportunities moving forward for the next week. Xante, Corky, Talia, Varus, Pantheon, the usual coming in from DMG. About the Rumble you talked about.
That's the one thing I'm kind of questioning. It's going to end up being the Aurora. So if Verdant want the Rumble for SLT, they can pick it up. But Chance, I would expect, given his game 1, looking as good as he is, would be pretty happy to find some kind of counter into it, as that will be the first pick for Verdant.
Yeah, I'm unsure why DMG would give that over so easily, as it's one of SLT's strongest champions, but I assume it is because they have something like this on Bessa planned, where Chance feels comfortable in the matchup. And then you could look towards the jungle, right? What do you want to pick now? You've banned away the Pantheon, well, the Sinsar, the Jarvan,
Might be time
the
for
Wukong.
Vi.
The Vi? Yeah, I mean, you get extra lockdown if you go
have
that direction.
you have
right?
Ambessa, you have Vi. It is two forms of very easy lockdown, and I mean it's
That's
probably
true.
one of the best ways to just kill a singular target in the game. Wukong, of course, functions very similarly and has a little bit more utility in the sense of his engage is also a bit more AoE, right? And still has that skirmishing going for him in the early stages. It does mean, however, if Danko wants the Vi now on the opposite end with the Rumble, he's got the Vi for setup on top of the red carpet too. So plenty of options like we're highlighting here. Jungle pool
I
still
think you could
wide
just
open.
default to the Sinsar, man. The jungle pool, it just feels so similar, I want to say, for these past few weeks and over MSI, but instead, no, you prioritize the AD carry, okay. I mean, the Jhin or Devon, very similar to the Varus he played if he goes for this more poke-oriented build, right? Where he stays very far away and just assists from a distance. I do still think you go your jungler here, unless you want to put some pressure on the mid lane matchup. I think the Sinsar would make a lot of sense. Senkux is more of a mage player, and then you have a really good damage profile, but no. Okay, you want to lock down that 2v2 for the bot side? Sure, you can do that.
Okay. Curious about what DMG are going to remove from Danka's pool then, with that in mind, and whether or not DMG are just going to lock in their full top side, right? Knowing that they have counter matchups already confirmed for 4-5, and just, ban away 2 covers. I think that would give Phantomisto a lot of freedom here to kind of blind whatever he likes. That will go well with this comp. Or again, of course, you have the opportunity now to match one of those bot lane picks.
Okay, so then match it in-
but at least you lock in more engaged. Tell me, Duckling.
Yeah, so the support pool won't be trimmed here. I think it's very simple if you're DMG now. You try and trim out Danka's pool. I think the Sin Sao is the obvious answer if you look at what he plays and what the meta likes as well, right? You haven't showed your hand on your carry, so you don't want to ban out the Jarvan just yet. There's a chance you end up with very mobile carries and the Jarvan value isn't too high, but no. You go for the Maokai instead. It's something Danka play, sure. I feel like we're missing the obvious here, but maybe that's just me, as the Kaiser will be banned out. Obviously, Verdant got their 80 carry, they'll trim that pool as much as they can.
I mean, when you look into the way the Verdant are playing, Kai'Sa, yeah, makes sense, but is FaZe not comfortable with something that can be a little bit more dodgy like the Ezreal? Or do you think they need to go for an hyper carry with the composition they're bringing because it's a team fight comp?
This is a good question. I mean, I feel like both are very valid. They're actually going to remove away the Misfortune, which I don't necessarily hate. I feel like for FaZe, hyper carry would be okay, but you'd need something with a little bit more agency. I was going to say like Seri. I think we're going to get a Twitch.
Well.
You can't really go something like Jinx, because I feel like, again, with the Vi up and available, if you lock in a Jinx, then it's just, yeah, you're playing versus Vi, Rumble, and then, you know, I mean, God forbid, even like a blind Galio would be pretty annoying to play against. Smolder kinda still suffers from the same fate. So if it's like, yeah, like Annie Vi, I feel like Verdant are pretty okay with this rotation. And no matter what Phantomisto actually looks to lock in here, it's not gonna look super pretty. Let's see. It's gonna be the Xin. So it's a little less target access, but the front to backs look significantly better. You can still play on angles with the Annie and the Rumble and even the Alistar. As long as Jhin has a little bit of protection to actually set up with that curtain call, then composition kind of plays itself. And looking over at DMG, Duckling, I feel the same way no matter what they lock in here on this 5.
Yeah, I mean, they've picked something crazy. I'm surprised that Sin Sao didn't get banned out. I feel like that would have been the obvious one to go for instead of the Casio. Great scaling, I want to say, here on DMG side. It's an interesting composition. I feel much more confident in what Verdant are bringing to the table, but DMG, maybe they, you know, thrive with the chaos, play front to back, and access the backline with the Ambessa. I can see what they want to do here, actually.
It's risky, but they have a plan, they have a good idea, and they already said we don't look at name tags. Ludus doesn't even play with names or even champion names, so he's comfortable. It's a battle of fate between Verdant and DMG. So far, two teams looking really clean. So, Jamada, one name. Who do you think is going to take it?
I want to go DMG.
Okay. Duckling, you got this. One name, one word.
We're going to go 5 for 5 for predictions. Verdant.
Verdant, it's locked. Then Castles, who do you think is going to take this and why?
Well, we had a chat about this while watching the Champ Select there. I think the core issue we have is team identity on one side, where you've got a team, but wow, camera zoom in on you. That was funny.
I don't know why it does that.
It just auto zooms in. But yeah, one of the issues is the identity. You've got a Wukong and an Ambessa that are going to be wanting to dive forwards, and then you have Smolder and the Cass who do not want to be diving forwards. They're not dive champs, so.
Yeah, I guess you have Smolder all over the top, but no, you're right. You're completely right. It's like they tried to build a dive comp and realized, wait, let's pivot into kite back and allow them to come to us. So now we've got a bit of back and forth where some people want to dive in and some people want to dive out, which doesn't make much sense to me. I'm not a big fan of these halfway compositions. And on the other side, I also feel like the early game of Verdant is going to be so much stronger. Cassiopeia versus the short range is great. But early game, you might just get absolutely cooked with a Flash Tibbers and a Xin Zhao gank, right? And that's when it doesn't become ideal. The same down in bot side. I feel like Smolder being allowed to scale when you have Jhin instead of Alistar engaged might be a little bit tricky. So the early game, I'm a bit worried, especially since you also have losing top side. Ambessa and Smolder side lanes is super weak for a long time.
Yeah, it's all of that scaling on top of, just a mixed identity has us a little bit concerned going into this, where I think on the other side, it's a much more defined comp, right? Like you've got the Jhin and the Alistar, which, perfectly solid bot lane, able to skirmish. Obviously, level 1's a little rough just because Alistar isn't really a champion until level 2, but you have the ability to skirmish. Then on top of that, you're looking at you know,
I'm surprised.
Go
Yeah,
on.
honestly, I'm surprised in top lane. You'd counterpick the Rumble with Ambessa. I suppose it's kind of just fine and you just keep conceding, but we've seen in elite tiers of play, it's Ambessa just gets perma pushed in, and if she ever gets traded onto level 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, these levels when Rumble has points in queue, you just get barbecued. Like, you really just get one shot to the point where it feels really unplayable. Typically our answers into Rumble are stuff like Galio, but maybe it's not played here by chance. So
Not really, to be honest.
yeah,
It's
it
one of
does
those
feel like
things-
they built two comps here.
because you've obviously come over from, you know, a big history on LPL now and watching lots of LPL and all of that stuff. It's the same thing I think with Trouble does, where she gets very LPL mindset, and we are very slow to adapt to the kind of those metas. In fact, we very often
also
in
comfort as well,
NLC
right?
Yeah, it's a much more comfort kind of based region, especially once we get into Fearless. But you know, NLC as a region it has its own kind of micro metas that go on. You know, back in the day, we used to have. I'm talking actually. To be fair, I'm talking UKLC, not NLC. But there was like an era where we had like an Urgot meta, and no one else in the world was playing Urgot.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
I was
I
playing
remember exactly.
You
right?
casted me. I
Yeah.
was playing Urgot versus
Like
Sion. It was the meta.
Yes, but like no one else was playing Urgot back then. But like NLC's does that as well. Not maybe
And
to quite
Yorick, by the way.
degree.
What
Yeah,
a mental meta.
That was
it was
crazy.
Yorick, Urgot, Sion.
it was such a.
What
It was
a
honestly, I loved
strange-
it.
What a strange set of champs.
Fear Beyond Death. I remember yelling that a lot as the Urgot.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we have a meta where, like, you know, I remember back when I was briefly covering LPL, where over there, like, Ashe Braum was like the lane. It was like permabanned, and everyone was playing it, and it was just like never banned, never picked over here. So it's one of those interesting.
I think it's EU
micro
in
metas.
general.
Yeah, I mean,
feels
we
quite
don't pick up on
slow.
that stuff as quick, but then we're
Yeah,
even
EU in
behind
general.
LEC on their shit, really. All right, looks like
Yeah,
we're
I
ready
mean-
to go into the game.
Oh, yeah, here we go. I mean, I'm just immediately looking at like potential level 1s, and I don't really see too much, especially on the side of DMG. Your level 1 is it's a bit booty. You know, like, you're not really going to do much.
Buy your items!
You have no spells. Buy your items? Did he forget?
He forgot.
Yeah. So you can see SLT already doing the thing where you start E and you consistently spam E, and that way you maintain yellow overheat. And this way you arrive to lane with empowered harpoons. And so if you get pushed in or you push the enemy in, your harpoons are going to slap a little bit more. They're going to slow a little bit more. And honestly, side rant, in game 5 we could be a bit more unhinged.
Go on.
I think there's no reason for Rumble to have this much heat at this early in the game. I don't think it should be a thing. For some reason, Rumble level 1 to 2 can have 50 plus heat for no reason and have so much damage on his spells for no reason. To me, it breaks the champ a little bit because you shouldn't be this strong at this point, especially in lanes where he gets pushed in. But in lanes that he's winning, even then, he can push forward, and that's exactly what he's doing. SLT, he knows the tech. He's gonna arrive to lane with 50 Fury, and that way he's gonna win lane much harder than he should.
Alrighty, well, looks like everybody is just assuming the position. Obviously, a big thing to be watching is Fate Ski on his smaller stacks. It's 225, if I remember. I actually played Smolder the other day and I popped off, but
It is 225.
it is 225. Cool.
I actually think this champ is terrible, by the way. I feel like this is an unpopular opinion, but you know what? I've decided I'm going to be more opinionated. I think Rumble is horrendous. I think ever since they removed the stack scaling as much and compensated with AD buffs and made the damage scale more with AD, I think his win con of scaling hasn't been as good. I think he was much better in the past, and now
Yeah,
the
right.
scaling win con isn't as great.
I think the big problem that you have with him is, you know, once you got 225, that was like the major power spike, but it did
Yeah.
continue to grow beyond that, and it still technically does, but 225 is kind of like, once you hit there, it's kind of like, cool, you're done. You don't really need to worry about the scaling as much anymore. It
Yeah.
still
In
does a
Moscow
lot, and
sales
it
with
has the
AD,
execute, right?
yeah.
So, like, it still is genuinely terrifying at 225. You know, you really don't want to be getting hit by a 3-item Smolder who's got 225 stacks.
Look at Danka. He's going for a level 2 game. This is exactly what we said. Senkux has stun prepped.
He's going to go for the flash, gets it off of the Q, but Danka
W
goes
flash.
for the flash! Beautiful play! And that is first blood to Senkux.
What a nice gank. Already as well, will Danka go bot side? Smolder has to reset, but no, he's just going to go for his camps. There's a way to cancel the Smolder's reset right here with the W. Danka could actually look for a dive down in bot as well, but Smolder TP's back to lane after the chunk, and already off to a good start. by Danka with the creative pathing. Blue buff gank isn't something you normally see, but they prep the stun well, and this is exactly what I said. Yes, Cassiopeia is good into champions that want to run into you, but they've got Jhin rumble range, first of all. And secondly, you could just die in one hit early. Hold up, though, SLT.
Yeah, looking to jump into him. Monkey forward.
Should be able
SLT
to flash.
losing half of his
Or
health.
walk away.
He is holding it and just walks off. In fact, gives Lulish a little fry on the way out. Doesn't have any jungle support. SLT just, honestly, nerves of steel. Refusing to back down. Lulish heavily chunked out, and we'll be able to get this crowd
it's an
uncontested,
Ambessa.
but
It's an Ambessa. You don't do that much, so SLT, good heads up, cognizant of how much damage exactly and how relevant DMG's topside is at this stage, and the reality is they aren't. And that's, again, what I fear about the whole of the DMG squad. As a general rule, I really don't like 3 giga-scaling, giga-weak early game champions. Because you just can't really play the game on top of having a scaling jungler.
Yeah.
I think this early game is going to be DMG's downfall. And Verdant, they can be in control of every single neutral objective. First dragon, grubs, second dragon. They can regank mid. They have all the tools at their disposal. And I want to see Verdant capitalize on that because last Verdant game, they didn't play aggressive enough in the early game.
thank you. That's exactly what I was about to say. I really felt like versus Bulldog, Verdant were way too passive early. And yes, they won that game, but it looked like it was really anyone's game. So I want to see a much more convincing performance here from Verdant. And DMG, they beat out Lightside. That's the only team we've really had to power scale them against so far. And I mean, we just saw what happened to Lightside in our game before. So unfortunately, not particularly great track record so far for those guys. So DMG, if they want to really step up here, they got to prove it. That, you know, they are a solid team within this group. And right now, honestly, you know, they've drafted themselves a bit of a handicap here. This isn't an easy comp to play out at all.
Yeah, look at the pings in mid. Phantomisto is actually, he's lost a lot of his HP in mid lane, so he's pinging on the way in mid, asking for a gank. Lulis is trying to help Phantomisto clear the wave, so he clears that, but Senkux can hold the wave here, which makes things annoying for the Cassiopeia. Armside going to get chunked. Torre also potentially going to try and interrupt Phantomisto. Oh, Phantomisto is really suffering. He doesn't have TP either, so he's going to miss a good chunk of this wave as he tries to recall and walk back to lane.
I think the scary thing as well is Senkux is about to hit 6, so the kind of dominance in this lane is about to get infinitely worse here for Phantomisto. Wave gets actually not even shoved in. He just goes back, gets 6, going to go spend some items, get closer towards this Malignance. I assume this is probably a blasting 1 base here for him. And then back to lane, and Phantomisto is going to be in trouble. It looks like it's just a boot spy for Senkux. I crazily overestimated how much money he had in his infantry there.
What is Lulis's plan here? He is level 5. He has no ulti. Is he going to try and soak XP on this Cannon Ding 6? I'm not sure about how much XP he has. No, he's too far away. You can see the XP bar next to the sums.
Yeah, there's no way Lulish can do anything there.
Oh, this feels very optimistic.
We need to pan top. Lulish looking for an opportunity. Not going to be presented it. I think SLT is just too scary. He's actually happy to jump in. 1 versus 2, there's nothing they can do.
I don't understand the attempt. There's nothing to be had here. Ambessa Wukong are 2 weak. You have no Cyclone. Even with Cyclone, you're just popping a flash. I think this is a massive waste of time. And Lulish, he should lose his camps or maybe look a mid play to answer for Danka here. At the very least, he should lose blue here.
Yeah, looks like pings are going down, but Danka actually not going towards that, not prioritizing that.
Wow, so much time wasted by Lulish, though. Could have been farming, and he's going to be delayed on his 6. So now, with Grub spawning up, he's just barely probably going to be level 6 for this fight.
Yeah, Senkux now that level 6 as well. Flash Tibbers with the Grub spawning up. Obviously, Dragon number 1's already gone to Verdant. These guys are going to definitely be looking towards this this next one. Towards those Grubs, and that's just going to unlock them even more. You can see they've done a very early lane swap. They did this a lot versus Bulldog.
Really
they were very good at this versus Bulldog.
It's really good in general for the team composition as well, because you have the Rumble, and if there's ever a threat of a dive onto the Rumble will just equalize the wave, and then there's no wave to work with, and the dive will fizzle out. So I think with the stronger early game composition, again, they have great weak siding tools with the Rumble ulti, and they could just play for these Grubs, and there is no contest. You don't have any champions early, DMG. Your comp was too optimistic. Oh my gosh, look at this proxy from SLT. He's just going to cook the wave. And I don't think Ambessa can do too much. Looks like he's a little bit scared, though. That was also optimistic, I think.
It was optimistic with the fact his team are completely on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
But
Maybe a bit concerned of Wukong's position as well.
He pre-weakens the wave.
That's a new term.
Yeah. It's just preparing.
Here.
I wonder how much of the wave he actually missed, though, because of that, to be fair. Torn might look for a pole here. Good stun from Calm Sky. Not going to make that happen. That's going to be the end of Grubs. Verdant going to secure that objective themselves. 2 of the jungle objectives now under their belt. And another jungle objective. That's that feat ticked off. Actually, only 1 kill so far, though. So very tame. And we have seen this from Verdant. So far, they're looking to be a very scaly team. They seem to be happy to sit back and wait till kind of mid-game to really do much.
Ooh.
I think they're
Look at
just
the
being
ping's top.
given a lot of jungle objectives here.
Look at the ping stop. There's constant pings towards, and you can just see the health bars on the right as well. Fateski is very low. He's going to have to TP back. Grenade onto Fateski. Will Devon open up with the curtain call? No, he won't, because he's afraid of Calm Sky just blocking the bullets. But still, that's going to be a TP. Up to top lane again. Smolder's going to have to use it.
Thor's back. I thought this unsealed spellbook has been really, really interesting, actually. Obviously, getting the soul steal in the Bulldog game with the smite. Really big. As Devon needs to be a tad careful here. His support is not quite near him, but has got that blast going to get back into range. I don't know what happened bot lane here, but SLT get heavily chunked out. He's going to get all in here by Chance to win. Chance had an amazing game last time. The flash forward. No. SLT gets the harpoon, lays him the carpet to the grey screen. Danka secures the kill.
Chance doesn't quite get the kill secure with the flash forward. Gets CC'd and knocked up on the equalizer and falls. It was a nice attempt. I think with a slightly different execution, he could have pulled it off with the kill onto SLT as he's threatened to be dove. But doesn't quite find it. That's a heart-wrencher for Chance right there, because I really do think he could have done it.
Oh, well. I mean, Chance, honestly, had such a good game on the Cassante earlier today, so...
And you could see, I mean, Verdant saw that and they banned it. First rotation this time around on blue side. They decided we're not dealing with your Cassante, even though Rumble's traditionally not a bad matchup into it.
Yeah.
So,
and ultimately, almost got the outplay. Oh, Fateski. Wait, he's being toasted.
Oh my
he
God.
is being toasted. SLT overheats. That's the only reason Fateski lived that.
Yeah, Chance shouldn't be able to catch up here. SLT will be able to walk away. No ulti available for the Ambessa. But the overheat damage, this Rumble champion does quite a bit. Dragon spawning now as well. And SLT, he might want to look for a recall into a TP down bot side, but it doesn't look like Lucius is going to contest. Again, their composition is just too weak early.
It's actually crazy Rumble still in this state. But here's this dive you were talking about. Right now, he doesn't even need to equalize it. He's just going to pick it off. But... it's so hard to pull a dive off onto a Rumble. He has teleport, so SLT can just reset, spend the money, get under tower, TP back in, and equalize the wave. If Lulish goes for the dive, it looks like Antemisto also was thinking about coming in. I have to hold that as a Fateski. Loses a fair chunk of HP to Devon's 4th shot. Yeah, slowly just working away at the tower. Teleport back to top side there for SLT. Danka thinking about going in for a dive. There's potential for some action to break out across multiple places as the curtain call comes down. Calm Sky is going to be the one taking the shots. Has to flash away. 4th shot comes in. That's the feat of warfare. That's the feat of strength secured. Antemisto teleporting in. May look for Devon, but I don't think the opportunity is going to quite be there. Headbutt Pulse goes in. Good petrifying gaze. Gets clipped by the W. Fateski's going to put the damage down, but a beautiful ultimate comes out from Danka just to dissuade extra damage as Lulish is forced to flash over the wall. Verdant. Very, very dominating performance here. 2,000 gold up. I mean, it's 3,000.
They're just so desperately trying to find something that they can do. TPing in to try and recover and play, maybe defend the tower, but it's just impossible. You do no damage at this stage of the game. The Xin Zhao ulti, the Crescent God, is going to minimize any kind of damage that the Smolder can pull through as well. So you just have a Cassiopeia in melee range taking too much damage, and that's a Sundered Sky on the Xin Zhao. Now Danka should just look for any fight whatsoever at the next Rift Herald and around that area. Just looking at top side, Rumble is hiding in the bush. If Ambessa face checks, that is a lot of damage that will come out.
Yeah, it really is. As we're saying. I mean, he hasn't quite got the Leandries yet, so it's not in true danger zone quite yet. But Danka, you know, there is no jungle objective to fight for, so he's just going to run in and try and steal this blue.
But they can do this.
They can do this.
They're so much stronger. And you're on components as the Wukong with a 0-2-0 Cassiopeia, a stackless Smolder. You can do
Everyone.
whatever you like. They're going to contest this. Well, in my opinion, they should
There
have
it
even
is,
contested this Grom.
Tibbers! And Lulish is forced low. He's just going to flash over as the clone goes down. This is exactly it. I don't think Senkux needed to flash, to be honest, but...
I really think if Danka was there on the Zinzao, they should just be taking every single camp and squeezing DMG dry, absolutely refusing to let them have any of their respawn camps, because they can. You can see the snap engage of Senkux right there. If Zinzao was there as well, it could have been done. Ping's coming down onto the enemy red buff, but matched by the Wukong taking the Hextech portal. Can they make it there in time for this invade? Yeah.
I think they're going to not be able to do that, especially with Senkux now being flash and ultless. Has got the Malignance, though, and the Ionian boots, so... got a fair amount of cooldown in the pocket here of Senkux. I mean, Tibbers is, what, a third of the way off cooldown now? So, once you got that Malignance, it comes up real quick. Don't quite have all the burst yet, though. Malignance is a great, like, core item for Annie, or her just being able to spam Tibbers, but ultimately, it doesn't give her loads of damage.
Yeah. You're still kind of dependent on the Flash Tibbers as Annie right now. I mean, she's incredibly broken and very, very top tier in pro play at the moment. So still with the Malignant, it's going to be very, very helpful going in fights going forward. Lots of CDR. And now they're going to play here, play towards topside and utilize that CDR.
That's
looking for the engage.
Good flash pole. Looks for the stun. Doesn't quite get it off. Phantomisto actually doing a fair amount of damage there to Tor. Gets another poison off, but he can't set up with Senkux standing right on top of Tor, so was able to walk away. And that should just be the end of this tower. Danka pickaxe and that Sundered Sky and triple grubs. Yeah, it's going to absolutely melt through.
So, WinCon. 35 minutes, I think. Unfortunately for DMG, Verdant have been very, very disciplined and good at pulling the trigger on every single neutral objective. So, they have 1 minute until the Soul Point fight, which is a fight that they have to take unless they risk losing Soul.
He's getting ganked here by Calmsky. No ultimate.
Oh, no.
Chance misses his. Calmsky forces the flash out. Magnet Storm comes in, and SLT, he is just going down. Shut down for Chance. Lovely little pick.
It's nice. I was concerned that Chance didn't hold his ulti for CC from the Rel, but still, they managed to find the pick. And that's a big shutdown over to Chance. That's something that can bring back this game. If Chance can get to his mid-game spike on this Ambessa, he can one-shot carries and buy time for the scaling of the Smaller and the Cassiopeia. But again, it's all on Chance. I feel like Chance last time we saw him play on the Cassandra versus Fiora, he completely 1v9'd that game.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Very mechanically in-depth player. Very, very strong mechanically, I should say.
He honestly had such a good game on that Cassante. He was counterpicked by the Fiora and absolutely dominated. That was just, it was so unfair, that game, to be honest. Really, really impressive stuff from Chance. Fortunately, definitely struggling a little bit more versus SLT, but likewise, we actually saw SLT have a fantastic game on Renekton versus Bulldog.
No.
I think he was a
It
major
looks
part.
like... Yeah, I think so too. But like in this game, it looks like they're kind of dizzy, DMG. It looks like they tried to make a pick onto the Rumble, but they can't.
Chance.
And now Chance, the only lead, is being chunked, so he's not going to be able to take part in this Dragon fight, and there's no cross-map available, because if you try to cross-map onto the Rumble, Rumble's just going to ult the wave. There's no play that DMG can make.
No, I think they're just going to have to give it up. Hextech Soul as well. That's going to make Tibbers even more scary. It's a bit like the old Leandries build on Annie that some people used to go for. Is here you go, they're going to dodge away on everything. He has the equalizer, but he's overloaded. SLT timed it wrong. He's able to trade out. Frantoismo does go down in the middle of all of that. 1-for-1. Dragon secured. Mid lane tower secured. Verdant, they're walking away happy.
Yeah. I think small mistake by SLT. I think if there's any chance that you can be dove at all, you ult the wave from 2k range and you're completely fine. You eliminate any risk. Still manages to find the kill onto Phantomisto. 1 versus 3, which is great. Sorry, 1 versus 3 up topside on the dive, which is great. I think the tower shot helped as well. But still, massively winning play for Verdant. With the soul fight, now it's a dragon soul fight at 21 minutes.
Yeah, and like I said, that Tibbers, once you get the Hextech Soul, it's a bit like the Crystal Scepter build, right? Like, that Tibbers is just going to be constantly reapplying, slow. It's going to be an absolute menace for them to deal with. I love Hextech Soul. It's one of my favorite souls in the game. It's horrible to play into. Isn't it? It's horrible to play into, and I cringe every time I have to deal with it, but playing with it is so satisfying.
Yeah. Senkux, waiting to see people on the map before he overextends and potentially gets picked. Now he has members on his side of the map. Danka and Tori going to help him be human wards and allow him to push up in the side lane. This way they can threaten the tier 2. Can they one-shot and dive the Cassiopeia from behind right here? Cassiopeia does not have a Seraph shield.
Oh, interesting. Senkux actually has come for the Crystal Scepter build. So, has got a slowing Tivers here. It's a more utility build on Annie, this one. More than the burst.
yeah.
Because you can go, like, Shadow Flame next. As, like,
I've
your
seen
second
I've seen
item.
Shadow Flame. I've seen Bloodletters. I think I've seen so many different second items from Annie.
I feel like Shadow Flame is, like, the best burst option.
Probably, yeah. In
100%.
terms of versus no squishies, 100%. I completely agree.
I like this though because you know you've got Devin who's going to be slowly ramping up damage. Like I think this build just allows your team to buy space because there's there's 2 people who are going to want to jump forwards, right? If you're slowing them, it makes it so hard.
Sorry, Tori just used cleanse because he got CC'd and then cleansed to get out as the Alistair.
In the jump, Lulish going to use that monkey spin. Couple of shots coming in, Lulish. Dodging away, the 4th shot goes down. Good equalizer, but they are able to disengage. The MG do not lose a single member there. Are able to disengage, but it's an optimistic attempt from them and ultimately doesn't really achieve much.
I mean, right now, their goal is to not lose tier 2s. How long can we not lose tier 2s for so that they don't get the tier 2 goal to spend before the soul fight in 2 minutes' time? That's the idea, and I think they've managed to successfully hold off the tier 2s here. So that they don't accelerate, for example, the Zins out to 2 items.
Can I?
Or the Jin to 2 items.
I just missed it. Can I have the observer quickly hover Smolder for me again? I just want to see his stacks. Yeah, I didn't. We very briefly went over to Smolder, but if possible, I'd like to.
is my guess. What do we think? What do you think?
Yeah,
I think 180.
Oh, 179. Wow, I was about to say 170. You said 180, so you were closer. He's
Pretty
getting
good
there.
guess.
So it's 220, so he's very, very close to hitting that.
Don't think he has time, honestly. 1.5 minutes until relevant dragon fight.
Oh, he's not going to have it for the dragon fight, no, which is massive.
So, yeah, we might see a case of soul stacks. Soul versus Smolder stacks, and which one outscales what. But I think when you're versus Rumble ulti plus a Jin over the top, I don't think you can manage. To be honest, I think Tori. I think for a potential flank, I don't think DMG want this.
SLT's in the area, teleport's coming down, DMG gonna get the equalizer put down onto them. It's a little bit badly placed though. Tarmsky's able to escape over the wall, Senkux comes in. Phantom Mist does miss the ultimate off on the side as Lulish will go down. He's trying the monkey spin, but it's not gonna be enough. Verdant secure the kill as they jump in onto Senkux. He throws down Tivers, who's gonna start to absolutely cook through Tarmsky. He is burning low, down he falls, and Verdant are finding their kill onto Phantom Mist though. Chance is trying to break away. Tarmsky's gonna get cooked by SLT. As Tor secures the kill. The Deadly Flourish doesn't find the lockdown as Fateski is the only one left standing for the side of DMG.
Verdant, they find the team fight win. I honestly think Verdant played that mechanically about as poorly as they could have. Half of the ulti from the Rumble went inside the wall, and then the mistimed the Tivers ulti on the TP, but they still won anyway. Their composition is so much stronger at this stage of the game. And their wallet lead is just too much as well. This Atacon take should transition into a recall. Hextech Portals take into the Soul as well. And I just think it's really rough. I mean, take a look at this Rumble ulti, right? Half of the ulti goes into the wall with the trees. And then the TP is going to come down and Senkux is going to mistime the ulti with the stun onto the Cassiopeia with Thibers. Lulis will never find anything 1 vs 3 there. Almost finds something onto the Jin, but it realistically isn't going to be close. And Senkux also dies, which is a nice little consolation prize.
It was honestly a very, very clean fight for them. A little bit of a mistake to be losing their Annie, but I guess that was an overextension more from Senkux than anyone else. So, but it tidied up nicely. And yeah, that's Soul up on the up. Oh no, Fateski's 2 stacks away.
2 stacks away. He can get them before a fight, no?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, maybe if he finds a Q onto someone.
He just has to E or Q, and he'll be able to start getting it. Big equalizer though, into the engage. Massive answer out from Phantasmo though, as they do find an opening chance. Can't quite get the damage down. Fateski not gonna do enough. A double kill for Senkux, and that is 1 dead dragon. Devin secures the kill. There's the ace, a triple for Senkux. Verdant are gonna be tying this one up.
And he gets the stacks, but it doesn't matter. The teamfight absolutely explodes. DMG get popped over the wall by the dive of Verdant. I don't even know really what happened in that split-second scenario where all 5 members of DMG completely collapse. But that's going to be Soul for Verdant right there. And what looks like an uncomebackable situation for DMG.
I think that might be a little bit cooked for them, unfortunately. Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver onto Fate Ski, but it's not going to be enough. What a massive engage here. It was Alistair, right?
Let's take a look at this. So, was it Tori on the backline? I mean, we'll take a look right here. The Dragon gets started up by DMG, and the W misses from the Xin Zhao, but Tori finds the flank, gets a 2-man knockup onto the Rumble ulti. Rel even engages onto the Rumble ulti as well, but they're just getting shredded in this choke, aren't they? Baitsky by now has nothing to work with, no front line to work with at all. Calm Sky blocks an ulti, but it isn't enough, and he dies too. Not a single person executed.
Yeah, nothing they were going to be able to do off that one. As now, honestly, the big scary thing is in a minute Baron. It's Hextech Soul, Baron. They've got Atakan as well. And when you're actually in tight spaces like that, you're getting hit by both the Hextech slow, the Atakan slow when someone dies. It's just impossible to move in these small chokeholds on top of equalizers and everything. It's just every tool that Verdant have to control the pace of a fight is in their pocket. And DMG are playing purely reactively. And like you highlighted at the beginning, half of their comp goes forwards and half of their comp goes backwards. And there's just a real mesh of an identity which doesn't work together. And DMG, I think they just drafted themselves into a corner here. Lulish is going to try and see if he can go forwards from behind and find a flank angle onto Devon.
Has
but
no
the
flash
tower's already gone
barrier.
down. He's going to interrupt Devon's ultimate as in comes Mum. That's going to be Devon getting taken down. The 2 flankers have found their executions, but Senkux is just going to finish up Fate Ski. And it's a 1 kill onto the Jin, but 2 carries dead for the side of DMG. Verdant, they don't mind too much about that trade.
Yeah, you can see Chance is looking for the wave in mid lane, but it's not going to matter. It's the Hextech portal to escape there by Lulish, because they have waves in both top and bot lane anyway, so it looks like they're going to cook up 2 inhibs, and that's going to be super minions pouring in as Nash spawns.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to hold that as well. I mean, Smolder's got relatively decent wave clear, same for the Cassiope here, but I mean, 2 super waves. It looks like actually Senkux is okay just to, get the wave sorted and back off and reset, knowing that the next big play is obviously going to be this Baron. And Tibbers is just timed out, and look at its cooldown, 9 seconds. He literally just lost Tibbers. Lulish, I think you are not long for the world, my friend, unfortunately.
Has he
Dodges
been
away on
being
the whip
chased
become
this
lightning.
entire time? I think he has,
He
right?
has been.
I mean,
Tibbers is back. I don't think they need it.
yeah.
Wait,
That's
they
just
on the
a
wrong
QW
one.
angle.
There it is.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like this broadcast's been a while, so I actually got baited by the clone as well. I think I'm a bit tired.
Danker's mark is the only reason they realized it was the fake. He saw him moving with the
I'm
mark.
the Unkir. Maybe I need to be I need to go to bed, you know?
We've had some messy games today and some long
Yeah.
breaks, and Jamada has done a lot of talking. We've had to listen to him yap a lot.
Jamada has been talking
Bro, he's
for
earning his
half an hour at a
paycheck for the
time.
whole season in one day, man. Like, the guy is talking so much.
Oh no.
As Fate Ski's going down, Tibbers is on him, Senkuk secures the kill. Baron, by the way, off screen. Yeah, I think DMG are a little toast here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like it. And unfortunately, that means Duckling's going to be 5 for 5 in terms of predictions. We hate to see it. Chance getting TP'd on here.
Yeah, SLT is going to go 1 versus 2 here. I don't know if he's actually got it. Gets caught by the ultimate. Doesn't have his own ulti to fire back onto. And he is just toasted. The problem is in comes Tor and in comes the cavalry. Senkux is charging forwards. Chance, you have used everything at this point. So down you go. Danker will be securing the kill once that shield wears off. Danker secures the kill. Calm Sky tries to get onto Devon. And Devon is just going to pop him. Senkux with the Crypt Gloom heals him back up as well.
Yeah, and now they're going to push in down in bot side. They have 2 dead on the side of DMG. There's really not that much stopping Verdant just running into the base now and taking double inhib as well as pushing in mid. Their Fed member in chance to win is dead. You really can't do anything more to stop this. I mean, you can see Fatesky trying to cross map with the objective bounty on the tier 1 tower, but what will this really mean? He's going to have to recall now and defend and use the wave clear that Smolder has.
Down goes the inhibitor. Probably down goes the next inhibitor, although Tor wants to go for the kills. And oh, that is a dead snake! That is a real dead snake!
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tor might be biting up a little bit too much, but he has ulti. He's not going to get executed. He's all good.
To be fair, Mum did a lot of damage there to Devin. He does have fleet footwork, so he will slowly heal back up. As Danka actually jumping in there, forced to use the ultimate. Senkux is just guiding Tibbers to absolutely rip through the members of DMG. Tibbers dies, and just watch that cooldown bar. It's going to be coming back real fast here for Senkux. Tower number 1 will go down. 20 minutes on the clock. 22 kills to 5 here. Verdant, they are just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Looks like they might just play it safe, play it smart, reset. They've got Elder in 50 seconds, so probably the best way to play.
Yeah, if they do die here overextending, that's a way they could lose. I mean, at this point, does the 7-0-12 Danka Xin Zhao with ulti ever die? I mean, that's a question. I think the answer might be no. He's 3 items, and Xin Zhao might be one of the best in the game. So they're going to open through bot again with the Hextech portals and go for this Elder as they set it up with global red buff.
Yeah. Gonna be real rough. Danka's also closing in on that Guardian Angel, so even if he does die, he doesn't. He's going to be a real menace. Yeah, it's a matter of getting control of the waves, using this Baron just to shove it up. You got supers pouring in. That's a fat equalizer actually coming in from SLT.
Yeah.
The clone's going to tank a lot of that, but the grounded is going to shut Dunker down for a moment. He gets hit by the petrifying gaze, but in comes Tor looking for the pulverize. Phantasmo stays down. Devin just flashes away. Chance will fall. And Verdant absolutely eviscerate DMG. Not a single member stands. They've got the Tibbers to tank. Down goes the tower. Down goes the Nexus. And that is an absolute whitewash of a game coming in from the side of Verdant. Destroying DMG.
Yeah, a shellacking. A shellacking that was. 15k gold lead.
Yeah.
I mean, from start to finish, completely in control. It just felt like there was nothing they could do. What an absolute wrap-up of a game.
That's like I don't know. I actually can't find a way to talk about that game. That was just 2 games in a row where
I like the word shellacking.
Shellacking is a good one.
Yeah.
It's like Batman. It's like beating on someone who's already down, man. Like that was brutal.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna pass it over to the desk to round out the day. So Archer, over to you.
Are you
I
okay,
heard that word
Brian?
before, Archer.
Yeah, but I didn't
you
know,
never-
like, the way you described
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Schlacking is a beating, like a proper, like, you know, it's an old-fashioned word for stomp,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah, they didn't need the identification of hip right on that one. Well, as soon as they got the lead, Verdant were in control of the game. That was not dead, but I want to understand how they got that lead and how DMG were not capable of showing up to the match with the lines they had. What is your thought process
I mean, I
behind
think
this?
a lot of it, sorry to cut off the end there, but it was about Danka's early pathing and just the overall aggression towards mid lane and constantly catching out this Cassiopeia and not letting the composition of DMG scale, right? Like, that was kind of the core component of the Cassio and the Smolder is, hey, you know, we might be a little bit weak earlier. Obviously, Cassio's a tier scaling champion, though she can be strong in early skirmishes if the setups are correct. But we want 2 items, we want 225 on Smolder. That's when, you know, the comp really comes online. Till then, rely on the Ambessa, rely on the Wukong and the CC of Rel to really get us to that point. Verdant and their plays did not allow that to happen, and they continually ended up shutting down the mid lane and really buffing up, you know, Senkux and ensuring that, again, Dunker eventually turned into a monster. Anywhere he went alongside SLT, it was an absolute slaughter.
Duckling,
Yeah, I mean,
anything to add? Yeah.
yeah, I think it was rough. That early lead in the mid lane, then bled into the objectives. They were always first. They had 3 losing lanes, right? They were really struggling. You can see Ludas, and I think that's the big thing. Ludas spent so much time in the top lane,
On that top.
and they couldn't gain anything, right? They weren't strong enough at the spikes. I think their comp, when they then started scaling a bit, wanted different things, right? I think one fight that really encapsulated that is you have 2 scaling carries who have started to scale. Yes, you're very far behind, but while they are being blown up, the 2 players you have who want to find a pick, they find a great pick on Devin, assassinate the Jhin. You think, oh, maybe they can play the fight. Then you look at the fight, oh, both our carries are already dead. Because then you had no one to protect the backline. The Rel can't do that job alone. So when you had those fights where you could split, I mean, you wanted different things and you didn't, you know, drag in the same direction. And yeah, it was a bit of a shambolic showing from start to finish.
So they were not able to bring in the champion select that they wanted, or at least the draft that they wanted. But I also want to highlight that maybe Verdant need to be a little bit more aggressive on the early game, not allowing these teams to take any sort of lead. I think the first game was a little bit more awkward. This one was more solid. But you can see what I'm talking about, right, Jamada? Because at the end of the day, this is Verdant 2-0, which means they're fighting for the spot against Los Ratones, like in Spring Splits, when everybody looked in Verdant when Senkex, they were like, hey, this team might be able to face off Los Ratones. It's the same story.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, naturally, today the run of schedule was a touch easier, right? When you really think about it, they play a Bulldog who's right at the start of kind of making sure they, mesh together properly. Yeah. The DMG lineup, whilst clearly quite talented, I think are still likely to end up kind of in that mix of a third, fourth, whereas, they get to play light side, so they're going to play light side, and then Los Ratones, that's going to be a big bit of whiplash. I'm unsure which one they do first. Obviously, that'll be next week, so, when we get to it, but yeah, Verdant to me, yeah, this is the most likely roster that I would expect to heavily contest LR. Obviously, there's Nord. We saw, Los Ratones can't believe Nord were the ones that were able to take them down in the best of 3 in playoffs before the best of 5s came into effect. And this Nord roster, which we'll see tomorrow, arguably a little bit stronger than last split too.
Yeah,
I agree. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day, and while you're talking about it, might as well show it to you. There you go. Today, we wrap it up. LR being the undefeated, joined by Verdant on the last game. The other teams are still trying to lick the wounds and see how they're going to perform on play day 3 for Group A on the 23rd, which is next week. Tomorrow, we're going to open up the bag with Rich Gang versus Ruddy, Venom Crest versus Chaos, followed by Ruddy yet again, but versus Nord, this improved team as they call, Chaos versus Rich Gang, and then we're going to wrap up the day with the Phoenix versus the Snake Venom Crest. Okay, without getting too much into detail, any of those games that spiked your interest?
Oh, definitely not the first or the third game.
Oh
for
boy,
no
I
particular
know it's
reason
gonna
at all.
be a bleeding tomorrow with you casting.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be very fun. I mean, honestly, in all seriousness, there are quite a few genuinely entertaining matchups, I think. Tomorrow, I think of, in particular, I think there's room for Rich Gang and Chaos, actually, to probably be a bit of a silent banger. So, the jokes and potential memes aside of, Judas versus Don Jake.
Imagine.
There is
Revenge.
definitely some very, very sweet League of Legends ready to be played tomorrow.
Yeah, agree. Tell me, Duckling. I'm listening.
I'm looking forward for Venom Crest as well. I want to throw in there, right? They have had a UK EL talent development pipeline that will now pay their fruition. Rhythm got a chance in Rich Gang last bit from that academy. Now they themselves have promoted Air and Boost in mid and top lane alongside their coaching staff. So Venom Crest, the 2024 Summer Champions, building around their academy, who won the UK EL over players like Kerberos, who you might remember from winning the NLC, Draktar as well, who's been on the top in NLC. So they definitely face stiff competition down there, and I'm excited to see if they can take the step up.
If you want to be part of the show, keep it together, go on to leagues, and sign up. Be able to acquire a ticket for Leagues Disrupt, which is going to be at Hovet Arena in Stockholm, where you might not only meet these legends, but watch them play on the big stage. In Copenhagen, it was a beautiful show. We expect you to be part of it, but this time in Sweden. We're in Sweden, and if Reckless is there, I mean, it's just poetry. It's just gonna be poetry. We wrap up the first day of Summer Split. Jamal and Duckling, what are your final goodbyes?
You wanna go first, Jamal?
Go ahead, young one.
No.
Young one.
No. Go ahead, young one. Take the stage.
I got 5 out of 5 predictions. I'm the GOAT. I know best. And yeah, that's what I want to say. NLC always provide bangers. And I'm going to stick with my 100% prediction rate. I'm going to predict everything correct this time. No one can stop me.
Okay, Jamada,
That's gonna not hold up by next week.
Yeah.
Tune in for tomorrow.
Hey,
That's it.
good words.
You know, it was probably a part of Archer's, sign off. But make sure you tune in tomorrow. There's 2 games which you definitely need to not miss.
Because on my side, I'm like, hey, join us tomorrow because we love you very much. Jamad is like, no, tune in. You're gonna enjoy this. Tune in because it's gonna be good. It's a different sort of invitation. By the way, Duckling, I also want to highlight that we had the same predictions, and somehow I'm not gloating in here, saying I'm this and that. Wisdom comes with age, and eventually you'll get there, young one. With that in mind, I would like you to join us tomorrow for day 2 for Group B. And as Jamada said, tune in. It's gonna be big. It's not the same without you, and until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one. Duckling, come on.